well, we didn't really get to see JDG. I think if you're not an LPL avid watcher, you probably don't know exactly what to expect from this team, but you just saw a lot of Lion gameplay. So what do you think, Jamada?
I've got it.
Yeah.
It's Junjie. Junjie is a psychopath. Now, he's been reined in a little bit, but the main thing really is just the early career pathing and just how he makes games chaotic, if that's what JDG desire. And I think how that lines up against Inspired, who obviously is typically very calculated and very meticulous, is going to be the matchup to watch for me. Just because, again, Inspired did a lot of interesting pathing at MSI. He made games awkward if they had to be awkward. He made them very stalemate if they had to be stalemate. And I think against Junjie, who's typically very one gear, that's a matchup where I'm thinking, okay, well, Inspired, how are you going to deal with this guy? Because he will be up in your face. The second he's got lane power somewhere, he is going to come and attack you.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be pretty fun to watch that jungle matchup. We are going to take a look at the brackets that we have here for the specific groups. So, in terms of the opening matches, G2 up against Furia is going to be happening, and then, of course, D plus Kia versus AGAL. And then you go into an elimination match, decider match. You just want to make it to playoffs. You know, we saw the prize pool before. Even if you do get 16th place, you still get 30 grand. But at the same time, there's just so much on the line, not just in terms of money, but in terms of pride for your organization, trying to get as good of a placement for the championship points at EWC, but also just to try to prove if you're one of these teams that weren't at MSI or didn't place very highly in your region's playoffs and stuff like that, you want to prove that actually we are a good team that can stand with some of the best internationally. You guys were talking about, you know, trying to learn from, you know, some of the other teams when you are at an international tournament and just getting better in that fashion. So I do think that a lot of the teams here have a lot to gain by being at EWC outside of just the money and the pride. As here's Group B, Team Secret up against Sentinels. That's going to be our first matchup today here on the secondary stream. And then Carmine Corp and Gen G also going to be happening on the main stage. Going to be a pretty fun one at that. You guys think Gen G's ready to play, or does Carmine Corp have a good angle? I think it's a pretty close matchup, actually.
I mean, 100%. I think it's 100% agree. Like, I think it's also the same questions for Gen G, right? Like, they almost qualify for MSI, but being ends up disqualifying the MSI, and then are they ready? Are they mentals okay? And also, like, Carmine Corp, like, they shows like really good momentum. Like, even though like the result was not that great, like the progress was there.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing about both of them is that they have very similar issues, right? It's the support jungle, like, it's the support jungle synergy overall, and how they actually link up on the map. Because obviously, Dura and Canyon definitely been struggling, and I mean, we had it prime and center MSI between Lucio and Yak.
So here's Group C. We are going to have BLG versus Koi here on the secondary stage, and then also GAM versus T1 will be on main stage. I do think that T1 should be heavily favored there, even if, you know, they didn't look 100% at MSI. I would say, you know, GAM are good, but T1 is kind of on another level. That first match, I don't know. BLG should be favored as well, but it's a best of one. So I don't really know if BLG have it 100%, and I wouldn't count Koi out by any means.
Weird draft. I think Koi can make the game, like, different for BLG coming off the back of, like, I think what a meta that ended up kind of being solved in the end by MSI. So it's really about the prep, I think, for Koi.
And here's Group D. Life Esports up against MIBR, and then we have JDG against Lion, which is going to be the match that we are doing here on this stream. It does feel like HLE, you know, they're coming off of winning MSI against BLG in a best of 5.
Yeah.
And going through a lot of other very strong teams. So they should be the favorites for the group, I would say.
100%. I mean, they feel good, right? Like, they're really crisp. They play most recent, actually, the biggest tournament as an international. They also showed off like really good performances as well. But sure, they dropped a lot of the game, but doesn't mean that they lost the series. They won the series, so they're already the strongest team at the moment. So it's gonna be a tough one.
You know, it does feel like sometimes the teams play extra games almost on purpose.
Yeah.
You know, they talk about the T1 circus all the time, where it's like, did they really have to go to Game 5? Did they have to go to Game 3? If we're talking about, you know, a league format.
decided.
They get extra experience.
That does sound
a
good.
lot of stage
That
experience.
does sound good.
Or do they want lower bracket and play through all the way up? Do they want that?
Give me a moment though.
It's a lot of practice.
Let me decide
I think
on my
each
own,
league, you know,
to see if I have some time for that.
essentially win MSI.
Just give me a
get
moment,
on a plane
though.
to Paris, come over.
Just
like us, actually, who were
Yeah.
on the same
We were
flight.
same flight.
Yeah. So MSI ends.
It is
get on
2
the plane,
a.m. in the
come over
morning.
Here. You might expect that they're tired, but I think more often than not, the extra practice and the extra games actually helps our teams, which is why a lot of like lower bracket runs even happen because they just get so much momentum.
Yeah, they'll be warm. They'll be warm. Like, and again, because we're on the same patch, I think probably important to mention same patch as MSI. You know, I think between them and BLG, they were the two teams that were drafting the best, as well as just having really weird out there things, right? So they should be prepped, they should be ready, and by the time they start beating teams later in the bracket, which is the expectation, that can challenge them, that's where I want to see if they actually had anything else left in the bucket.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also really important to deal with the jet lag, right? I think it's like the schedule. It is like kind of tough. So like it's same for us. So I know how. I don't know. I mean, they gotta manage. Like that's where professional came from. So
yeah, there's a lot on the line, a lot for the teams to manage, and of course, a lot to do here at EWC. Let's talk about our club championship points here in this video right now.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs. Only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it?
You see, I'll be explaining this stuff without having that, without having all the big things like that happening. So, you know.
So much to play for here, and we're only doing one small part of it at League of Legends, and we're also doing one part of the League of Legends as well, because there's 2 streams this year. Always very interesting. You know, I think it's a really good setup where you could watch your favorite team for one match early on the main stage, but then, you know, you got your other favorite team here on the secondary stage, and all these teams, as I mentioned before, just trying to fight for getting points for their club, essentially. That's really the biggest thing. It's kind of the overarching theme of the Esports World Cup. That's kind of the idea, and so always pretty fun to see. I do think that some of the teams here definitely gain a lot of points from League of Legends compared to other games.
Maybe.
I think T1 has other teams, but I would say that League of Legends is probably their main go-to. Is like Faker's definitely a big face for the org, and Gen G as well. I think that they actually do have a lot of other teams and stuff, but could be looking to try to get a lot of points at League of Legends. Any other squads that come to mind when you're thinking about the club championship?
I mean, G2. Yeah. G2 got a lot of fingers in different pies, and they have done for a really long time. And typically, they're high-end performers, actually.
Is it a cottage pie or is it a shepherd's pie?
Oh, well, now that depends on the
Depends.
I learned that today,
Yeah, depends.
Yeah.
What do you think, Cooney?
Yeah, I mean, the balance. I mean, this is really interesting, like the format, right? Like you have to kind of balance out for the org point. Like I think that's the one of like the other keys that you're not gonna be able to.
Good morning,
see,
good
like,
morning,
often,
good morning,
right?
good morning.
Like, there's so many games.
Good morning,
playing
everyone.
For this whole,
oh my gosh, where's my cam?
International tournament and this whole event as
We're
well.
here. Hello, good morning, everyone.
And it's really
I hope we're having an
it's
amazing
awesome
morning.
here at EWC, and we do have an opening ceremony, I believe, that is coming in very quickly, straight to you guys on the main stage. So let's jump to it right now.
Main stage. Their main stage is holding an opening ceremony. Alright, 24, 23, 22. Why do I have still say Dota 2? That is Marvel. We're doing group stages, y'all. Alright. Oh, we got this AI bot stuff here. We don't need this. Remove that. Good morning, everyone. It is the official start of the EWC League of Legends tournament. This is looking great. You know, all of the openings are pretty good. I feel like League though has like the most people to ever like come over and watch all this stuff. And it's traditional League of Legends. League of Legends has forever, like not just one, but like forever having viewers, having an entire community where y'all know how it is. What's she doing? Why's she riding them? Huh? Solo fighting. Worlds could probably do better. A little bit, just a little bit. Okay, we got some big matchups on day 1. Alright, y'all. I think a lot of people are going to be watching Stream A because of the 2 Korean teams that are going to be in the first beginning of it. Which makes sense. Nice. Nice. There's about like 10,000 people watching from main stage. Wow. Okay, okay. Alright, so I want to explain to you guys real quick what we're looking at from the League of Legends streamers. Oh my gosh, they got a dash. They got a dash. They got a dash.
The confetti had barely settled on the floor at MSI, and the best players in the world were already hopping on a flight from South Korea to Paris for the Esports World Cup. This is going to be epic.
Et vous le savez, pas de repos pour les braves, no rest for the wicked. But I feel like we've spoke enough, you know? Like, I think it's time to abrège, frère.
Abrège, frère.
Abrège, frère.
Well, enough talk. Let's bring out the 16 teams onto the stage.
First up, a LPL powerhouse. It's JD Gaming.
JD Gaming. JD Gaming. What are they doing? Are this? Oh, they're doing the introductions of team. DDG. DDG.
When lights are on them.
Okay. Oh, there we go. They already got their stuff already too, which is kind of crazy. Pedro's already streaming. That's funny. Pedro's
North America's top seed, determined to prove they don't just belong amongst the world's giants, they can beat them.
Le rêve d'un homme, 5 génies du jeu.
Oh, LCK is also restreaming. They're restreaming though. It looks like they're doing the second match too. There's Carmen Topher as well.
Could this be the year KC reaches the top of the world at home in Paris?
Let's keep moving. It's MIBR.
Now a lot of people saying get woo for MIBR, of course. Of course.
Fighting hard and fearing no one.
We've got some boosts.
Got 10,000 viewers, y'all. On streaming for sure.
Esports!
And we get D2.
Europe's leading force with incredible talents. They carry hopes of an entire region on their shoulders. Au sommet de l'Europe, vous les connaissez, ce sont les G2 Esports.
Bienvenue, Furia!
Furia. Here comes Furia.
By the passion of Brazil and capable of turning an entire game on its head in a matter of seconds.
Next up is a big
I still need to get a
team.
Furia jersey for my friend.
Live Esports. HLE.
Alright, everyone loves HLE. They just won MSI too. Yeah, there we go.
With the hottest momentum ever. Ils sont venus chercher un nouveau trésor à Paris.
Tough team to beat, indeed.
The viewers are rising right now. Korean teams are rising right now. Why are we doing this one? Because we care about the Team B. We care about the USA team.
Against elite opposition, and capable of shaking up this entire tournament.
Damn, okay.
Welcome, DK! An organization with a huge international record. Ils vont représenter la LCK fièrement. Ils viennent pour retrouver une gloire d'antan, mesdames et messieurs. DK!
Please welcome Movistar Koi!
Let's go, Moby! I'm not hearing boos? Why are they booing? Why are they booing Movistar? What'd they do? What?
But they're not afraid of them. They bring that famous Spanish fire with a nation behind them.
Why are they
And
booing?
the best in the world in front of them. Come on, guys.
Billy Gaming!
Alright, Billy. And people are saying gay for them.
The MSI
We love
runners
Billy at
will
least.
almost touch the trophy and surely have a revenge to take here in Paris. Parce qu'à l'EWC, on ne vient pas pour être deuxième.
Here we go. T1!
Of course. Everyone knows T1 is really good.
Decorated organization in League of Legends history.
Of course.
Led
Of
by
course.
the man who has defined this game
course.
for more than a decade.
Gotta get that
Next
Faker
up,
close
we
up.
have
Gotta get that Faker close up.
Esports.
Okay. We got Genji.
They will probably be representing
Everyone's watching.
Vietnam on the international stage. The
Oh,
odds have never
Oh,
scared
Gam.
them. Est-ce que le Shonen Gam peut continuer à Paris à l'EWC?
WGAM. Games are really good at esports.
Coming onto the stage, Sentinels! The North American side, whose return to League has brought them all the way here to Paris.
Et bienvenue à Team Secret Wales, the APAC contenders with experience, with confidence. Attention à ne pas sous-estimer Team Secret.
And finally, the team to beat, Gen G!
Because they won last year, right? Because they won, yeah, because they won last year's Esports World Cup. Duh.
The title defenders return to
Okay.
this stage to prove that victory was not
I
the
am a
destination.
fan of Genji.
It was
I'm
only the
definitely a
beginning.
fan of Genji. That's for sure.
Devenue une référence mondiale, bien au-delà de la Corée du Sud, les Genji sont là pour conserver leur titre.
A crowded stage, packed with the best in the world, looking to make history once again at the Esports World Cup. And we start off with a ruthless group stage.
Best of ones, anyone can fall.
Best out of one?
Group
That's
stage de
crazy.
l'Esports World Cup, League of Legends.
That's crazy.
I am the arena.
They are the arena. What is
I
this?
am the slaughterhouse.
What is that?
I am the cathedral where empires are born. I am the grave.
Why we get
where
this?
thrones are torn.
Why we get this religious
When the crowd pour in like the sun under the Pont Marabou, heroes are minted in my light. Mythologies whispered into the long night. I choose no sides. I keep no score.
What the heck?
I only hold the silence before the first roar.
And we're lifting up Tristana like she's gonna die. Are we taking her as a sacrifice? What the heck?
I've watched new faces being carved into gods in a single day. A single fight. A single flash of brilliance that rewrote every record in sight. I also saw them fall. Kings, egos, names, all crumbled by one bad call, one missed spell. One doubt that was never meant to dwell. I have watched brilliance take over, mastering the rift by the speed of thought, a moment of perfection that cannot be bought. I held the breath before the kill, and caught the long exhale when the final one fell. I am the beast who cradles legends in my glow, and the same one that swallows them whole. And yet, I am still here, waiting for the next souls brave enough to walk my stage, to take their places beneath my gaze, to rise or to fall, and to seal their fates.
No, that's cool. No, that's cool.
An absolutely epic opening ceremony here for League of Legends. Obviously, Gen.G walking out at the end with their big EWC trophy from last year. The team to beat is what it was said, and yes, they are the title defenders, but at the same time, there's just so much competition here. Feels like every year we don't know exactly which team is going to make it. Maybe Gen.G actually do play much better here at this EWC and surprise us all. Would be pretty interesting to see that. Obviously, they have some pretty big names, but yeah, anything else that stood out to you guys from the opening ceremony?
Yeah, I mean, it's from Gen.G perspective. There's 15 teams and looking at them and trying to get the trophies out away.
I like how we just left. We just left the Group A stage and their Group main creed, and then just went back to our stage, which is better anyways, because I think our stage is really good as well. We're just gonna have to wait for them to come all the way to our side then.
For the BO3 is gonna be related BO5.
Alright, chat, how's everything? How's everyone in
I just feel like
everyone's
the fact
speed?
that
Is everyone having a great morning?
But, well, very much like
I kinda want, so I'm looking around, right? And I'm also just like, ooh, who else is streaming? Who else can we like talk to? Because, you know, streaming be like that. It really do be like that.
Again, it's not like they lost out on not making it to MSI by like some long, large stretch.
Yeah.
It was one game, right? So they're still going to be scary. So I think still realistically one of the teams to beat, or the team to beat, really.
Yeah, I mean, who knows how strong they got through all those scrims. And,
you guys down to make some friends with me?
To, as you said, be the main scrim partner, because you don't want to scrim the other teams that you might face off in a best of 5 against, because you're going to be showing off a lot of your stuff in those scrims, whereas Gen.G could have shown anything, and the other teams could have shown anything to them. So I feel like they get the best learning from that, at least. But they don't get a lot of stage experience, but I don't think really any of these guys
yeah, that might work better. Alright, let's try to get some friends. KMT's doing so much good job. Ah, so proud of him. So proud of him.
Okay.
He got to be spamming though. He got their spam. Oh, we got some really cool people.
We do have Team Secret up against Sentinels for our first
champion,
match.
KMT. What does that mean?
I do think that it is going to be fun to see who's going to show up here from these two teams.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's having a good morning, by the way.
Team Secret at the moment, but it's a best of one.
So same, but also Sentinels have this weird thing where they do play up to
I think.
their opponent,
Oh wait.
at least in
it would be better if I just mainstream
really
or co-streamed
the series score was
stream together with
borderline
someone who's
terrible.
watching
They
the
almost,
same
like, missed out
stage.
on playoffs, but their actual game score was something silly like, I don't know, I'm just gonna arbitrary numbers here, but it's like 11-9.
Yeah.
Right? So all their series went the distance. This team, I think, again, it's predominantly made up of Korean players, right? So this like mechanical skill floor is a lot higher than you'd probably anticipate, especially considering when you know you look at the domestic record and it's like, oh, hey, they finished 4th.
Alright, so I want to do some really interesting things with y'all. Alright, I hope y'all don't mind. We're gonna do some education.
Yeah, I mean, NA team is also really known as like
we like doing education over here. We like doing.
You can.
So to I mean, for them, for the Sentinels perspective, like, they don't want to, you know,
and then we'll talk about what's going on afterwards.
From EWC Day 1.
Yeah, I do think there is some pressure there,
That's our team.
Especially because it is a very strong group. You got to start off strong. In terms of experience here, it does feel like it's a little bit all over the place because you got guys like Impact, like Hui.
We love Team
also
Sentinels.
Like
We
Hanbok
do
and
love
Rahel.
Team Sentinels.
Yeah.
Like they played a
We
bunch
love
actually
Sentinels.
in Korea, but it wasn't necessarily at a big or high level.
Boom,
Like
boom,
Hanbok was
boom.
on Bro, I think, for a while, but they
got
weren't.
summoned Egon back.
Yeah. Where's
It's
Egon?
already
He's on the other stage.
I'm also gonna get some water too.
Yeah, like
I haven't drank water yet.
but also
I
he
just woke
wasn't,
up,
like,
dude. It's like
I
2
think he played
a.m.
half,
in the morning over here.
split,
How
and then,
am
like,
I
Rocco
surviving
came
like
in,
this?
so, you
How
know,
am I
he has
surviving
some
like this? I just took an
experience, but it
early
wasn't
nap.
like he was
of course.
playing on playoff stage.
All
I
right,
think when you're on
so
a gigantic stage like this, there's going to be a lot more pressure than I think some of these younger,
Boom.
lesser.
Wait, what? Where'd he go? Whoa, 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 whoa! I hit the wrong button. Okay, sweet. Alright, so I wanted to show you guys what we are looking at and what we're working with for the entire EWC, so that way we're all caught up.
He did get a little bit of time last year as well.
Come on. Alright, boom. Alright, so this is day 1 schedule of the EWC. If you don't know what the EWC is, it's the Esports World Cup. What's great about the Esports World Cup is there are about, we saw on stage 8 teams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah. So we have 8 teams per stage. And there's 2 streams going on right now. For day 1, we're gonna try to get through all of these games. It is the best out of 1 championship series. What's crazy about it too is that since it is the best of 1, every single game counts. Well, okay, I don't think it's a best of 1. I think it's the best out of 3 with single elimination. I think that's what they're doing. Not to say that's bad or anything. I think it's pretty good. But definitely it's a hard match. Hard matchups that's gonna be happening. We have people coming from every single stage, from different locations and different areas.
That's always the champion, I feel like, you know, but especially for
and the one thing that everyone's talking about, because they just came back. Here, look. This is Team Secret as well. We're going to be watching Team Secret. Team Secret's going to be a matchup where we'll also watch it. Going back to it, everyone just is talking about MSI. MSI is one of the biggest competition that they recently just had too. Let me get you some more information. I got it.
2-3 patches ago, and then ever since then he's been kind of a mainstay here and there in the meta. So definitely very good. I think as well their solo laners are very interesting. They're going to be bringing in weird picks, and also
there we go.
This is very chaotic.
Alright, so MSI
is very raw. They're good at the game, but also can they
where's my mouse? Where's my mouse? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd my mouse go?
Some of our other regions teams.
And
Not sure.
I think that's the exciting part about this roster, just kind of like
Liquid
CFO came in and were so exciting for all of 2025. And when that roster got picked apart, I feel like a lot of LCP fans
so
were like, well.
MSI just happened literally last week, and everyone's like, oh, they're tired, they got a bunch of things going on, stuff like that. But basically MSI was a pretty decent competition. About $2 million also involved as well. The one biggest part is that their $1 million doesn't lead up to like club points. Club points is something that Esports World Cup is doing on their own, and it just helps them out with like getting another trophy and some extra money. $7 million, which is pretty decent. I'm not gonna lie, $7 million is kind of decent. But those winners were Hawaii. Hawaii qualified for Worlds, and that meant a lot more for them, because if you win certain tournaments, you qualify for the World Championship, which is where everyone wants to be. That's where all the sponsors are, and that's what everyone's watching. They're watching those Worlds. As you can tell, there's some teams that are on here that are not going. So the teams that are not going to be at the EWC. The teams that aren't here is Deep Cross Gaming, DCG.
Who's going to show up for the best one? Who's going to be ready?
Yeah, DCG's not here. Another team that's not here is Team Liquid. Team Liquid is also not here. What else we got? Top Esports is also not here either. And I think Lions. Oh no, Lions. Yeah, so only like 2 teams aren't here. Yeah, 2 teams aren't here. And the biggest part about this is that the Esports World Cup, although it does showcase like $2 million, there's $75 million still on the line for all multiple games and stuff like that for the entire esports organizations. It doesn't really qualify into Worlds as strongly as MSI did. And with MSI, you actually have really true diehard fans that are into the esports scene for League. And when you come to EWC, there are diehard esports fans as well. It's just that for EWC, it's a wholly different vibe, different story that goes on too. Such as the Key Crush. The Key Crush is one of the most famous things about this tournament specifically, is that you could take their triangles, their keys, and you can crush them. If you have not been around or seen the EWC tournaments or anything like that, there are spots to where you grab a key, you crush it, and then you just make impacts. You just make people cry. Ha ha ha. Which is pretty cool. Yeah, it's a different vibe for sure. And then the other big part is that the players are kind of tired. That's what they're always saying. They're always saying that the players are just tired, and one of the bigger parts is that when you play League, you need a break. You need a break. I guess their break that they only had was literally going on their way from the plane from Korea all the way to Paris. Yeah. Here, let me play you guys the shorts. This is an amazing guy. His name is Alex. Alex. I think it's called Alexter. Alex XPO. Alex XPO. Alexo. And that's experience that Sentinels didn't get. So I'm curious about how quickly they're actually League of Legends. I've been watching his shorts, but his shorts can definitely define what we've been talking about right now. Let's play it right before the game starts.
Woo! That was a rough MSI. We played a lot of good teams, scrimmed a lot, learned a lot. That was one crazy experience. I'm glad we came here, man. I'm glad we qualified. I agree. It was truly an unforgettable experience. Oh, man, I can't wait to just go home and relax for a bit. You know what I'm saying, man? Just do nothing. That's funny. but we're not going home. What? Yeah, we're going to Paris. Paris? But why? For EWC, Esports World Cup. I thought you knew this. Oh, I completely forgot about that. So we grind this rough MSI tournament, and then we just got to play another one right after immediately? Well, that's just how competition works for the top tier teams. Like, you can't really do much about it. Yeah, you're right. I guess I could always just relax after Esports World Cup. Oh no, you can't rest after that. After EWC, we got the JCS. What the heck is the JCS? I thought you knew. The Jupiter Championship. We really just got invited last week. Takes place on the planet Jupiter. Take a look at the invitation that we got right here. You have to be making that up. Let me see that. Oh! Woo, that was a rough.
So basically that is it. Like, they got like multiple games going on, and one of the funniest things is like they don't get a break. It's just like, dang, that sucks. Okay, so we got our 2 teams. We got Team Secret, and we got Team Sentinels. The 2 S's.
Cheers from the audience.
Wow.
As we get the zoom
Okay.
in.
Okay, come on, Team Sentinels. We got you. Oh, I forgot. Okay, so one of the best things is I have a spot here on my shelf, and what I've been doing is I've been doing like some really cool little surprises.
Pretty good.
Yeah, slight crowd favorite.
And one of my surprises is that I'm putting little things from different games on my shelf, since we are doing League of Legends, and it's
gonna be pretty interesting. Darkwings looks like he's
we're gonna get Mr. Scuttle over here from the championship.
In the zone, looks pretty relaxed, to be honest, which is, I think, exactly the mindset you want to have coming into this best of one. Just play your game. I'm sure that, you know, you can get some scrims going. You can try to figure out what the enemy team is going to do.
So we got Scuttle Crab ready right now.
But at the same time, it does feel like you just got to play your game. You just got to do what you prepared and make sure you're ready to go. Maybe do some meditation. You know, that's a faker favorite, obviously. And we did see that Hui was doing that. As we have the coaches, we have the teams ready on stage. We are going to be hopping into draft in just a moment. So very curious to see as well, you know, where the meta is going here after MSI. And it looks like we do have our casters ready to go. So guys, take it away.
All right, let's do it.
Thank you so much, Valdez. That was an
I should get water. I really want to get water.
Sort of series. That opening ceremony was incredible. My name is Pike. I'm joined with Logan as we are here to take you through this first fantastic game. It is Team Secret Whales versus Sentinels. Logan, it's going to be a spicy one.
I'm gonna grab some water real quick, y'all. And then we'll go back into the day one schedule real quick.
Phenomenal. And these teams here today, Team Secret Whales of the LCP and Sentinels from the LCS. Oh my goodness, that zoom in on that key, that is, you know, everything's riding on that. If they drop out, it gets crushed. But right now we're in those upper brackets, so we are chilling before we get into that draft pack.
Yeah, and you got to look at this stage as well. It's looking phenomenal. Well, these teams are looking prime and ready. A lot of them coming from MSI. Team Secret Whales having a pretty good run at MSI too. So they're starting to show up. They're starting to prove their name out here. But Sentinels, it's another story. Both these teams hungry, virile, ready to go and want to take these stage further, because remember, it's a best of one. It's only one game, so draft's really important here.
Best of one means everything matters. You cannot leave anything on the Rift here, right? You've got to get those meta picks. You've got to get those comfort picks, things that you are comfortable on. And let's take a look at the draft here. As you can see, Sentinels coach Golden Glue, you know him, you love him. He is a household name over in the LCS. And then we've got Deos over here for Team Secret Whales. I thought it was actually Warhorse as well there, but we've got some coaching. And I love these graphics that we're seeing here. As these players, they're going to go through these drafts and they're going to take a minute to decide on what they want.
That's the big thing, right? Is like there's so many big picks here. We saw MSI was so massive. We saw a great diversity in what we saw, especially those majors in the bot lane. I think this is one thing we're going to be watching the whole time we're here at EWC. It's going to be very interesting. But again, it's just versatility. It's where do these champions go? We have tanks up in the top side, but you also got hella bruisers. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, we already have some of these bans coming through. I love the bans coming out of Sentinels. They've hit that Nautilus early, that phenomenal support who's able to engage on those long-range bot-side comps, right? That Ash Seraphine, they hate that Nautilus. Poppy shuts down any of those sort of dashes, which we're already seeing coming out of Sentinels. They've got Lee Sin already, that hard early aggression, and they've robbed his toe of it.
Oh, I can't believe that. Robbing his toe is a bit of a nightmare, but it's going to be so good on Humbug here. They're going to be feeling really strong, pulling out big moves in the start of the game. It's going to be a bit difficult for this Ezreal and Karma, but at the same time, it's still an Ezreal. You're going to be able to dash out, you're going to have a little bit of safety, and you're all about playing a little bit sort of back. You can take laning phases yourself. Karma's going to be roaming around. It is going to be BA, moving around the map and trying to influence mid, top, even the jungle.
That's the thing I do love about this bot side comp, right? You can leave an Ezreal alone to farm all on their own while you actually have impact on that Rift. Karma gets around faster than you expect, but I'm also loving these other bans we're seeing. We've seen Camille banned. She's such a high prio support. Immediately coming out of MSI, she's super aggressive, right? She's the Lee Sin of support. You need to go hard and fast early with this one. Bard, just an absolute menace, taken away. So you can tell they've done their research here. Rumble with all of that top lane priority, but his toe for me, I think he has to get that Xin Zhao. He is phenomenal on that champion, but then it depends on the draft.
That is so true, but you've picked up the Rise now, so we're past the first pick phase, and it's looking really good. The Rumble being locked in tells me they are looking for some big team fights. They're going to be looking mid to late game, but Lee Sin's going to be working the map. As long as it's going to be a relatively decent sort of matchup in the top side, we're thinking most likely a Cassante, usually sort of that answer into the Rumble, means we're going to see a little bit more, but there it is. Din Xin Zhao has been taken off the board. They are now looking at his toe as this playmaker that is going to move the map. There are other options too. J4 could still be up, but it hasn't been banned out yet. So Cassiopeia, Anivia now taken out too. They're looking at the mid game. They're looking at taking out Dark Wings a little bit further out, but we have seen the Anivia and the Cassiopeia in the spot side. But Jin being locked in. Now I'm looking at supports. What do you put with this Jin to really power through this team?
One thing before we get to that, they have clearly identified Histo as the threat. Yep. They just banned J4. These are his 2 most played to date champions in 2026. He comes in here as the youngest player. He was the youngest going into MSI. He's the youngest here at EWC, and those are his top 2 most played. So Sentinels have done their homework. They've done the research and gone, Histo, you do not get comfort. You do not get meta. You have to work even harder for this. But as you said, Anivia gone. So a lot of that playmaking ability, those walls, and we're seeing Wukong locked in here for Histo of Team Secret Wales. I kind of like this pick. The engage potential from this, really good, and Bruiser, as you called.
Yeah, like this is the big thing, right? There's not too much front to back right now for Secret Wales. They are very sort of that poke heavy. They want to lock them down a little bit, but right now, Wukong coming in, going to get that Cyclone off, is going to do a really good job. Now, the Orianna. I don't know how we missed this, Logan, because this champion has been all over the Rift for months now. So being this sort of high priority mid laner too, it does well into the Rise, and paired up with the Lee Sin, that's a ball delivery system if ever I've seen it, and I'm very scared to see this mid jungle duo for Sentinels really pop off.
One thing that's interesting to note to me is both of these comps are looking very fragile right now. Rumble is in that top side for impact, but Rumble is not your traditional tank. He can dish out a lot of damage, but he can't take a lot of damage.
Oh! Blitzcrank being locked in. That is aggression if ever I've seen it, Logan. Pairing it with the Jin, you're going to have great lockdown. That is huge. He must be feeling good today.
Yeah, and after we saw Delight on Blitzcrank at MSI, he was an absolute menace. But what are these compositions right now? I mean, Impact is clearly on the Rumble in the top side, but what is... Ah, there we go, Tim. Yep. So they were messing with my emotions there. Oh my goodness. Cassante. That classic Cassante Rumble top lane matchup. So it's going to be a much slower lane, but it's going to be that front line that Team Secret Wales so desperately needs. But this is the 8th most played champion in Pun's history, right? I was expecting something a little spicy from him, but I just don't think the Sentinels composition allows for it.
Look, that's it. When there is a Blitzcrank in this game, it is all about having that wall. Cassante is that wall. You need to keep Eddie alive as long as possible. You need to keep D-Ray surviving these fights and being able to come in with a Realm Warp and do some damage. So that's what I'm really looking at here. You can see Warhorse, you can see Deos there having a chance saying, what is the team's next move? Where do they put that focus? And it has to be this bot side for Team Secret Wales. They need to give Eddie a slight lead, an edge, a movement in the game, and they should be able to run away with it. But you can't ignore Sentinel's team comp here is damage, damage, damage.
Aggression across the Rift coming out of the Sentinels here, and this is their first international, right? Sentinels joined the LCS here in 2026, and they have made it through the online qualifiers to get to EWC, so they really want to put on a good show for this international event here, and, you know, sometimes they can be quite feast or famine, but right now you have to be feast. Yes, this is at the upper brackets, but it's a BO1. You lose here, you get knocked down to the lowers, and you are on your last chance, and that is not where you want to be for both of these teams, Pike. So really excited for both of these compositions. Team Secret Wales, they've gone with the more the traditional front to back. They've got the front line in Cassante, but a lot of poke. However, Sentinels, hyper aggression.
It's pick potential. That Blitzcrank is where I'm going to be looking at who he needs to be making plays early and aggression. And we're getting onto the Rift here now, Logan, ready for game 1 for League of Legends at EWC 2026. And it is going to be a big one. This is both these teams. Like you said, it's Sentinel's first time at an international event. Secret Wales, they've come off some good wins at MSI. It's two teams looking to make their mark here. And here we go, 30 seconds in, they're on the Rift, and we're seeing what their play is going to be, but it looks pretty stock standard.
Yeah, both teams, though, they have a fair bit of international experience, right? Obviously, Sentinels, they've got Impact, a former world champion. So he brings a lot of experience to these games, and Team Secret Wales, though, they've been to so many international events. They have a lot of international experience. They're able to handle the pressure that comes with these live crowds, these marathon best-ofs, which obviously isn't the case here being a BO1, but they know what they're in for. They've been here before, and they can do it again.
Chat, we're back.
We do take a look here. We've got D-Ray in that mid lane.
Yeah,
on that rise.
pause the game. Pause the game. Don't start without me. What the heck?
But
What are you guys doing?
As you were saying,
What are you
Team Secret
doing?
Wales, I think their
League of
bot lane
Legends.
will be
All right,
what will
let
be
me
their
grab.
win condition, but I think Sentinels, their mid through top, can be their win condition.
Yeah, I think it's that Lee Sin Oriana combo, right? I think that's one of those big things that a lot of teams really utilize well, especially at this pro level. They can get that ball delivery in. One good shockwave, we've seen teams do it before, can turn the tides. So we'll have to see as we have hit a little technical pause, and we're just going to see these fantastic teams on your screen. But still, we got onto the Rift, and I'm kind of curious. What do you think is going to be like the major final factor of this series, this particular game, Logan? Where do you think the action's going to be?
I dare say you almost hit it in the nail on the head with the Oriana Shockwave, right? We have seen Caps, we have seen Faker get those 4-man, those 5-man Shockwaves that has ended a team fight before it has even begun, and then they've just been able to run straight down mid and take the game. But that will be mid through late game. We're still, oh, good hook from Louis.
Look, it's going to be the rocket grab that is going to pull BA in, but it's still a Karma. You do have a lot of the Mantra shields. You can play relatively safe and get some damage back, but you can see they're getting ready for that level 2 as second wave is prime, but we'll have to see because already I can see Humbug is down bot side. Could be looking for a level 2 gank.
Yeah, junglers have started on opposite sides of the rift here. We've got his toe on the top side. We've got Humbug on that bot side. But a great first hook coming out of Huhi to put that pressure onto Team Secret Wales. You must respect the Blitzcrank hook. Yes, they've lost in HP for now, but they're also up in health potions as D-Ray walking forward aggressively into Darkwings. He needs to be careful. He has warded out this camp though, so Humbug probably not going to be able to get anything done here as Pun looking low into the likes of Impact on that Rumble.
Yeah, but the big thing here is Pun still has a slight lead. So yes, you're looking low. You're always going to go low into a Rumble in Cassante matchup, but it's not about the early game. It's about how fast and passive. But look at Pun already taking so low.
Games. Dude, they're just getting right into it.
And
Impact is
no health, no matter for either side, but
good.
it
Don't
is
get any kills yet.
in this top lane.
Pun is feeling himself, world champion or not. He will take it to you in the
They're
1v1.
into it. They're just tired. I know that they're tired of that. That's what it is. Oh yeah, this is definitely best of 3. Best of 3 single elimination match. So basically, they just gotta win 2 of these matches, and then they'll be able to move on, which is better. Honestly.
Pun has made it back out onto the rift using that teleport. He needs to be so careful. He's really pushed up right now, so a gank could come through there. But we're back on those bot sides. The wards are down. It doesn't look like a gank will be coming through. His toe just finishing his jungle.
I think the big thing here is I'm surprised that there wasn't that early level 3 Lee Sin gank. I think I would have liked to see that out of Humbug, but nice hook there, does miss. Now they're trying to move forward, and this is good aggression from Team Secret Wales on this bot side. It's what we wanted to see.
I got some popcorn being made. Whoever gets the first kill, chat, you guys gotta let me know, okay? When I come back, I want to see us dominate.
The other side, there needs to be that early aggression. If Lee Sin doesn't get those kills online fast, they're going to start falling off.
I really am surprised that Humbug didn't go for that onto Cassante, actually. He was in the topside jungle of Team Secret Wales. He definitely could have wrapped around, but Pun did have a ward, had the vision, as his toe just appears bot side, gets a ward down, and Sentinels do spot him, so he's going to take that recall. But in the mid side, they've got their recalls. Humbug, though, might be looking for something here. He's trying to play around vision. They need to be careful.
Yeah, it looks like Huhi might be looking for a big rocket grab, as there's the flash forward. Eddie able to move, but flashes the wall, able to survive a little bit longer, and you know what? 5-minute cooldown, that is on the clock, and we could be seeing a repeat gank onto Eddie.
Yeah, that's a 5-minute timer, as you say, and if that aggression comes through again, he's going to be stuck. That was fantastic shift from Eddie being able to get away, forcing them to overcommit and then flashing over the wall. BA, safe as you please. He wasn't the target. They weren't going for him, so no cooldowns expended there. Sentinels back away, starts a recall as this mid lane fight is somewhat hotly contested. Both of these mid laners, the Darkwings has committed that teleport, but D-Ray traditionally has that ghost, also has that flash, so we'll be able to take any sort of ganks that come through that mid side. So well positioned there. And credit to Impact, he is catching up on the CS in this top side matchup.
Yeah, look, and that's to be expected, right? We do know that that's going to be the single case. Rumble, especially Impact, very well-known player, incredibly skillful, has the hands, and this is going to be a test for Punt. They have to be a little bit more safe, I would say, in this lane. If they're not, it could be a disaster. So we have to really see Punt is going to be that front line, like we've said, and now BA being looked at, going to be hit up. This could be first blood as it's a good flash, but still takes the resonating strike. BA still running half health. Here's Histo looking for a bit of a cheeky fight too, but no. Isn't able to do it. First dragon has spawned. It is going to be that Infernal, so a little bit of extra damage will go a long way in this early game. Yeah, I think BA kind of got lucky there. Who he was going to predict with that hook, but unfortunately, because of the lockdown from the Deadly Flourish, is Huhi moving again. BA was able to dodge it and hold the flash, which got him away from the follow-up engage, and then Histo showed face. Sentinels respected that. We're like, all right, no worries, we will back away. But Huhi is roaming. Huhi is looking to make impact early. He's already left that bot side, and he's like, you know what? I'm going to get other lanes ahead here. We're going to win through this mid through top side that we were talking about earlier as well. And the Drake has been started up. Histo is onto it. But it's who's first to the Dragon, so you're right. It is Histo, but can Eddie and BA leave this bot side? We have seen Rahel sitting there comfortably, just holding the waves back, but now they're getting the shove. BA should be looking to make a rotation up, but if you leave Eddie unattended, it could be a disaster. One good hook can get the kill. It's just a shame that they haven't locked those kills down early. Just not enough damage. But Humbug looking for a potential dive up here with Impact, but no, says, you know what? It's fine. Let's back it off. We're going to trade the drag. Grubs aren't even up yet. You still got a minute and 45 seconds on those, so this could just be them looking to see if they can make some plays across the map, but it is Secret Wales, slight lead. It's not much, but it's 300 gold. I do like that we saw Humbug on that top side. That was a big wave that was crashing, but I think they respected the fact that it is still a Cassante. Cassante is one of the hardest champs to dive under a tower, no matter what you might think of your opponent as BA going in. Yeah, looking for a fight. Does get hit with a rocket grab, but there's a lot of damage. Huhi, Eddie's been hit with that. Cyclone is good. Is it going to be enough? They get first blood. Secret Wales are on the board, and they are going to be chasing them just a little bit further, but it is first blood for Histo. Team Secret Wales take the first blood. They get that first blood gold bounty as well, and they've put themselves ahead. They're currently at 1,000 gold advantage with 1 minute before the Grubs, 4 minutes before that second Drake. So great position to be in. The kill did go over to Histo too, so you want that accelerated jungler. Youngest player here is looking for those big damage. We'll have to see. As you can already see, it is Histo already working towards that top side. Probably going to do a little top side clear, then look at those Grubs as they spawn in 45 seconds. But great aggression and a bit of counterplay there too. BA felt very comfortable. Knew that Histo was in the area for that, so I love to see it. We'll have to see if they can start making moves across the board again. But now, Hex Flash over the wall. It looks like it is who you may be looking for something, but okay, they're just backing it off. It has also been D-Ray as well, has sort of had to take a little bit of the back seat in a lot of these mid lanes too, so I'd like to see them get a little bit accelerated. Looking for something. Yeah, Team Secret Wales is here. The whole team, it's a big fight. They want some more as they're getting knocked out. Shockwave is good, but is it going to be D-Ray? Has to flash. Look at the backside though. There it is. Another kill for Histo. Looking for more. Huhi has to be careful. They're getting low. They're getting dangerous, but the hook goes forward. It pulls in BA. They're underneath the tower now. They're not going to be able to hold on just that much longer. Rahel picks up the kill, and it is a 1-for-1. Ultimately, only a 1-for-1 for that massive team fight. They did bring 4 members each here. Histo has both of those kills, so their jungler is ahead, but Rahel comes out on top here, picking up that 1 kill. Down 10 CS though, so Eddie still gold advantage, but it is nice to see Rahel catching up, and that priority over to Team Secret Wales, they're able to get onto those Grubs. But let's take a look at this replay. It's Humbug aggressing forward, trying to take these camps from Histo, and Team Secret Wales, they collapse. They see the play coming, and they go for it.
I got meat and popcorns.
What
we missed? We missed a team fight. A team fight where Team Secret initiate. Oh, Team Sentinels. Nice running back. Bro, nice. Dude, they let play Blitzcrank. Okay. Alright, now that's a Team Secret type of mistake you do. You let him play Blitz. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, hold up. Hold up here. Hold up here. Where'd we come from? Where are we getting from? Wait a minute. Nice. Nice. Oh my gosh. First kill? Oh, Pun's first kill.
What are you doing? You just saw Humbug on the Lee Sin
yeah.
there, and he baits it in. He knew exactly what he was
that hurts.
doing.
That hurts. I felt that.
Turned it around on the Sentinels. Team Secret Wales up 3-1 against Sentinels right now.
Up
1K
3-1.
gold
Hello?
lead objective starting to appear on the
Hello?
map again. 1.5 minutes to that Drake. Here.
Okay.
Are we going to look for that hook or just tell them to bugger off?
Yeah, look, I think they're saying
Oh my
maybe we want
gosh.
to go for something here, but impact's low. You've got to be super careful with that because Pun can stay quite tanky in these fights and hold a little bit more. They do have that Negatron choke because they're going to have that little bit of magic resist too. Maybe staying here for Pun is not a bad idea. You do have that blue buff, so you're able to get a little bit more mana. Equalizer drop just to clear the wave. I do respect
what do we
that.
got?
Yeah, you got to get that
We got
CS,
Rumble?
you got to slow the advance down. I mean,
Yeah, Rumble, Ori,
CS now too, so
we
he
have
has
Lee,
caught up, and
we
he
have
is sort
Jin,
of
and
keeping
Blitz.
the lane stable, right? Sentinels can depend on their top laner. Again, former world champion, so you know he's good at this. And we take a look at the vision control, right? Both teams have so much vision through these rivers, especially around that mid lane. D-Ray, he hasn't been ganked yet, so to speak. They're trying to make some plays on him, but they're more opportunistic than forced.
I think D-Ray's happy to take the back seat here. You want to get those items on the board, like already just got Swifty boots, maybe a tier. It's not the greatest start for a Rise, but when is it ever really a great start for a Rise when you're trying to get that tier online and get that scaling on board? But yeah, gold lead is still quite comfortable. 1k gold for Secret Wales here, like you said, with those 3 kills. But we need to start seeing what Sentinels can do to be a bit more proactive. They haven't.
Sorry, chat. I hope it's not too loud when I'm doing popcorn.
Secret Wales have that control.
Hey, you gotta get your popcorn. Everyone get your snackies. People get your
Remember,
snackies.
we have a Lee Sin in the game. We want to see Humbug do something with it.
I mean, the thing is, we are seeing Humbug do things. He's just not coming out of those fights well. 0-2 and 0. That is not a Lee Sin that we want in his early stage. Hopefully there's a way for him in the late game, but Pun, all out.
Looking for something straight off the wall.
No.
Impact's got nowhere to go.
No, Impact.
Could be a solo.
Dude, I'm watching Impact, and every time I come back to see Impact, he's always doing on the losing side. Why is the person who's spectating with the camera turning back to Impact losing? We need Impact winning. Okay, here comes our
straight up. They're looking for the team play. They might be able to do much, but Humbug is looking to back off already. I think they're just conceding the drag. I think Secret Wales just sent the masses.
Well,
yeah, they absolutely respected the numbers. I mean, Pun was there as well. He TP'd down to give them that numbers advantage. So from that fight that Pun had with Impact, he forced him away into the recall, prevented the recall, TP'd down, giving them that top side advantage and the numbers advantage.
Flash goes forward. Is it going to be enough as the Cyclone's being used? He's so slow. The shields are good. The Mantra might keep them alive. Dashing away. He doesn't know where to go. He's pulled left, right, and center. But the hook does go through. It is all of Secret Wales. Flashes burnt.
You know what
they get
saved
out
them
with
there?
their lives.
Yeah, Arcane ship there from Eddie to get him over the wall. What I really love there is that they did it
because they had a Imagine Dragon. Imagine Dragon. Because they had the actual dragon. Yeah, it saved them. Saved them all.
It does mean that BA is susceptible to a gank, but that is a very, very tanky support.
That person in my stomach just watching.
These mid laners, they're just chilling. They're just farming their CS. Darkwings is 20 up over D-Ray. D-Ray, I think, is kind of playing the sort of...
Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's having a great morning right now.
A lot of that push into him, but the team is okay with this for now.
I think that's the big thing, right? Orianna does have that little bit of an advantage in the early game. Once you hit 6, the Shockwave is that big team fight objective, but Rise is just a bit of a slow burn in these games. So still looking for that Rod of Ages. It's only like halfway complete. So it is going to be a while till we see D-Ray really come online. But yes, you're right. Darkwing picking up the Blackfire Torch. It's going to be a lot of burn damage, going to be able to be a bit more sustained in these fights. So I'm curious to see how they're going to start moving around the map because we've seen all of Sentinels trying to move together. Roam as one, but it's just not landing as it should. So nice of Impact trying to cancel the back, but not just in time.
What I'm loving right now, though, is the ward setup, the vision control. The Rift Herald is up in 1.5 minutes, and we're seeing a lot of Team Secret Wales vision around that top side from the jungle of Sentinels, right? So they want to see where the Sentinels are coming in for this Rift Herald.
I have no clue how Free Fire working
We saw Pun pick up that Canic Rook a couple minutes ago, so he feels a lot more comfortable trading into that AP damage that Impact is able to do. Humbug with the Eclipse, able to trade a bit more effectively. Pisto also on one item though, so it's somewhat competent. That Drake though, still 3 minutes off. Time enough to get half, maybe a full item for some of these players.
Oh, it looks like he's looking for something, trying to get a little bit more. Is there is the Cyclone, but it is 3 against 1. Nice kick, the Dragon's Rage lands, and it's a shutdown going for Humbug. But now they're looking at Eddie. Good flash to try and get out. The Curtain's Call is there. Let's see if they can send a full kitchen sink at Eddie, but he's holding on. The Smite goes forward. It's not enough.
No way.
Humbug picks up the double.
All right, there we go.
Nice
there we go.
And Sentinels take it 3-3.
Yeah, great timing.
Okay, I'm glad to see that they're actually trying on the stage.
Sentinels have put themselves in a
You know.
great position. Humbug, if he wants, will have time to recall and get back out onto the Rift because there has been that Hextech Drake, so the gates have been open. They're able to roam a lot quicker. A lot of these role quests nearly finished as well, only waiting for Huhi.
The big thing about roaming quicker too, it is a Hextech Soul. That's the big thing. You have those gates now. You can get to these things. Oh, good hook over the wall. D-Ray caught on a ward, but no, they have to flash away. The ghost is good. Humbug wants more blood. This is the power of the Lee Sin. Let's see if BA can come to the help. Nice to be able to do a little bit more damage, but Humbug has to leave.
Yeah, Humbug respecting the fact that D-Ray had been alive a little too long. Team Secret Wales were collapsing, but that gives them a free Rift Herald. Team Secret Wales not able to sort of present arms, if you will. Histo, though, still having a look here.
Nothing's ever free here, Logan. That is the difference. Secret Wales will always be proactive. That's the difference. Straight into the TP. They're over the wall. It's a little bit of an aggressive TP too, but they're looking for everything. This could be the team fight that we've been waiting for. Pun's in the middle. The wall is looking good. Eddie's getting tongued out by on the backside, but Impact. Equalizer is good. It's onto 3. Is it going to be enough as there's a huge barrage? Is it going to be enough to lock them down?
Good team fight. Eddie, goddamn.
Now they're looking for a little bit more. Pun
Come
is
on.
in the backside doing
Do
the damage.
Wukong.
Histo's
Wukong
just
do
joining the
Wukong
fight.
things.
Flashes go forward. Let's see if the damage is going to be enough as Pun still very low. Good shield, but no. Humbug comes in.
Good job.
Shutdown's
Lee Sin
even
doing
better.
Lee Sin
But now
things,
look
I
for the
guess,
Boris.
but-
Histo's there. Picks up Hui. Still underneath the tower. Realm Warp's going to be good, but
Nice.
it's not enough. They can't get out. It's a double kill. Humbug could
No,
be
don't
looking
make
for
it a quad.
quadra if
Don't
they're
make
good
it a
enough.
quad.
But no, it's not
Don't
going to
make it a
get there
quad.
just in time.
Leave it the way
But
it is.
still, Rift Herald was not claimed.
Team Secret Wales overstepped. They won the initial fight. They were up 5v4. They took Impact out.
We got
and they
Wukong.
kept on
We
chasing.
got,
His toe rooted up under the
Rise
toe, goes
is
down. Humbug
Karma.
gets in there, kills Pun. I mean, Team Secret Wales had that early advantage. They should have just gone.
Cassante as well, right?
We've got the numbers advantage. We'll
Dude,
take
everyone
that
wants
Rift Herald.
Cassante.
You can't contest us.
I swear, if
And unfortunately,
Cassante loses this game, they're just gonna buff his ass and be like, "Oh, we're actually behind on this." I don't know. I don't know.
See here, Impact, 3 members of Team Secret Wales, 4 go on this frontliner, but he's already got his value. He's got the equalizer down. He's forced Team Secret Wales back, and the shockwave in the backline onto 3 did so much damage that they have to be careful stepping forward. So this is where Sentinels is able to kind of be like, you know what, come into us. I'm going to root you under this tower. You are already low health, and then the interrupt on D-Ray's Realm Warp, the knock-up, beautifully timed.
And I love that it just cancelled out with the Dragon's Rage. The Realm Warp couldn't go through, but now it is the 3rd Dragon of the game. Secret Wales have the control. Cyclone goes forward. Equalizer didn't hit too many. Let's see if they can hold off as Dragon's still at 4k health. BA had to flash away. We're looking to the backside. Pun is in the thick of it. Hit with the final shot. Pun could go down here. They're going to be very careful. Humbug picks it up. And
We get a dragon. We get a dragon. And we get the most impactful dragon ever. Alright, Hextech Drake is pretty good, mainly because of the abilities that you have that can stack on top of it. It's like burning damage on top of your burning damage. You can just do it twice, honestly. And it's P. It's P. It's very perfectly. It's like to a T.
We're not
Perfect.
going to give you any more. It's only the 3rd Drake of the game. We have so much more time, and the Rift Herald is still up. That said, the gold diff still 1k in Team Secret's favor. That said, the longer the game goes, the less it matters. So Sentinels will be happy with this, and they are first to that Rift Herald, and it looks like they're going to get this jungle objective too.
I think that's fine. I think Secret Wales are happy to take that back seat here. They say, you know what, we got the first 2 drags, we got the Void Grubs, we're happy with the first tower too. Maybe we just need to take it back, but let's watch this replay again, Logan.
Yeah, Pun goes in here, right? And Sentinels just collapse on him. There's some poke over onto Eddie and BA. And as you said here, right, Darkwings is in a 1v2 against Eddie, and he's winning. Eddie forced to Arcane Shift as Pun is just on this bot side with the Drake, tanking the world. And BA flashes away from Darkwing's Shockwave, which otherwise probably could have killed them. And here's the smart call. Team Secret Wales backing away. Sentinels blinking health bars, but it is enough to win the Drake. And they're on the board with those Drakes, and they get that Rift Herald. The damage coming through.
I'm biased. I
has
get
to be
my own
respected. It is
esports
an
teams that I
Oriana, no
support
matter what
during
you
this
might think
time.
in these 1v1s.
Yeah, I think this just sort of shows and tells the story of that. Where was D-Ray? Where was Pun? They weren't really in this. Like, you could see that Pun was in that fight, but they were just getting shredded. So they weren't able to do what they needed to do and sort of split the fight open. But great of Secret Wales again. They've been able to say, okay, we lost our front line. It's not worth it. So they had to lose a couple objectives to it. It's not the end of the world. Like you said, gold is actually very even now. It actually has sort of reset. But 6 kills to 6 kills. It's any team's game right now. Sentinels are starting to come back, and I love this fire.
Yeah, that's it. Team Secret Whales got themselves a nice early advantage, but Sentinels are fighting back into this game. It's dead even across the board. 1 turret per team. Still looking for a pick.
It's Impact getting actually melted down too, but instead Firespin are not going to be able to enough, and still, that is a couple TPs. Realm Orb's now coming in. Pun wants to join this party. Let's see if they can get into
oh my gosh. Nah, Cassante. Not the Cassante buff. Homies. Homies. What are we doing?
You have to be so careful. It is a 4v5, and it is all about that pick potential from Sentinels that you have to be concerned about. But now, it is Secret Whales turning the tides. Looking for a fight, but that is who he landing a hook. It's not going to be enough.
I need Secret Whales to turn the tides back. I need the tide to go back, guys. Can we do that? Can we do that real quick? Can we do that, please?
My problem with that kill on Impact was Team Secret Whales committed so much.
Yeah.
There was Realm Warps, there was TPs, and all they got was Impact. And it wasn't like he had...
They're burning a lot.
He already had.
They're burning a lot for sure, trying to get kills. And honestly, that's not like a bad thing. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That means they won't have time for when it goes to objectives like this. Like Baron's up, right? And basically, if they get a quad, if they get like 4 people dead, then they will do Baron. Whoa! One more! Nah! Damn, that would have been sick. That would have been sight. That Israel finally would have died. Oh, he's already dead, but like, you know.
So they could go for this if they want.
Shockwave is good, actually. They're looking for Pun, but he is a frontline tank. He's looking to hold
good
his
inish.
line.
Then we got Void.
It's going to take a little bit more, but they did take
Let's go, Team
T1 too,
Sentinels.
so
I'm with a
it
Team
is
Sentinel
Sentinels
fan.
starting to turn
I
the
am a
tides
Team
there
Sentinel
now
fan.
up in gold.
For now. When it comes to league stuff, I just want to see how NA participates and how they do in Paris. Last week, we had so many NA teams just reach it out of Valorant. Imagine if we had an NA team final for league.
So now they have more map control as well. Now they
That'd be
can
big.
roam and be
That'd be big.
aggressive here.
And the gold's on the right players here, Logan. That is the big thing. Darkwing's looking really solid. But look at Humbug. They are fierce with a 1k gold lead just on themselves. So Histo, yes, has 4 kills to 3 deaths, but 6 kills to 2 for Humbug means that they are making the plays that we've been wanting to see.
And that's what we were saying early game, right? At one stage, Humbug was 0-2-0. He's now 6-2-0. He has not died since those early 2 deaths. So Humbug on an absolute tear. Does have those second items as well. They're all starting to come through. Leandri's there on Impact. The Proto Belt for Darkwings. As we take a look at that damage, Darkwings and Impact, we expect that from the Rumble. Well, you don't expect Oriana to be that much farther ahead of everybody else. But where is D-Ray?
D-Ray's not really in this game right now. Look, that is the whole point of the Rise. You're looking to the late game. You're trying to hold on. But still, we will see it start to scale up a little bit more. As the
Where's D-Ray?
It's almost at its 10 stacks. It's only on 7. Once we get a couple more on there.
D-Ray's playing Rise. Rise is, he scales. He takes a sweet ass time rising.
Starting with these fantastic hooks and able to do something with it. But now, Baron and Dragon are up for grabs.
And Humbug has already started that Dragon. As Sentinels were forcing Team Secret Whales up into that mid lane, Humbug has started the 4th Drake of the game. Team Secret Whales, they don't want to let this one go lying down. Pun walking forward into everything.
And it's looking good. It's a 2k health. Equalizer drops, but History wants to be there, but no.
We got another Drake. That's the only Drake we need, guys. We just need that Hextech Drake. Look at that burn. Look at that burn. Look at that. Ah, I was about to say with a Jin. Hey, there we go. We got Lisa and OP. Lisa and OP. Okay. Okay, one more. Nice. That's okay. Everyone just back out. Everyone just back out. No need to fighting. Take their Oracle Ward. Yeah. Are they rotating for Baron? That's bad. That's bad. I want to do that. Wait, it's low. I would not do the Baron. Why are we doing Baron? I will not do Baron. I will not do Baron.
That's it. And look, this Baron's already at 7k health, so it's going to be melted
okay,
down.
because they're coming back right now. They're back. They're back. They're back. They're back. Okay, fine. Take it.
But Baron at 24 minutes is pretty damn
Oh my gosh. I'm not a pro player.
T1 Baron, but it's still a pretty quick Baron. You do love to see it. As we go back to this fight around the Drake, the equalizer from Impact onto 3+ members, and it is burning them down. Pun I think he was overconfident. He stepped right into 5 of Sentinels and they went, all right, we'll start burning you down. And the rest of Team Secret Wales weren't ready to follow up. They weren't ready to take advantage of the focus here. There's D-Ray. He tries to get something done on the back end around this tier 2, but he's just, he doesn't have that damage yet. He's only just completed his second item. Rise really comes on that third item. And the way Sentinels are playing right now, Pike, I'll be surprised if we get there.
Look, I think Sentinels are looking real sharp right now. 10 kills to 7. They've got a 2.8k gold lead. They're looking good. They're starting to stack those dragons. This is where the dragon stake is so important in this mid to late. And having 2 Hextech dragons means there's a little bit of extra shocks, a little bit of movement is going to be so good. But now it is on Secret Wales. They've got to take that back seat. How do they start pushing forward a little bit more? Can they hold that line and scale to where D-Ray can actually have that impact we wanted to see?
Yeah, and the impact that I'm seeing is impact. His equalizers, whether they're wave clears, whether they're zoning ults, they're actually doing a great job, right? A couple of first ones in those 1v1 situations, but But now that we're in the team fighting situation, Impact knows how to use that equalizer. He's getting so much value out of it, and it breaks Team Secret Wales apart, right? They have to respect that damage, otherwise they will get cooked in those back lines. Sentinels, though, they're on this bot side. They're pushing for this tier 2. They're waiting in this push if someone from Team Secret Wales oversteps, and it could be D-Ray.
It is smart. Secret Wales have started to move forward, and they've identified that they've got the Baron buff. You need to somehow answer it. He's looking for the hook. It is just going to go wide. Good space. There's the Realm Orb's coming in. Hook's down, so the cooldown's good. They're not right on top of them. Is it going to be enough as they try to get some damage off? Curtain Call gets summoned. Is it going to be good? Cyclone's good. It's Eddie picking up the kill, and they take the one, and they say, let's leave it at that.
I was questioning that Realm Warp. They brought 3 members straight into the ultimate of who he opened with a silence onto them, and I was like, surely they're done for. But no, Team Secret Wales are able to Realm Warp aggressively right into the middle of Sentinels and take that kill. Extremely high value, great productivity out of D-Ray to make that call. And that's not one of those set plays. You have to make that call on the snap. Darkwings, though, 1, 2, and 6, another 20 seconds off the rift. So Team Secret Wales have to take advantage now.
That's a little bit of the bounty gold, right? Like, they picked up one of the strongest players in the game right now. Like, it is Darkwing, it is going to be Humbug. They are running this show. Take them out, and you start to take the show into your own hands. So it is now Secret Wales trying to make something. Look at that gold graph. We're on a roller coaster of a game, Logan, once again. And if this doesn't remind you of the LCP, I don't know what does.
At 18 kills in 26 minutes,
I don't get what that means.
A little,
when it reminds you of the
LCP,
LCP.
we're so used to 1 kill a minute at least. Yeah. This is the, the LCP versus LCS, right? They're 2 different styles of play meeting here at EWC 2026.
Oh my God!
It's interesting to see how they
react
with one another, right? It's not like, oh, it's that champion, I know how to beat that. No, it's a player I don't
They're running it back. They're running it back. Sorry, hold up, guys. Hold up. Okay. This is why we have a stream like this. This is why we have a stream like this.
That's a good answer. Okay. I'm going to ask you one more.
Oh,
it starts in 20 minutes.
Too, so you're going to be very careful because they do have that snap catch play. One bad hook could spell disaster for Secret Wales. Or maybe I say one good hook. But still, we need to see Secret Wales being a little bit smarter, controlling the vision.
It's because Team Secret is fighting against Team Liquid. Oh my God!
Hun is doing a great job standing right in front of Huhi, right?
What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?
That's the worst possible target. So
okay, do I do the dual stream? Do I do the dual stream?
Flash comes out, misses out the hook, but that's a 5-minute cooldown once again, and sending out the barrage just to trim the way.
We're gonna run with it. We're gonna run with the dual streams. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna run with the dual streams. All right, how do we do dual streams, guys? Is this very simple?
With the Ghost Blade,
it's
gonna mean a lot. The damage is there. Dragon is up. This is the big thing, and the control from Sentinels is already out. But look at Teams of Secret. They're just sitting at this tier 2. Equalizer gets dropped early. It's hitting 3.
Right,
a lot of damage. Pun on the wrong side could get caught here. The front line is obliterated, Logan.
Wait, did Ori finish? Did Gem and T1 Ori finish? No way. Are they done already? Hold up here.
The tankiest top laner in the world. You will not survive that on your own. So a fantastic play from Sentinels there, and great timing. That Drake is up. They have that numbers advantage, and Team Secret Wales, with no frontline, surely cannot contest this. And I was going to talk about how Humbug chased Histo out of his own jungle and forced that ultimate out of him too. So Histo in no place to contest this one. A really great minute there coming out of the Sentinels from the LCS. I'm loving seeing this
Okay, we're gonna try it. Can we do?
Yeah, look,
Can we
it
do
really
like
is.
double?
You're right. Is they're
If we
playing
can't
really
do double,
smart to how
then
strong
fine.
the players are. That is the difference between a good and a great team.
Oh no, because
Still,
I'm currently
both
streaming a Ray
these
1
teams
broadcast.
are great. They're just putting on a different performance, and it's nice to see Secret Wells. They're trying to claw back what they can. They're trying to get those picks. They're trying to mitigate those losses. But Sentinels doing a fantastic job.
Oh my gosh, they already finished.
This game, they're on soul point. They've got all 3 Hex Drag souls right now, and they're feeling pretty strong. So it now comes down to how big is their pick potential? Because Baron up in 10 seconds.
I was about to say, right, the second Baron is about to occur, but it didn't feel like they got too much value out of that first
We're doing
Baron.
dual stream.
So Sentinels have to be looking to get something more off of this second one if they're able to secure it. But Team Secret Whales, they're primed and ready to go. Almost every single ultimate is up. Almost every single summoner spell is up. But the same can be said for Sentinels. The next fight is going to be a big one wherever they make it happen. 3 Hextech Drakes for Sentinels. Their poke stings. A Mountain and a Infernal there, the Team Secret Whales. So a little extra damage, but a little extra resilience. So the Cassante can stand a bit taller, a bit longer. But in front of Sentinels, it doesn't feel like it.
And look at the vision control. Not only is it traps, but it is pink wards everywhere. And they are massive, and they're doing so much away. But there's a little barrage going forward.
Dude, they've already finished on that side. It's always the best of one. Best of one, best one match. Okay, well, 2 Sentinels are going to win this. Honestly, I need them to win it.
But it is this control. They have had to back off the pressure.
It's not that they're going to anymore. It's just that I need them to win. I need Team Sentinels to win.
Completed
I
his
want
third
them to
item,
win.
so they were just delaying.
Look at his
They
faker.
needed D-Ray to get there. He's got his third item
Look at
online,
fakers.
so now they can fight. They can contest these objectives in a serious way. But Sentinels, they're still on the Baron. Team Secret Whales don't know this is happening right now. The rest of Sentinels is zoning them away.
Do you like this multi-view?
Look, this is it. It's only Humbug doing the
I'm testing
Baron,
this
so
out,
it's a bit of a
chat.
different story.
No!
They have a good
Oh, this
ability.
guy.
They have
This
that
guy's
Sun
pretty
Spy,
cool.
they have Death Stand.
He's a super
Even
cool
the
guy.
Curse as well,
He's a
and
Vietnamese
Humbug's
guy.
not
He's from
really
Vietnam.
strong, but it's not often
And
at
he's
least
bold.
he can solo a Baron, even
I don't know what I should say. Wait, hold up. I want to hear this guy.
Yeah, man, it's so awesome to have you. I kind of wanted to lead off with this question of like the amount that you've invested into esports here for Vietnam and now collaborating with EWC. How has that relationship been like?
It's been amazing. We're very thankful for EWC. Not only are we a club partner this year, but we're one of just a few from Southeast Asia and the only one from Vietnam, so we got to represent for our region, you know what I'm saying? So it's been a lot of fun being here. I've been here for 3 years now. The first year as a guest, just going and enjoying. Second year we competed, and then this year we're back as a club partner.
That's amazing news. And you also said you're collaborating with the team later on.
Yes. So if you guys are tuning in, you guys might be watching this live right now in Ho Chi Minh City. We are doing a watch party with Gen G, the reigning champion.
Vietnam doing it. Vietnam doing the Ho Chi Minh City.
In Ho Chi Minh City and in Seoul. We're doing one actually at one of the top nightclubs in the world, number 68 to be exact.
Top nightclub. Oh, dude, her brain was like, huh? Oh no, and this girl, she's just trying.
Hi guys.
Is that his girlfriend?
Now back to the question, because you
There's a girl behind him. There's a girl that definitely wants a clout. She took a photo. Maybe that's his girlfriend.
No, we've been anticipating this. Such an amazing.
All right, we'll leave him be. We'll leave him be. We're gonna go back to Team Sentinels versus Team Secret. That girl trying to get clout. Oh my gosh, we are on pause mode. I hate
He's
this.
so dynamic, he's such a playmaker that they put him onto something that he's less practiced on, less comfortable on here in this BO1, and it feels like the results are showing.
Another Realm Warpers. Histo's the only one that's taking. His Cyclone goes on to 3. It's going to be enough. Histo just getting
okay.
back. Rahel
Nice.
picks up the kill. The
Nice.
Drop. Equalizer
Nice.
drops as
If you
well.
guys can't see, let me know. But it's basically Team Sentinels demolishing right now. Sentinels is demolishing Team Secret, which is that should be. As it should.
Makes it so much harder, but still another barrage hit, and it forces Rahel to back off, and that's a big chunkier damage now too, Logan.
Great defense from Team Secret Wales.
I hate eating on stream.
As they tried
I feel
to
like I
escape,
look like a flop.
Stop a couple of these recalls, preventing Sentinels from pushing any further with this Baron empowered wave they had there. Here as well, Impact's positioning phenomenal. Gets that equalizer right across the back line, but we're back in live and we're fighting again. again.
Yeah, Pun looking for a little bit of fire, but does get hit with a hook. But Humbug now has a
GA.
Okay. They haven't started yet, so we're just gonna go back to watching this Team Sentinel versus Impact.
This is the dragon fight. This is where both
When it does come out, we'll show it though. I will do a full stream, so we'll do the multi-streamer.
Secret Whales deny it once more. It's a lot of damage coming out. Humbug is still in the pit. Seeing if Pun can do a little bit more. Equalizer is a lot of damage.
There we go. We win another dragon. That's the only dragon we've been winning. The only dragon we've been winning is the Hextech Dragon, which is better, honestly. What we need.
Darkwing picks up his toe, and Secret Whales are just sent packing in game 1.
Yeah, and D-Ray's on the run. He's on the bottom side of the rift. TPs have been committed from Sentinels. They're trying to crack this base open right now. They're trying to stop D-Ray from getting back to the base.
Yeah.
Humbug is onto him, gets the flash.
Yeah, look, and D-Ray has to be so careful because it is just going to be Sentinels charging through mid. But now D-Ray needs to be so careful. He can clear a wave, but is it enough to clear everything? You've got 4 members charging through. Sentinels are locking out this game, and they are very happy to take the first game here at EWC on B-Stream. Sentinels showing up.
Sentinels take their best of 1 against Team Secret Whales. They stay in the upper bracket.
Let's go, Team Sentinels. Let's go. I'm happy for that. Good job.
But then Humbug just was everywhere. He went legendary. And then they also played through Darkwing's beautifully.
Hell yeah. That's it. It is just out of run match. 1 out of 1 round 1 match.
From Team Secret Whales. Pun, yes, he was frontlining. He was trying to prevent them getting through, but he still melts in the face of 5.
And that's the big thing, right? It is really D-Ray taking in these late game carries and just isn't able to get to the late game. So I think we need to see a little bit more from Secret Whales as they go down into that lower bracket. But there it is, Sentinels on your stage. The first winners on B-Stream. Let's send it back to the desk as they get ready to break down that game.
Thank you very much, guys. Fantastic cast on that first one. And
good job, Team Sentinels. Let's go.
Win here.
I'm happy. I'm happy. That's a big win. That's a huge big win.
I thought Team Secret Whales would come in and just win this one pretty easily, but they did not have the best game. And Sentinels just very calm the whole way through. Very calm, collected, great play, honestly, throughout this one. Very consistent. I was also surprised to see Hambach, start off with a 0-2 and then just go 8-2 and really just kind of turn on the Jets on that Lee Sin. That was really good to see him kind of settle things down and play his game. It looks like all the guys on Sentinels looked very calm and were playing quite well today.
Yeah, it was a really nice organized. It's like early game, these competitions, like they start, like as we said, like I think the competition, also how they play the styles, like they would love to go 30-minute plus, like because they are playing against Israel Karma and Rise, like those champions will fall off, like especially you're playing Orianna, and also you have a Jin Bleeds and also Lee Sin as well. But they do have a they showed off like all the momentum there. Like they did get the first Drake, the second Drake, even third Drake. They could have gone for it. Like even they should have got more Drake control, but instead like there was some random dash actually happening in the middle of the game. Like that actually makes the delay for the Secret Whales and Sentinels. I think they punished really good. Like when they make a mistake, like they play for pick, they play for side lane, they play for the waves. I think that was a really good game plan.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those games that's frustrating to look back on for Team Secret Whales, because it's like, when they were losing members randomly and getting picked off, it's like, those deaths in the moment don't feel bad, but then it's like, you go look back in review, it's like, oh, that lost us like a minute and a half of time. And then like Dragon Control, or Control around Baron, right? And it's a shame, because yeah, the start wasn't too bad.
Okay, I just gotta let you guys know this. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna peak. We're gonna peak. I call it peaking, where we just, ooh, what's going on? Oh no, we can't peek. Never mind. There's nothing to peek. There's nothing to peek. Never mind. We're gonna go back to my main stream.
I don't even really feel like in this first one that they were in a position, like a leading position, to where they were like, okay, we should try to close this game out. Like it was very, very close through the early and mid, and there were some swings and gold back and forth. But honestly, after that, it was just a slow climb for Sentinels. So absolutely fantastic start for them in this one. A big win in the best of one. They're gonna, try to win one more and make it out of the group. That's going to be pretty interesting to see. Let's take a look at some of the highlights we did have from this game, if you guys did miss it, as we do go ahead and break down exactly what happened.
That's pretty simple.
So this is the first blood.
Team
like,
Sentinels
like how,
demolished.
You know, like, you can actually get level 6. It's so huge, like it's so ollie. And Lee Sin, he's like actually was so down EXP because like he was not getting anything.
All right, we're gonna go Team A now. We're gonna switch broadcasts and we're gonna go see what's going on over here because this matters. Okay, we're gonna pop over. Because the next stage that's being broadcast right now is T1 against Gem Esports. We have Billy against Mostar, but you know, we want to see this at least.
Well, we got 30 seconds before we head on over to the stage. Who you think is going to step up here and be the MVP of this matchup?
Okay, I'm getting a very strong stare on my side. But you know what? I've always been with the underdog story, and I always supported the underdog story. So I think for this one, it's a best of one.
You know, if
anything can happen, so I'm looking at Kiaya,
if
my gold in GAM, to lead the team
they
to potentially
beat
1-0
SKT in the group stages, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be wild.
T1 and GAM
We're gonna have wild.
Bon. Petite défaite de Carmine. Pour commencer, mais il y a R. Il y a R parce que dans un shonen, il y a des underdogs, il y a des défaites et il y a des légendes. And talking about legends, we're about to welcome the team on stage. Everyone knows who I'm talking about. And who better?
Oh my gosh, where's my chat box? Where's my box?
To help me
Tyler
welcome
won.
T1 on
Tyler
stage.
won down here.
We are pumped to be here, Lou. I am pumped to be in Paris. This is going to be a show.
This is going to be a show indeed. Regardez-le, il est déjà prêt dans les starting blocks pour atteindre et évidemment accueillir son équipe. I know you're here for a reason, Tyler. I know you want to welcome a specific team, but I'm going to have to introduce their opponents first. Do you get it? Should we go?
I understand. Yeah,
we're
ready.
For it?
We're absolutely
He wants to do T1. He wants to do T1.
Let's get it.
All right, Tyler. And get the buff muscles out. Buff it up. We're going to be the Gem. I'm so split. I like T1. T1's pretty good, that's for sure. But I want to see how GAM does. I know I'm a big rooter for Vietnam. Vietnam has a lot of fans for sure. That's for sure.
Here in Paris, ils arrivent avec la casquette
we should DM TK. Let's do it. Y'all, you want to DM TK?
Ils sont prêts.
Let's DM TK real quick.
And now, the real reason we're all here.
The real reason? That's fucked up. That's tough. T1. Stop. Stop it. Stop, Tyler. Don't be me. Stop being me.
Les champions du monde en titre. 6 championnats du monde à leur actif. Et ils viennent pour le WC à Paris. Mesdames et messieurs, are you ready for it? One more time, faites du bruit!
What an incredible introduction there. T1 introducing T1. It's an absolutely beautiful time. It just fits. Yeah, I've replaced Wolf. I've got Ox up here with me to go through T1 versus GAM. And I'm really glad that TK isn't actually here on the caster desk because he doesn't get to intimidate us into thinking that GAM are going to win.
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely T1 pretty heavily favored, but I will say one thing we've consistently seen from T1 this year is the circus.
That is true.
And also, I know GAM, especially a lot of Vietnam teams, very aggressive, and I know that T1 are just going to dive into that. This is, I expect a high kill game. I expect chaos, but probably at the end, it will be GAM's Nexus, which is destroyed.
That is probably what's going to happen. However, this is a really fun team, right? And Kiaya has been around for a really long time and has an extraordinarily deep champion pool. And attacking Doran has been how teams have been able to take down T1 so far this year, or at least at MSI. So maybe they can actually get through that way. And I was thinking back, right? Because I knew I know Levy left, right? And then Drakthar came into the squad. And I was like, where have I heard that name before? He played in the Kesper Cup in 2024.
Wow.
He was actually there for Team Vietnam, and I was like, oh, that's where I've seen this guy. And he was playing with Pun, actually, from Team Secret, who are here at this tournament. Arrest was also on that team as well, who is here on GAM. And so we actually have a little bit of tape over in Korea as well, and probably actually played against at least a couple of these players on T1 right here. So maybe he can utilize some of that experience in order to get a little bit of a leg up over T1 in this particular match, because it's a best of one. TK actually did say it pretty straight when he was talking about the fact that surprises can happen. And maybe Trouble was onto something there as well with her GAM prediction. So we'll just have to see whether they can find an angle here, because it will be an uphill battle. But as they said, they got nothing to lose.
And that's the thing as well, with it being a best of one. We've seen upsets happen in best of one quite a lot of times. It's a bit harder to get it in a best of 3 or a best of 5. But you just come out all guns blazing. If you're aggressive, catch them off guard, it's definitely a way to punish.
Yep, and whether it be the LCP or the VCS, as there's the man himself, they have always been a very aggressive region. And so maybe they can just get that snowball rolling before T1 have really even started the game yet.
I remember as well Taki, who's on this roster.
Yeah, he's been around for a really long time.
He was on Saigon Buffaloes at MSI 2022, and actually they went super aggressive against T1's bot lane at the time.
Yeah.
Got a lot of early kills, so I'm interested. I expect aggression. That's the main thing I'm looking for to come out here, but where it's going to be on the map is the big question mark. We've seen at MSI the meta shifting up a bit, a lot more teams leaning towards the top side of the map, but then HLE coming in and saying, hey, even though we have Gumayusi who's so good in the weak side, Zeus who's so good at playthrough, they just put the eggs in the Gumayusi basket to win the tournament, so interested to see how that develops here. And obviously draft is going to play massively into that.
Well, speaking of which, we're there right now as we have a final band to come on through here for GAM. And first pick will go over to T1 here. Of course, the winners of the very first EWC, but lost that title to Gen G last year and desperately want to reclaim it here in Paris. The initial ban of the Akali does show that they really do want to give Glory some respect. And it is interesting as Glory's coming in over Arrest here for the first match. I was going to say game 1. There is only one game. It's a best of 1 here for our group stage at EWC.
Is it fearless? It's a best of 1 fearless?
It's a fearless best of 1. Yeah. Wolf was weird because he said that it wasn't fearless, and I'm like, dude.
We're up at the 3 a.m. mark. We're doing 3 a.m. things, y'all.
There we go.
Oh dear. GAM made the error. They made the error, Dan. It's a problem.
It's dangerous. A lot of cost here. I can understand things like Owner's Nocturne and Carrier's Bard, big priority.
Nocturne's gone.
What is
okay, to like be real, besides from the PR, because that's all what TK's been doing, a lot of PR, which is super cool. I'm not gonna lie.
Do you remember that DK versus T1 game?
But to be real with you y'all, and let's dial it back, how is this team really going to show up against SKT? So I'm going for underdogs, right? But the teams that are making it out of group stages are the ones with the most wins. And SKT T1 is probably going to get the most wins. This is not like elimination stage for sure. You just got to get away from groups. You just got to make it.
Oh,
T1 win.
As Owner and Faker looking to round out
every match is about an hour anyways.
We'll see whether it is going to be jungle.
And speaking
top
of chat, we will be leaving in like 2 hours.
That looks to be the case, as the blind Nah to come through for Doran would be an interesting one, as there is still quite a lot up and available. They still will lock it in though.
Yeah, it gives obviously Kaya the chance to respond to that. I mean, the expectation since they were first pick is he was going to get counter pick anyway, so just wanted to grab this before it goes to the second round of bans. And usually you'd expect a jungle in this situation for Owner to match here. A lot still available for him in terms of picks. I feel like obviously something like the Vi, you don't really want to play into the Neferi typically, but Owner has a lot of confidence on the pick. I remember when Vi first was played in Pro, it was Owner who was actually leading the charge in it. I'm a bit unsure though, because when we first saw Neferi come into Pro, it was as a Vi counter.
Yeah,
so
and I feel like a lot of Vi's have now figured out the tech, right? We've seen a lot of like Q flashes into insta ults to make sure that the Nefiri just never has a chance to go untargetable.
It's kind of like the tech we saw in Xayah. You know, Xayah was often picked into the Vi.
Oh, okay.
And
Kiaya going for the scary matchup.
Yeah, not a fun time for Doran in this situation. We asked the question, which lane do we think Gam are going to play through, look to punish, and I think we have our answer.
Yeah. And honestly, if I was Gam, I'd be very happy to play through Kiaya as well. This guy has been really, really good for an exceptionally long time. And Doran has been struggling a little bit in recent weeks. So looking forward to seeing what he can do here as we're going to get into the bans one more time.
I want Vietnam team to win. I really want Vietnam team to win.
And we're going to be looking towards the bottom side on both teams to see what is going to be removed. Now, Cassiopeia theoretically could still be flexed. Ladies and gentlemen, Artemis could be playing that one towards the bottom side, but I don't expect that to happen.
Yeah, you also have a lot of AD damage on the top side for Gam. I mean, you have enough for T1, right, with the Vi and the Gnar, but having a Vayne Nefiri means if you go mage bot lane, you're still feeling really comfortable in terms of your damage profile. We've seen Pays, though, be pretty excellent on picks like the Mel.
Yep.
And actually, Syndra going to be banned out here from the bot lane off T1. So a lot of respect given to Pays' very wide champion pool.
Yeah, well, I wonder what that actually means as far as where Gam are going to be going with their bottom lane, because it might be a setup for a Mel.
We did see the Syndra into the Cassiopeia in the bot lane, I think, at MSI at some point.
Oh, that's true.
And I think it's difficult because when you play Cassiopeia, a big struggle is getting into range of the target. You have the damage, and Syndra can just knock you away and make that a problem. So maybe that's a bit of a clue, but we'll see what Gam look to do here. I mean, here's the difficulty. A support pickup here means you don't get counter pick for support, which is obviously nice, but it does keep that Cassiopeia
holding the flex,
available.
I think, is really important. And I think if they do lock support here, we'll know that they are willing to flex it.
Yeah.
Let's see what Artemis does want to take away here. 5 seconds to go. We'll get an idea.
Chat, we're gonna try to get someone to stream together with us. And if they don't want to stream together with us, okay, whatever.
The flex,
that's just me overreaching right now. Because I want to make this fun.
Get a good
honestly.
matchup into carrier. I think makes sense playing it safe, but loses a bit of that flexibility that we were talking about. Now for T1, what are they going to go towards in this situation?
Melpike.
Melpike.
It's just going to... Right, it's Pays carrier. They're just going to do it.
They definitely could in this situation. They could also just go for things like Caitlyn Lux.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Wait, Talia Pantheon or T1 going to do it? Are they going to take a leaf out of CBMAX from 2019's book?
That'd be a throwback.
That would be crazy.
That one
Are you saying that they're trolling?
Holds a place in your...
Oh, yeah.
Are you saying that SK Teams is trolling right now?
I think I wake up in the morning and think
Dude,
about it, but
that's
instead
so
it's going
undermining
to the
it.
Shen. This is something that Carrier has played many, many times.
But is it going to work,
6 seconds
though?
to go, still making up his mind.
Are they going to be trolling? If they're going to be trolling this, that's going to be crazy.
But it's not going to happen. It's going to be the Shen locked in. And, I mean, it could be Orianna bot, but it's probably just going to be that Talia Shen. We did see Viper play the Talia in the bottom lane a couple of times at MSI, and it worked out quite nicely. So that is going to be their option here. Now, Kentucky, what do you want to play in
the Team Liquid versus right now what's happening on the Dota 2 stage, which is like kind of even crazier. Like I really care about is Team Liquid versus Secret.
Zero durability
that is
on this team.
That's generational.
Nothing less.
That is
from
that's generational.
We were looking for.
Oh yeah, this is just like crash and burn or shine bright. You know, there is no in between at all.
Absolutely not. So I expect aggression out the gates here from Gam. I feel like T1.
They're running it back down there on the other stages in Dota.
The bot lane is interesting. A bit of a mix on, as you said, from the Talia Pantheon, Shen.
Yep.
Okay, we just have to peep. We 1000% have to peep.
Pantheon, but pretty reliable,
guys, we're gonna peep.
Hand, but also the double globals
all right.
with that Weaver's Wall, with that
also message CK too.
A lot of map impact.
All right, wait, we gotta peep. We gotta peep. They're not doing anything.
In the middle of the map.
They're not.
Really just open up anywhere and look
They're
to
not.
challenge
I'm getting very excited for Dota, even though I'm not watching Dota right now.
To see though if they can try
like
and
these matches are
crazy.
crazy.
The top lane, if Doran doesn't fall too far behind, you can then enable carry, enable Pays to maybe put some pressure towards them.
There's 5,000 viewers on
you know,
Stream B though, which is kind of cool too.
I feel like this is
There's 23 for this one.
For Owner to play, right? Like, how
and
do
then
you
they're doing
find
like what, a watch party?
Cease and desist when
12?
everyone is just going invisible
Which is kind of cool
the
too.
time. Could be a little bit of a
Do we
frustrating
do a
one,
prediction?
but once he does
Who makes map
get
1?
someone locked in, difficult for them to get away because
Dude, there's 94% saying that
everyone
T1's
is a
gonna
pick
win.
target.
I will say the
You know what?
Unrivaled Earth value here.
You know
a
what?
lot of short-range
We're not gonna
champions,
have
a lot of
all of
dash
our points
champions.
anyways.
It feels like Jin is kind of okay.
We go
standing
all
way,
in on
way
Gem.
back. Yep. But even you can, if Jin starts
All
ult,
in
you
on
can send
Gem.
the Weaver's Wall straight at him.
All my
throughout.
points,
So
all my watch
I think
points,
Pays has a
8,950.
lot of potential with this kit to make
We're,
things happen.
we're going on Gem.
And make
I'm
things
betting
very
on Gem.
frustrating for Gam.
The
We are
money's
close
on
to
the money's
loading
on the
up
table.
Rift here
Money has
for
already
our
been bidded.
Second game of the A stream. If you didn't know, there is another stream going on here as well, which has different games throughout the day. There is just so many matches. And so we need to just have an extra stream going to make sure that we get them all done in the short time that we have here. But it does mean there is a huge concentration of video games that are getting played. Gen.G already taking a victory here on this stage. We'll see whether T1 can follow them.
Yep, so the other match is BLG against MKOI, which is the other match in this group. Yep. Winner of that will play the winner of this, and the losers will also play Expectation. You know, we said T1 Expectation winning here. Expectation of the matchup is BLG. Yep. If an upset happens, we'll obviously spice things up.
It certainly will, and we'll get some MSI rematches potentially there at the same time. And then some complete unknowns, as MKOI and Gam were both not at MSI, and so haven't really been able to check in with them over the last few weeks. So we'll see what they've got cooked up for us. Already, Gam with an absolute smorgasbord in this game as far as the champions that have been locked in. And we'll just have to see whether they perform well on them.
Gam were pretty close to making it, going 2-3 against Relove Deep Cross Gaming in the LCP playoffs. So win far away, just missing out. And I feel like for those teams who didn't make it to MSI, who have a second chance at the EWC to try and make something.
Game time. Dude, TK's loving the attention.
Oh, the eyebrows.
He's loving it.
Oh, man. TK
Now that's a real Vietnamese person.
Doesn't he? And also so much when he's ever given a microphone.
Oh, absolutely. He doesn't need the microphone, but oh, he makes good use of it.
Oh, he certainly does.
Of course.
That guy's a content machine. But we're still waiting a few seconds to get onto the Rift here, as I believe there has been a slight delay on stage.
Another delay. Last stage we had the same delays too. I guess this is the League of Legends where people are getting like kind of, you know, nervous.
Sometimes.
Oh, what the? Where'd they get a drum? Where'd they get the drum?
So they got that from the.
Where'd TK get a drum?
Right? Is that what he said?
Huh?
I think he's Cultural Center.
Cultural Center. There you go.
What?
Faker, what was that? That's dope.
All right, move along. Let's go.
Yeah. Remember him, Eric Lundqvist? I do remember. Yeah, he's got the most famous esports line of all time. And it was that.
I mean, it was a pretty sick line. I wonder.
How did he pop up with a drum?
Like, this is going to live forever.
Probably
yeah.
not.
Probably not. I would assume not.
He probably
look at the cleanse. Look at the moves.
He probably finished that and thought, you know what? That was a banger line. Hopefully, I get a good one like that next week.
Yeah, probably. I would assume that. Or it was Dor, and he was probably just thinking about something funny to say afterwards, and didn't really think about that line very much at all.
Have you actually seen like what happens after?
Oh, he pops out with a drum randomly. Crazy.
Yeah, don't they just keep talking about something else?
No. In like the gameplay, so Faker actually gets executed by the tower.
Oh, really?
Like pushing the tower, he gets executed. And you know what else is funny? Both teams had a Shen.
Yeah, they had a Shen that didn't ult. Yeah, no, I know. It was a different time.
It was a different time.
That's why we're releasing League Classic, to see what would happen if that game existed now.
He's just pushed the tower. Like, it's just crazy. He made, like, the most iconic play of all time, and it's just crazy level of play. And then he's just hitting the tower, and he's probably, I don't know, he's just thinking,
maybe
like,
he's
wow,
just celebrating,
he's like, that was, and then he just dives the tower, and it's like,
What you gonna do?
You know?
What you gonna do? Sometimes you perform the greatest mechanical feat of the time. You just need a bit of a break. Maybe just hands off keyboard at that point.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't need to do anything here. It was also Game 5, which at that time, if you didn't know, ladies and gentlemen, Game 5 was like the time of blind pick. It was the greatest thing in the history of League of Legends. The fact that you get to a Game 5 and then all of a sudden it's utter chaos. That's why there were 2 Shens and 2 Zeds in that game.
I love how far away we are from that, because now we have the most bans possible in Game 5 with Fearless, with 5 bans on each side. Back then, nothing. Clean slate.
Do you know what we should start doing? We should start doing best of 7 Fearless. Last game, if it ever gets there, is blind pick.
I'm down.
Because that would be such, like, whiplash, wouldn't it? Like, from, like, there's 800 champions banned and now none, and you can pick anything ever. But ladies and gentlemen, I just got word that we are ready to get onto the Rift here, and you can see Pays is furiously clicking, and that means that we are on.
Let's go. Let's go.
Gam here for the second match of the A stream. As Glory swims out of base. Look at these skins, man. The hot dog and the crazy pink snake. I haven't seen that one before in game.
I haven't. I've seen the hot dog about 1,000,000 times.
Yeah, 1,000,000 times.
Because everyone uses it, including me. It's a banger.
It is. Okay. It is, of course, Darkstar Jin. The only skin that anyone uses ever.
There's some champions where it's like you have one skin, and that's all everyone uses. And then some, it's like, they'll just use the newest skin, whatever looks cool.
Yeah,
like Rumble's a one-skin champion.
It is. And it's Rumble in the jungle.
Wow.
Because you throw pineapples.
If he's in the jungle.
I know. You're talking about Super Galaxy. No. Rumble in the jungle is the greatest Rumble skin, and I will hear nothing about it.
What are we talking about Rumble in the jungle, guys? Okay, come on.
There is Glory.
Alright, let's see what Gem Esports has on his belt. Honestly, Vietnam. Let's go, Vietnam.
Pretty good so far, and Doran going to be respecting it for the moment.
Oh, man, good start from Glory here. We saw Yehu against Shogun.
Yeah.
Yehu get a really good start on the Cassiopeia, so if Glory
okay,
gets the same
what
here,
we're doing?
And the top lane matchup going good as well, this could be a great start for Gam.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear, the Taunt is going to
Let's
connect
go down
the
the
bottom side of the map, though.
I think they're purposely
damage.
losing.
Going to need that passive to get that health bar back, and does get it, as there is no ward in that brush for T1.
If they purposely hold back, the jungler can come in. Jungler can come in, save the lives of people.
He got it. Minion was the target, and it was locked down. Oh, Owner is coming over here. They do have vision on him. Drakthar is also making his way into the river.
Yeah, he's actually looking for an invade. He still has his topside camps up, but he wants to challenge. Bear in mind, he has red buff here as well. And Owner just using his Q. He's in a bad spot.
He really is. Drakthar is going to grab those doggos back again, and there is the passive shield, but it's not quite going to work. They get the ward over.
Wow.
Still getting frustrating, but look,
wow.
It's just going to be a denial of the red. And
the invade. Wow. Wow.
What a play from
That's
Glory.
crazy.
SKT.
Bro, if Gem wins this, they're about to blow up. They are about to blow up. Wow.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, TK. I didn't know. Maybe this is what was going to happen all along.
This is the invade.
And that is 2 camps stolen away
no,
here by the doggo. And that's another interruption to come on through. This Nefiri, I mean, Doran might just be straight up dead here. Owner is coming over because they know this could be an absolute disaster.
No!
Kiaya grabbing the kill.
Yo! They got 2! That's crazy. Vietnam represent. Let's go.
Yo, that is
I'm so happy.
Artemis and Taki seeing this all happen on the top side must be so overjoyed with the start the rest of the team is able to get.
Yeah. And we were talking about this before. This is absolutely what has to happen for Gam if they want to win this game. This composition is so snowbally, and if it doesn't actually get that rolling, it can look a little bit awkward later
That's so
on.
crazy.
As Carrier, nice little taunt here, gets himself the aftershock to keep him alive. And now Owner trying to get into this river, but really doesn't want to be here, as Drakthar is so incredibly strong with that pickaxe already. He's dead again.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
Absolutely destroying
How are we doing this? How is this possible?
Using the W early.
Yo, this is sick.
The extra damage because he's so confident in the 1v1. And Owner just getting caught out.
This is very sick.
Yeah, these Twin Fangs are landing. That's the poison ticking down. Glory's also very close to dead as Faker walking forward. He needs to be more scared about this one. He still has flash. I think he's going to have to use it. Let's see whether it's actually going to be enough, as there it is. Drakthar underneath the turret. Trying to get pushed back. Does dive away.
Too much.
But Gam, I think they're still going to be moving forward here as Faker moving back in with about 50 health. I'm getting anxious.
Why is Faker still in?
These mid laners are so close to dead.
Oh, I think Faker's trying to mentally play them. I think he's trying to mentally have them
trying to create some normalcy here in this game.
And mentally make mistakes.
2,300 gold in the lead at almost 5 minutes into this game. As that is the bone skewer onto Owner, gets the smallest little vault breaker to get out of the way of the stun. It will be okay for the moment. Man,
all right, dude, Gam just got startled.
They need to slow it down now.
Gamma just not giving them a chance, dude. This breakneck pace, this constant invading. We get to see this earlier play from Glory, just hitting everything.
Did they even play Gam? Did they play Gam? I'm pretty sure they played Gam at MSI, didn't they?
Get the last bit of damage in that auto.
And just no response at all.
Were they at MSI?
Just ice cold.
Laser focused.
No, they were not at MSI.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Whoa.
Well, Gamma hit a play
Whoa.
in this early game. We'll just have to see whether it's enough. As even Yankos is losing his mind.
That's a Yankos reaction that I expect.
Yo.
Now, looking for potential dive onto Doran.
Okay, so this is interesting. Very interesting.
Nowhere near. And Neferi's so good at dives. The fact you can drop the tower aggro. If Doran
very
this, he might be in big trouble.
Very interesting. Gam was not at MSI. They are not coming from. Okay, so here's the thing. Korea had MSI, which is the biggest tournament for League of Legends to get into Worlds, and it looks like, which is super crazy, they were not at MSI, so they weren't at Korea. So this is their first time kind of fighting each other, really, on this level. That's crazy.
1,000 gold lead in favor. Okay, and now they're looking to challenge though, not giving them any space.
Nice.
That's going to be the Drake going down as Ona down to about 50%. Gets
Owner
his jungle,
knows how to jungle,
right
so
there behind him.
No one should be surprised about this stuff.
Claim this Gromp as Faker gets himself that command protect to deal with this extra burn damage coming on through from this poison. Glory is just shoving this wave in whenever he would like to, though, and the Bone Skewer going to get charged up here by Taki. Does have a level disadvantage against Carrier right now, but isn't too worried about it for the moment, just making sure that he gets those rooms out as best he can.
I think what they're playing
Artemis
is
just dealing with pace towards bottom side.
So even though the gold lead is still massive, it's now 7 minutes, not 5 minutes, which is still not great, but a bit better. It's the top side of the map that has that massive lead, so I think 41, if you want to make some plays back in return, looking at the bot side, could be an angle. That feels kind of bad because obviously you have globals on the bot side.
Oh dear, there's the shockwave coming through. Faker will be able to lock down Taki. And even though Glory yelled at them, T1 didn't seem to mind too much. So finally, T1 are on the board.
Just that quick.
Why did you say it like
Faker
that?
finds a great shockwave. Although in the 1v1 without that tool, it just means he's in a tough position.
But he does have friends moving over. Pays gets that Weaver's Wall out. The taunts there. There's the flick back. And Faker grabs another one. Drakthar now going to have to get out of there because T1, they've got the gang together and they're looking way better now.
Big thing there.
So
I think what it is where the biggest deficits are, and just using that those proactive tools from T1 to make those plays. Taki just trying to play with so much confidence, not respecting the shockwave, and now seeing a return to live.
Yeah, Carrier moving over here one more time. There's a taunt flash to come on through. Cease and desist comes down, and Drakthar finally gets up into the sky, but it's not going to keep him alive. And they get the shutdown. It goes to Carrier. We'll see how well he can use that gold. Is now Taki going to try and transition towards his top side as Kiaya doing his best to kite out Doran. He's running in a weird direction, but he's got his friends making their way over. The Wallop is going to get flashed by one, but not by the other. As that's a great stun from Taki, but it's just not enough. And now T1,
okay, so here's the thing. The separation between the kills is basically early game separation.
And I guess it was just a little bit of a show at the circus at the beginning.
2,000 of that gold lead just wiped
slowly grabbing
away
it back up because they're fighting together as a team more than they're fighting individually.
Really understanding well what they had to do, and the fact they took out Drakthar. You were talking earlier about the adaptations that Vi's have to do, how you have to flash onto the Neferi before he can respond. This is an example of Carrier doing that on the Shen. The flash pawn doesn't give a chance for Drakthar to react. He's dead before he actually goes into that W, and then here in the chase down, I love how Doran plays this, because he bounces and knocks Carrier towards his turret, and then he just goes in the brush. He knows the only way they can turn this around is if they kill him, so he just buys time for the rest of the team to get there. Taki gets a phenomenal stun that forces Ona's flash, but isn't enough to save his top laner. And T1 back to back to back just get a handful of phenomenal plays to get them back in this game.
Look, I wasn't expecting it to be that swift. You know, the comeback here for T1. Again, with maybe, yeah,
I feel a little bit robbed. Like, if you pay for a whole circus performance, you expect it to be a bit longer. This feels like just a little introduction.
You expect for
really
a circus
just
performance.
the intro, and then we get the League of Legends afterwards. When a lot of some of the T1
That's
games
crazy.
Circus the whole way.
They're still talking smack, dog.
This was just a pre-show circus, I guess.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, what we're going to get as we get back to career a little bit later on. But that's a sneak preview. T1 now just going to be teleporting back towards his bottom side with Pays making his way back down. Artemis going to be going back home. That means the T1 should be able to grab themselves some plates here as the rocks go on down. And Pays, I feel like he's been having a really good time playing all of these weird picks on the bottom side of the map, doing his best Viper impression here for T1. And I still think that T1 have the best bottom lane in the world. It's just sometimes weird stuff happens in the game.
Their 2v2 has been very fearsome. Obviously, this combination is not one where you're playing specifically for the 2v2 unless there's a misstep from Taki. But Pays now with the Ludens, so much wave clear available just to free him up or just stop Gam from having any pressure there, and allows Carrier to move around the map and kind of do what he wants. You can see him moving towards top lane. This is the one lane where Gam still have a sizable lead. Doran's still in a bit of a rough spot, so T1 definitely aware of that.
Faker got solo killed and now has the most gold in the game, by the way. I don't think that's very fair. As Ona is going to chase down Taki. There's the cease and desist. Going to eat the stun. As the Weaver's Wall is there as well, and there is nowhere for this Pyke to go.
No.
Just bullied. In his own jungle is now Glory going to have to be really careful trying to poison this minion wave. So
it was entertaining to the beginning. That's what matters, right? And I have a feeling. Come on, Gam.
Avoid the taunt quite nicely. Will be able to stop any more of those plates from falling, but the damage had already been done, and T1 moved to a kill lead.
Just seeing how T1 are linking up on these plays, so effective here. And you can see initially,
is the fight now for Dragon.
Pyke not the easiest target to pin down, but Ona says, we can do this, I can make this happen.
And here's the other big part. So the biggest part about this is that
even
they need to have
to just guarantee that he goes down. Now, Gamma's starting up the Dragon, but T1 are here to respond, and they're collapsing in. Taki might just be dead again.
Oh, able to dash away. As Drakthar
of
is in a lot of trouble. That untargetability now on cooldown is... Where did the Pyke go? I have no idea. Wait, where did the Fury go? He's
Dragon. No, the misplayed.
Lose
the drag. There we go. Gam got one kill at least. Oh, Donor gonna die? Okay.
And that is going to be Ona taken down. Gam able to fight it back here around the Dragon. And Doran hanging out towards his top side, happy to have a little bit of time to himself.
This is a situation where we see when the top lane, when Kaya joins in on the play, the difference he can make this Vayne. I also think T1, they put a lot of resources into Taki, into Drakthar, didn't have answers for the DPS of the Cassiopeia and the Vayne. This was a bit unfortunate for Drakthar. He's trying to stick around for the Dragon, ends up going in, gets bombed, and then Ona punches through the Dragon to kill him. But in the meantime, no mana on Faker here, and no real response, no CC available left for Glory and Kaya. They just charge down Ona, and it's a reminder that even though we saw those great set plays from T1, you cannot disrespect the carry potential of these solo lanes of Gam.
Yeah, exactly. And if they don't manage to get that initial salvo onto at least the Cassiopeia or the Vayne, then the DPS discrepancy between these two teams is kind of astronomical.
Oh, yeah.
So once those cooldowns are down, I think the smart money is on Gam in these later team fights, and we're seeing there that they do make that one work. Cease and desist comes down, though, as there is the flash. Miasma not really going to be helping out, though, as he sidesteps, and the flash away from Ona is going to keep this Vi alive. All right, from the death chamber to immediately killing someone.
That was a delicate play, if I'm being honest.
It's okay. They just know how to come back. And I think it's pressure. Pressure, right? I think they're feeling pressure when they're in the lead, and then just, you know, mindful mindset, stuff like that. But I think they're doing one better now.
Yeah, Kadem on cooldown for now, as the final hour is going to get popped. As Carrier decides not to invest the flash.
No, Jam. What are you doing?
To get that dodge field down. Still actually dancing around this battle quite nicely as the
so real.
Really frustrating. We'll be able to get a lot back.
That was a game of chicken right there, because Carrier knew that Kaya had flash and didn't want to commit his, wanted to bait it out, and Kaya was like, no,
look at the Korean stream.
Hold it there. They're
re-showing the Korean stream. Or, oh no, they're re-showing his stream, and his stream is in Korean. Okay.
So T1 with the kill advantage,
that's funny.
1.4K in the lead as well. And this is a composition that will age a little bit better than what the GAM comp does have. Pyke is one of these champions that feels notoriously awkward moving later on into the game.
I feel like the T1
Imagine bringing your girlfriend just to watch T1.
Easier to play. You have like a more robust front line.
Now that's
I will
the date.
say their comp is, no, I should say before, all burst.
Now that's the date.
Dealing with the Cassiopeia Vayne scaling may be a problem as this game
That's a good point. There's not a lot of tankiness, but there is a heck of a lot of consistent DPS. So maybe that'll work out here as GAM. We're going to push Owner away. They will be able to do so once again. Glory may not be so lucky as... Oh, the shockwave flat from Pays to collect the Cassiopeia. That was cute.
You know, I've seen so many champions.
I've seen a Trundle do that
as
most
a ball
famously.
delivery system, but Talia is new.
Yeah, that's a cool one. But anything works if you've got a flash. And that is going to be that chase down as now GAM trying to make that cross-map play towards Shelly. They should be able to grab her.
Yeah, I think the response from T1's correct. Put pressure on mid-tower. Don't fight it when you don't have your mid laner there. Give up the Herald and get mid-tier 1 and some pressure bot 2. I think T1 pretty happy with how that panned out.
Yeah,
why did that number go down?
Feels pretty good.
I said mid laner, bot laner. It's just he's on a mage.
Nah, I think you probably get away with it.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. That is something that is...
What is that on the top? Like, what is that 3? What does that represent? I don't even know what that represents.
Is to get towers.
Yeah, I love Shelly,
2
but I don't
towers
know
down.
whether she's
3
worth
towers
that much.
down.
No,
Crazy.
Honestly, if GAM managed to get 3 towers with Herald...
That means they've taken an inhibitor.
That would be impressive, but also that would just be matching what T1 did. And considering pre-5 minutes, there was a 2,300 gold lead for GAM. We're at 16 minutes. It's a 3,600 gold lead for T1.
I would do Faker thing.
Oh dear, Doran gonna make his way in. Is Kiaya trying to do some tricky stuff here? And Carrier does at least buy a little bit of space by putting down the field. And Pays is going to show up. The
Wait, team.
That means Kiaya can't get over the wall, and that means the Vayne is dead. Nice little pick here for T1. And with all of this extra tempo, I think
if there was a time to play as a
team,
team, this is the moment to play as a team.
4,000 mark.
I feel like in the goal discrepancies, the last bastion was that top lane, but now Doran with the lead. No lead anywhere on the
That was
map
the moment to play as a team,
right
homies.
Now, despite that strong early start that they had.
And I mean, we've seen this happen throughout almost all of Faker's career. Teams find early game advantages, then afterwards it just doesn't really work. It feels like any iteration of SKT or T1 has been very, very good at restabilizing as you get to the mid game. It hasn't often been at this level though, because that deficit was massive for that time in the game. That is going to be the quadring secured here. But the season assist does bring Owner over. He takes a lot of damage. Miasma, a lot of value. Some money given over as the death from below does come on through. But the Weaver's Wall is going to separate the team. Artemis now on the other side, but he is left alone.
Because they're always ready to come back.
Unable to really get the chase down here as the Rift Herald.
Why?
Okay.
You know what? I don't think they're getting 3 towers with this. That's my hunch.
You know what? You might have spoken too soon. If we're going to get a replay, we're just not going to watch the drifting. It's fine.
The smite, they try to go in with the damage of the smite. Just a little
they're sure trying to make GAM look good.
Before Draktar picks it up, but then this punish on the Owner, and they kite away with the miasma. Pretty beautifully done by GAM, and we're back to life. How many towers? 0. 0 towers with the Herald.
Hey, she's still alive. Okay? Look at her go. There's one turret that's there. You know, it's got a Carrier. No, Carrier. Carrier.
Oh. No. We're gonna let me count. It's 0.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Daniel.
Just needed to verify.
Yeah. No. I'm glad that you can count. I failed to do so in the last game. That's okay. At least we've got someone here that can do it on screen. Okay. Carrier now coming on over to try and defend this control ward. Taunt not going to connect there onto Taki, just barely able to get over the wall with that dash.
I feel like Taki's been playing with fire a lot this game. Sometimes to his detriment, but sometimes they know how to play big abilities.
I am impressed by his consistency though. Always going in. As Doran does hit Mega.
Did they even study?
Here as well. As Draktar does get stunned. Owner moves in.
That was me.
That is going to be the red buff, I think, taken away there by Owner.
Yeah, Owner able to grab that one. I honestly thought when I saw Draktar come over, I'm like, well, that's
I'm not
red buff, but not anymore. And you feel
supposed to be.
It is. You feel the pressure mounting up. Oh, TP flank coming in right now from the Cassiopeia.
All right, Faker going to get caught out here by Kiaya potentially, but Carrier is on his way. There's the taunt flash, as Carrier might be sacrificing himself unless he can get out. The Condemn actually going to be helping him escape, with the ulti from Drakthar. Should mean the end of the Shen. And the shutdown is locked up by Taki.
Dude, Faker's so good.
Not curtains for him just yet. And in the meantime, there's a Gnar being frustrating in the bottom lane.
Crazy.
Yeah, we've seen this many times before. Teams trying to clap.
This is the second time I've seen Jin being picked, guys.
Oh dear.
Oh no, this is dead.
I think he will cease and desist.
Nice.
There he goes.
Yeah, so the answer back. They get that kill mid. They also manage to get a lot of plates in the bot lane for Doran, who now has 1,000 gold lead in this top lane matchup.
Feels a bit wrong based on what happened earlier on in the game. But feels right if you just think about what T1 have done throughout, you know.
That was a good kill. Honestly, it would have changed up. They have the team.
Yeah, I actually think Faker not having the shockwave is the only reason Gaia actually survived that engage combo. Now they're looking for him again, though.
All right, there we go. Here's good to get back.
Faker is still going the wrong direction.
Faker.
The Twin Fangs are coming on down.
Oh, they're trying to get their link back. They're gonna get their link back. This is Faker dead. Okay, here we go. This is where real teams come out. This is where a real team game comes out.
He does manage to get over where it was getting set up. Nice flick back from Pays as well. But Ona going in might be a little dangerous. This game still have a lot of damage represented over here. The problem is that means that Doran is in the bottom lane, and he's just going to take that turret.
Yeah, I feel like the problem is, you know, the Vayne wasn't even involved. And yet we're just seeing Doran constantly in the side lane making this happen. It's a bit of an issue. I do think they need to respond and answer to that.
I feel like there might be a macro discrepancy between these squads right now on display.
Yeah, I think we can see in the while this play is happening, some good moves from Glory to get onto Faker. But you can see in the bot side of the map that Doran is forcing the Vayne away in the 1v1. And if that's happening, you're in a bit of a rough spot.
TK's still psyched about what's going on here. He just, he's blind to the gold advantage the T1 have put together. And every time Gam managed to pick up a kill or two, the hope is rekindled. And honestly, at this point, I mean, 3.3k, it's not exactly anything worth writing home about. And the next Drake going to be up in 30 seconds time. T1 could grab themselves Soul Point off the back of that one. But Gam could also find themselves a team fight. We'll see whether they can as we have a look at this very topsy-turvy goal graph. As Gam off to a great start, that has since tipped over, as we can see here.
Looks like a slide.
Yeah, Kiaya might also need to slide away from
that's dead.
Down shockwave is going to be in there. And,
yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there wasn't.
First damage way too strong.
So will they be able to make a
they just know how to find
and
extrapolate on it, and then even
the numbers there. And again, this is a super squishy composition. If you start that Baron, you're going to get massacred.
Yeah. Not much of an opportunity to do that one unscathed. And Ona is just going to come on over here and take this dragon. Will be the third here for T1, setting themselves up for that soul in 5 minutes' time. He's going to help out there with the threaded volley, and down it will go. Ona will be able to lock that one up. So gold leads abound here for T1. And I just want to go back, you know, to that time where Gam were in such a great position at the very beginning. And
those are good times.
They were good times. Things were looking competitive, and it's starting to slip away here. The Vietnamese representatives. Still, it's a decent little route as Bone Skewer is going to come on down. Carrier not actually going to get enough help here from Pays, and Death from below is going to come in. The resets are coming down here as well. Let's see whether Taki can get another one for the answer. Looking like a no as Ona. Ball breaking forward. Another deadly flourish is going to land, but Faker not in any
they're not behind.
At this point.
That's for sure.
And so
and that's good. That's good that they're not behind.
The end of the world, and
like they're still trying. That's what matters, right? That they're still trying.
So close there. I think if they'd gotten Faker there, maybe that's when you start talking about something a bit more significant. We see the play here. It was that deadly flourish when he's against the wall and doesn't get out of the way of it in time. The follow-up from the Pike is there, and then here you can see Paige starts to move a little bit to try and cover from the Jinnel, but the Pike execute is there.
Yeah, really nicely done. So a bit of extra money there as well from the ulti out of the Pike. Taki still making moves, making things happen. 3-3-2 right now on this Pike. As T1, I mean, it is 24 minutes into the game and they haven't started a Baron yet. This is not the T1 I know. But they are hovering around the area. Problem is, if T1 started, that's exactly what Gam want. And that might be their only way into this game, honestly. And so maybe T1 need to ignore the voices telling them to just do Baron.
I will say it is the territorial Baron. In terms of the 3 Baron types, this is not the most dangerous one, which is the Hunting Baron.
Ah, yes, true.
Which is, it's been talked to town recently. Don't mess with the Hunting Baron. So this one you can mess.
It can't hunt you very far though, because it is relatively stationary.
It is pretty stationary. But remember, this is what I'm looking for from League Classic. You know when you could like pull Baron with Blitzcrank?
Yeah, Baron with the tiniest health bar of all time. Oh man, I missed it so much. It was so cute watching the show, man.
That was peak.
Oh, brilliant. And also, did you hear like all the new champions that are being added? So Akali and Mordekaiser into the game. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Okay, that's a little bit of insight though, because we do have
there's a lot
game
of people
going.
who've expressed like some sort of just deep-rooted love for Mordekaiser.
I know, and not all of them are Brazilian.
Yeah,
which is
interesting
to me. I thought I was the only one.
Interesting.
Okay, in a little bit of trouble here as Taki bounces forward. There's the shutdown, but he might be taken out as well. And there it is, 1-for-1 trade. Pays for Taki. Glory yells at nothing, but the ulti comes through. The shockwave comes down, but it's flashed by Drakthar. And now, bunch of these buttons on cooldown. Maybe it is time for Gam to find an angle. They are not going to be fighting the Baron. They are just going to pull themselves back.
Just pull back?
That is a play where I think T1...
I think they should.
Oh,
no.
Yeah, Doran is going to move on over here.
Okay.
So I think that was
like, if anything, they need to learn how to take that one kill, that one chance, and then just jump on it. And that was it. That was their one kill.
To this one, this play initially was good.
That was good.
Ends up getting chunked so heavily before he gets that initial
That was a mistake.
kill.
That was more a mistake
And
than
then
good.
I was kind of panicking when Drakthar ulted here, and I'm like, oh! The flash out was pretty good to save him from that situation. And they also get Faker's Flash. So Faker's Flash being down, definitely something you can punish. He doesn't have a Seeker's Arm Guard yet. Maybe that's an avenue when we look towards this next Dragon fight. If you just kill Faker off the bat, T1's composition, they are ahead. They have a lot of damage because of that, but they don't have the most DPS. If you kill their mid laner, maybe that's an avenue into the game.
Yeah, and I mean, DPS is exactly what GAM have in spades. The problem is the durability is not quite there.
Doesn't it feel crazy to say that this composition is DPS when it has Jhin on it? Doesn't that just hit you a little bit?
It does, but I just ignore the Jhin. And then I notice that, like, you know, there's even a Pyke in the bottom lane, but Vayne Cassiopeia are enough by themselves. But they're also then augmented by everyone doing damage, even Jhin a little bit.
At least it's the Jhin, but it's not the Storm Razor as well as the Ghost Blade and the Rapid Fire. He's got the LDR.
He has gone third item LDR. It's not my personal favorite, but it's fine. And I will be getting a lot of work done, probably going towards the Infinity Edge as item number 4.
I would hope so.
And the Jhin will be doing a lot of damage there. Also has Swifties. I do really like that. Being able to get into position quite comfortably. And is right now just picking up some waves here in the mid lane as Gam. They're on the Baron.
They're trying to pull them away from the Dragon. Obviously, would be sold for T1 if they can get it, but they're trying to force him to contest them here at the Baron. And again, this territorial Baron not doing a ton of damage. The abilities are quite telegraphed, so...
Ki is making his way over. There's the teleport in from Doran. And this should be
Bill.
going down. That is going to be secured by
shield.
Drakthar. They might give him
kill.
up for the Ghost. But they've taken the Baron off the rip. Carrier finds a double taunt, though. That is gigantic.
Double
Ki
taunt.
trying to keep himself alive, but the damage is being done. And T1
Two
saying
for
no
Baron.
one takes out
Just
Baron.
two.
What a swift punish there. I think T1
Alright, and then they're gonna get
to
this
slowly
as well.
approach.
It's funny because they don't need
away
Faker.
from-
They're so good
They
at
don't
their
rush into it.
individual
They know
that they don't
T1,
need Faker.
Gam had the members there.
Now
But
that's
the cleanup
hot.
afterwards means they get soul, they get a ton of gold, and Baron buff this year is weaker than ever before. I mean, look at that Baron power play.
My brain cannot think. My brain's not
already.
thinking right now. I'm not on my thinking.
I think we're putting this in the not
Alright, that's
with.
another drag.
I'm going to throw it there as well.
That's
There's also
another
going to be a
drag.
soul picked up
Aw,
at the same time as they
man.
lose an inhibitor turret and an inhibitor. And yeah, losing a fight after a Baron is absolutely devastating. Because then not only do you lose the Barons, but you also then lose your entire base.
Yeah.
It is very problematic. And they won't have very many of them to try and pull back in this game. The only positive is that at least T1 can't get it.
Yeah,
That's something. They now have Cloud Soul though.
Yeah, and that extra mobility, honestly, pretty hard to deal with. Especially, you know, if you throw the miasma down, that extra movement speed is just going to get you out of it quicker. That movement speed that is available with that.
Oh, not to mention, like, Carrier with Cloud Soul. Like, Shen with Cloud Soul is kind of crazy because you just book it immediately after joining a fight.
Yeah.
All right, well, T1 now just going to be looking for this one to flash forward. And the Stands United has come in, but it is not going to stop Taki from taking
at least we got one.
Nah.
They got one at least.
That is a little bit taken out of the wind.
So that's a little bit.
That's
a little bit
sorry,
plus.
of T1 here as they go for their push on the bottom side of the map.
And it'll just disrupt them, slow down the pace of the game a bit, but
wait, first game turret. There it is. Some bounty gold.
Oh, Paze is coming. Oh, with the channel.
Yeah, okay, there's the delivery. I thought
they got the
first
tower at
come
least.
in before, but it actually didn't, I guess, because here is Carrier now.
That seemed pretty easy, pretty straightforward.
Yeah, Season Assist is going to get blocked here, but he does close the distance, finds the Vault Breaker, and Drakthar, he does get Ona pulled away, but then the flash is going to finish him off, and that's a solo kill, actually, for this Vi.
Ona's just so fast. You know, after he ulti gets cancelled, he just
second
runs
tower,
him
second
down
tower.
with the Cloud Soul.
Second tower.
2,300 gold ahead in that jungle match. 7-4-4. Ona, after
I don't think it'll be
not ideal start, able to bounce back massively in this matchup.
He really did. Gam just unable to keep that same level of aggression. Or they did, but T1 were able to punish it, and now they are well and truly on the ropes. Second inhibitor is going to fall. Only a couple of plates left on that bottom side. Shockwave is good. Pulled back and destroyed here by T1. Taki now looking for a bit of an angle. I mean, these resets could be possible because these health bars are getting low, and the curtains are being called. Bone Skewer, the flash doesn't quite work, but the full will as it takes down Carrier. Pushes away T1, but the base is in shambles.
PK is really on edge.
You know?
I like how he has shade.
Always the ones left in the wreckage.
They don't have a lot of money to buy the items
crazy.
that keep them alive, nor do they have any levels at all.
They're also just selfish, you know.
That is true. That is true. All right, T1 still in a phenomenal position, though. 5.2k gold in the lead.
I can see the future. I think this is a dead vein.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, let's see whether that is going to remain the future, and it looks like it's not. So he's meant to change his fate.
Yeah, he changed it. Good job. This is a dead vein, actually. Sorry, I guess I saw.
You did. You saw a different future. Sometimes you just don't know what you see.
Yeah, not much outplay potential there, if I'm going to be honest. That was pretty straightforward. But then here, Ona ults and he gets cancelled. But look how fast he's running him down. And Neferi is such a hard target to pin down. But you can just out-piece him.
It's like right-clicking is a dash. It's very annoying. As there's the shockwave after the dash cannon. Fake it really nicely done for that pick onto the Cassiopeia, who did not quite hit the ulti to land any of those stuns. So T1 looking pretty good right here.
Imagine bringing your girlfriend to watch SKT.
We have one of those here at EWC. All right. Glory and Artemis catching waves here in this mid lane. We do have a push from the bottom side as well. Coming out
can't.
From
I'm single as hell, dog.
Trying to lock down this last remaining inhibitor turret.
Seeker's arm guard now for Paze. Tricky target. They go for Faker.
Yeah, they're just looking for the all-in as they do manage to avoid the seismic shove. Doran is just kiting this one out, though, and there is the shockwave once again. Taunt comes through. Glory does go golden. It's a three-man ulti from Doran, and a godlike Vi comes in, piloted by Ona, and they just wipe them out. The ace for T1. That's going to be the end of the game, and after a brilliant start from Gam, T1 just obliterate them.
Wow.
Decimation.
There goes the ace. It's okay. It's okay.
Other than being in the side lane, he just
it's okay, dog.
Okay, homies. To the rest of T1. T1 will take that.
You know what? I may have lost my points, but I won my Vietnam pride. It's okay, PK.
Oh yeah, and man, a very classic.
Hey, at least they got good PR for sure.
Well, starting the show at exactly the way we wanted them to here at EWC.
Well, not what they wanted them to.
Gam's
Hold up.
Looking good in those early stages, though.
It's the way that they wanted.
In the tournament, and we can see some more of these crazy comps.
I'll be honest,
all right, guys, we're gonna go jump into B now. All right, good job, SKT. All right, let's do it. Let's jump into B. Let's jump into B. We gotta go back and forth, back and forth. We're jumping back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Post up code trimming.
Yeah, they've already nailed that first 5 minutes, but everything else maybe just needs a little bit of work. I will say though, they kept trying to find angles in, they kept trying to challenge, kept trying to look for opportunities, never gave up in the game. Looking to challenge T1, but T1 just
not there, and that's pretty good if you ask me. You trade those kills, but still, you want to have Shun in these big fights and able to hold on a little bit more. So it might be on to be a little bit more of that front line too. But Bin doing a fantastic job sitting in the front, getting to the back line, and just disrupting the front to back that we're seeing from Mkoy.
And again, it's a weird one because we're looking at these teams and it's very heavy dive on both sides. So the team fighting happens like, we are sending our backline to your backline every time. The Vi, the Vex going one way, the Akali, the Ambessa going the other. Teleports in, the Miasma down the 10 feet. It's going to keep going, the damage keeps rolling as Viper. Now beginning to throw some twin.
Oh my gosh, why does it look so blurry?
Some more damage on Fid and taken down by the Glacial Storm and a Flash Frost. Mkoy with the pick.
Why are we so blurred?
It's a great lock in here. They're taking the score 13-11. They're crawling back. Gold lead is still low. Let's see if they take it a little bit further and start looking at the Baron. It's a 4v5.
It is, and they can get it to put down some of these wards, and there's strong here from the likes of Nivea, from the Vex throwing out some of those fear zones and all that kind of stuff with the personal space and the Mistral bolts and all those kinds of things. And again, Bard, all that ability to throw it an arm, look for a pick, and maybe looking to do that right now. They've got enough wards, and Shun recalling on an Mkoy ward might be in a bit of danger.
All right, okay.
Thinking about it, but the
BLG is what we're rooting for right now, too.
No, canceling out that back. It's just a
we're rooting for BLG.
Playing right there, but
give me a second, let me...
It's just the team trying to play really smart, looking at these objectives too. But now, the picks are coming in. We can see Mkoy can hold that line and actually secure someone. It's on BLG to start pushing the tempo further and locking out this backside. Get Super out of these fights so he can't do the damage.
Yeah, there is going to be. I had a quick drink and forgot to move my mic into position there. Oops. Sometimes guys, even as casters, are capable of making an error.
Who got Baron?
Just on occasion. Only on occasion. But we are now, well, you know, we've got to make sure you realize we're humans too, you know? Total hands, but it's buffered through with that arcane shift and locking this Ezreal down.
Well, it looks like they just kind of started for 25 minutes. Oh, yeah, no. But for 25 minutes, it still looks good and evenly matched.
Great showing right now. The 3 items are in. He's got that exhaust, of course, to give himself a little bit of safety if someone like that Akali or that Ambessa do end up on top of him. With the Shojin completed alongside everything else, his ability to continue the damage is very strong. Eyes on the top left corner of your screen,
Viper.
Though. Dragon's coming up, and that will be sole point for BLG.
Nice. Okay, so who do we got? What? We got Ambessa, we got Lee Sin, we got Akali. Hey, Akali. We got Nahus. Wait, hold up. wait, what did I just say? I just said. Wait, hold up. Wait, my brain's computing. We got an Ambessa. We got a Lee Sin. We got an Akali.
And again, we had that.
We get Cassiopeia.
We mentioned the thing. We never
got
a
Nahus.
Full contact team fighting, which is basically you dive my backline, right?
Hold up
well,
there.
my job is to dive yours. So then the follow-up damage isn't there. The problem in this game is the people who are diving are also doing the damage. So Viper and Super in particular are going to have to be very
my brain can't compute. They don't have an ADC. BLG doesn't have an ADC. What is this? What?
BLG trying to get that control. Look to get to that soul point, but now look for a little bit more on. Lance the hook is going to be enough as they send a little bit more forward. Their punch is good, but this just taken out. Jojo locks them down. Look at all the damage. Look at Bin. They're on the back line. Viper, he's getting it done. It is soul point now. Heading over for BLG.
Okay.
Now they need to turn this fight.
BLG got drags.
As they're dashing forward. Mkoy, they're looking to make moves, but BLG decide it's worth staying back.
It is Knight tries to back out. There was on the flank, got zoned off
good
a little
fight,
bit.
good fight.
Again, it's a little messy, but they did get
very
soul
messy.
point, because Mkoy were a little late to the plate, didn't manage to get in there, and Joya traded his life.
What a save, man.
It's a win again
what a save.
for BLG, and now you're in the catch-22. You're down soul point. Viper ghosting in. Just have to back away. That got a little spicy, but holds onto that mid lane turret critically.
No ADC.
Alvaro just about able to dodge away from the shuriken flip, and Knight a known quantity now.
Oh, look, Knight is here, just playing in the jungle, living in the darkness, but it is still BLG now trying to get this vision around the Baron. We keep coming back to it. It's been up for 7 minutes. No team is able to lock it down first. Super is just a little bit too low. They need to reset here, and Shun could potentially look for a play because it's just low enough to lock it down. And this could be the hit. Super. It's going to go over. Super's able to arcane shift over the wall, stays alive a little bit longer.
Okay.
It's the flash lockdown, though.
Okay,
and this
nice
is
survival.
the cooldown economy
Survival stage,
we
right,
talk
basically.
about. LPL teams play for this all the time. Between objectives where your ultimates are less important, you look to blow things like flashes from mid laners, from AD carries, because guess what? Then you don't have it for that soul fight. Then you don't have it for that Baron fight. And considering how obnoxious, how problematic the Ezreal has been for BLG to lock down consistently, that's a big win as far as I'm concerned.
Big thing there, though, it is an Ezreal. You have the Arcane Shift, you can dash away still, but as long as you lock them down, you have a Nautilus. The Dredge is going to be pretty good, so you have to be super careful with that as well. But big power spikes starting to come in. Knight with a Shadow Flame, of all things, is going to be blasting out of the water.
It is indeed, and then we've got that popping up there as well. Very, very dangerous indeed. And the thing is, look, yes, you've got the Arcane Shift, but you've still got to deal with Depth Charge, Dredge Line. You've got Akali diving in with all of her mobility, Rocket Belts, and perfect executions, and public executions as well from Ambessa. Lee Sin coming from a flank angle. Gets very, very difficult, and you've only got the one dash to help out with that. Sure, Super with a Magical Journey, with a Locket, with a Tempered Fate. You've got some tools to potentially defend your AD carry, but that is going to be easier said than done. Baron is up. No team has really started that, but it is MKOI in control of that top side of the river right now. Couple minutes until Soul a possibility for BLG, and the gold is practically dead even at this point of the game. We are 29 minutes in, and it's 700 gold that separates these two squads.
Which I don't think a lot of us expected this to go. We all thought BLG was going to come in and just blast their way through, but no, MKOI doing a really good job there. They're facing a crowd. They're in the catacombs, but they are holding on, and they're finding the light. Let's just see if they can get into the land and outside.
Exactly that. And again, I don't think it's necessarily that BLG have been playing poorly. They've actually made some good moves. There's some really good side lane solo kills. But I think then the way I want to phrase it is that I think MKOI have stepped up. They have delivered, and they are looking like a good team here. Let's game one. Viper look for the pick. Can't quite get it, and we are playing for river control. Again, Dragon is a little ways off, but that seems to not matter right now as Alvaro in the river, Bin, split off, Viper had to flash there, he's down that one. That's pretty huge. Joya goes in, Joya gets a skull grab, but execution is going in, Joya, Tempered Fate is going to be a big deal, keep Joya safe, but the miasma means the Vi is going to fail flash over the wall, and Knight gets the kill. It's traded, both junglers down, Knight needs to
No way, both junglers down? Where did the other jungler die?
Continues to flash freeze.
Are they just focusing junglers for junglers?
Get into a choke point.
You cannot enter the Glacial Storm without losing a couple toes.
No way.
Ben did try to catch out Mirror in there, but no, wasn't enough. But still, you could as well see that BLG had to really retreat there. Like, they were very low. Two members were kill shot ready. So, big play. Let's watch the replay here as well. You can see it was trying to be started on, wanted to make that move, but everything just got in the way. Walls, snowstorms, it was just not enough. And it was Shun who did get the nice little scuttle crab. So, not the end of the world. It's all about that vision control like we talked about. But now it's all about starting these fights and straight into the back line. That public execution was great.
The Tempered Fate bought a lot of time, but again, Alva went flashing for Q, didn't land it. Then Shun gets a little bit caught there, but they do bring down the jungle. If it had been Joya there was a very real world where they could have turned that into Baron. But Jojo at the point, because he picked up so many kills, it's just doing an absolute boatload of damage. Super's now got a fourth item as well. Knight landed a Shuriken flip and couldn't continue the damage, which was very problematic. I think this Ezreal is still going to be a menace here, and it's still going to remain a very contentious game, to say the least of it.
100% initialize. It is going to be big as the Dragon now spawns. It is sole point for BLG. This is going to be a big fight.
Eyes on some of the summoners missing. Viper, no flash. On, no flash. Super, still no flash. Alongside, frankly, the majority of MKOI.
And this is going to be the big one. Shun is already in the pit, waiting there on a pink where they have the safety. It's all about the smite.
Here they go.
Looking for the Dragon. It's going to be enough. Tempered Fate hits the Dragon, but they're on the back line. It is MKOI trying to hold back. Shadow's not enough. They did lock it down. It has been picked up. Ocean Soul locked in for BLG. Now they just need to recover. They need to move back and stay a little bit longer. But no, it is MKOI looking for more. Cease and desist on the back line. Petrified Gaze. It's good. Alvaro wants to get the shot, but it's on. It's all through. It's all.
Yeah, I knew that team fight is gonna be done. That's done. That's an ace. That's an ace. They're gonna have to ace it.
It's time to scramble up some.
They're gonna ace it? No. What?
Going out. See if they can lock them down a little bit longer. Knight doesn't have the energy. Looking for more. Jojo is low.
Dead.
Once more. Down. Gets him.
Oh no. They're dead. Dead. No. There we go. Dead. There we go. There we go. Yeah, that's an ace. I knew that was gonna be an ace. This is so obvious, honestly, because they have the soul. They already have
Jojo
built like
finally
out their
falls.
champions
the
already.
Ocean Soul value in the extended fight is monstrous.
Like Bin's already
They've got a
18.
wave waiting for them, top.
Yeah,
That
this is
will
a
at the
BLG
very
game.
least be inhibitor.
And that is such a big turn of the game.
It's
What
going
was
to be BLG.
a 500 gold differential was now 5.4k.
The thing is, there's 30 seconds on the wave clear. BLG smell blood in the water. And maybe a little bit of that omelette frying, eh? Towards the Nexus turret they go. Tempered Fate buys some time. Joya and Alvaro must stop
Nice
the
Bard.
onslaught, but Billy
Nice
Gaming
Bard.
will take no prisoners here. And MCoy,
They're gonna try to finish
they
it.
fought well, they fought hard,
It's
but
time for
they
them to
will
just
bleed
die.
out, drowned by Ocean Soul wearing Billy Gaming.
And this is why they're one of the
BLG.
best. Yes, MCoy took them for a ride.
It's BLG.
But it was
We
not
knew BLG
enough.
was gonna
Sadly,
take it.
that ride came to an end in
It
this
was just
best
like about
of one
time.
series. And wow, BLG came in with the goods.
They really did. To be honest, I want to give serious credit to MCoy. That was a game that I think a lot of people on paper were going to go, MCoy scraped in to Esports World Cup. They were kind of an extra, an afterthought. They didn't look like that today, did they? They looked so strong. BLG, though, MSI finalists, first stand winners, still managed to clutch it out and do a phenomenal job there in those late game scenarios. The dragon stacking ended up being the difference maker at the end of it all.
And that was where that priority was. The vision was good, the team fights were clean, and it was all on Shun being ready and available, waiting for those objectives to come through, and then just getting in at the right second. So BLG looking so fierce today. They said they wanted to come in and look strong. So it is, how hard can they go? How high can they fly here at EWC 2026? But we'll just have to wait and see as they do move to the upper bracket here, Initialize. Now it comes down to, what is the next step? Who do they go up against, and how big of a opponent are they going to be?
Well, exactly that. And again, they are...
It's going to be BLG against T1. That's what they were just trying to say.
League of Legends tournament here in 2026 at the Esports
Yeah,
World Cup.
is this going to be
That is
BLG versus
perhaps
T1?
easier said than done. Isn't that right, Valdez?
That is exactly right. Thank you so much, guys, for the great cast as BLG do take the win. Very dominant last fight there. I feel like MCoy, they were doing a good job of just kind of waiting and trying to beat them into fights and saying, okay, we have a really nice disengage comp. Let's just let them come into us. But they gave away so much. They gave away the Ocean Soul. And then that last fight was just a little bit too much. And I think when you have Nautilus, you have Akali, a lot of different ways to get into the fight. It just looked like BLG had enough to end the game.
Yeah, I mean, especially I think when they get this team competition against like the engaging team comp, like you can't be scared getting engaged on because you have a bar who can protect. You can actually have a wall, so make sure they get separate. But it's just like they're really over. I would say like over scared. Like we're gonna see with the highlight, but like they were over scared. So like they actually went back to the bad choke, like above the cross, the C curve, the brush, and also they feel bad because like they lost the objective, and they're like, let's just go in because we lost the objective. Like it's just the game plan was like more. PLG was more basically delegated.
Yeah, I think it's just very difficult when you're not on the objective first with the Anivia in general, especially versus so much dive, right? And unfortunately, it didn't feel like this Vex pick got enough value in assisting in some of that dive. There were some moments, sure, but I think not all. That's the thing with picks like that with Moen, right? Because I called for it, I was like, hey, like let's get something weird from Moen, right? I think that's normally when they look the best. But it's definitely also when they look the worst. Because when it falls off, it falls off hard, and this was definitely one of those games where...
It was too weird.
Yeah, maybe a little too weird.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea, but the execution was not necessarily there, and BLG eventually got across the line, starting off with first blood in the bottom lane, which Shun, once again, you know, we've had actually Lee Sin in every single game so far here at EWC 26 for League of Legends on both stages, and he popped off on this pick as well.
Yeah, I mean, like it looked like the Kali kind of died for free, but it's actually not because the Lee Sin was like so behind on all the games since he was ganking bottom and mid and top, as we see. Like it was like really, he was like way behind on the Vi EXP, like he was like almost level down. So I think Akali there, it's just like a go for die and then just give the Lee Sin kill, and then it helps so much, and be able to push mid wave. It translates to like these skirmishes, like he's actually he's still one level down, like even though what happened earlier, but because he wasn't farming it, those kind of stuff like are so managed to, like, as a team, and it's like it's really easy to team fight and get a playing around objective.
Yeah, we saw a lot of side lane shenanigans here from Irwin, and not in his favor. Knight took advantage of that, so did Bin, and it felt like, you know, the Vex and the composition, it kind of makes sense theoretically, but when you get wrecked in lane, you get pushed and you don't really have any side lane pressure, and then in the team fights, it's still a Vex. At the end of the day, like, this is not a top tier pick, so theoretically okay, but yeah.
It's weird. It's like it wants to be tankier, but it can't survive that much burst damage, right? And so effectively it just kind of turns into a one-off fear bot, and if it doesn't necessarily yield value, like, you know, someone gets hit by a Bard stun because of it, or a Nivea stun, and then they just chain CC'd and died, it just kind of turns into this where it just dies on site.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, like, they have a good choke, like,
Billy
sure,
did good this game.
Their turn to approach,
That's all I
like,
gotta say.
a different angle, but
They
the
just
thing is,
did
like,
good.
you don't, in this the type of the comp, like, you don't actually have to go first, like, let Nivea get wall and let Angel just poke. Like, even this one, what I just talked about, like, they lost the Drake Soul because they were not willing to fight. Then why are they willing to fight after they give up the soul?
Crazy.
It's just like, it just doesn't make sense, right? Like, they might as well just play like way more aggressive when they actually have a chance. Or I would say the success of the percentage is higher. Just take the opportunity.
Yeah, oftentimes I like to call fights like those, like that.
Are we talking about Masters? Are we talking about Masters?
Right. And it's like, oh, there's a lovely sale, but I'm about to miss it. The timer's running down, and they walk into the store, they miss the sale, and then in this case, BLG just clubbed them over the head for coming in late. But yeah, again, I think sometimes that just shows a little bit of lack of maybe confidence, of just willing to go, hey, like, we have the space to send it, let's send it, but then make sure we can try and control the fight afterwards.
Well, guys, that was a very interesting best one. We had BLG to take the win on this one. We have Kitty on the stage now with the Knight. Take it away for the interview.
Thank you so much. By my side, we have BLG Knight for the post-game interview. 欢迎奈特来到我们的赛后采访. This is going to be our
Got hit up
first
by
time
Streamer
where we
King.
host
Oh, that's
EWC
cool, buddy.
in Paris. So I want to ask Knight,
I would
how
like
is
to have
the
some vibes with you the
atmosphere
other
in
day.
France so far? 想问一下奈
Oh, hell yeah.
特，今年是首次在巴黎举行的 EWC， 所以感觉氛围如何呢？
感觉挺好的吧，人很多，然后场馆也很大，然后也是我打 EWC 第一次赢比赛吧，就非常开心。
I'm very happy because this is my first time winning a match in the Parisian arena, and of course, it's our first time in France, so I'm very excited. And the arena is huge.
they're
那么
up
下一
for
轮
it.
你们对阵
They're
的
up
会
for
是 T1. Next round, you guys are going to be versing.
Yeah, they're gonna go against T1.
Who are you guys gonna be looking out for?
BLG
下一
is
轮
going
是
out again.
T1， 所以想问一下奈特选手有什么比较需要注意的点呢？
因为上次我们赢了他们嘛，就照常打应该就能赢。
Because we already won against T1 the previous time we versed them, so we just have to be a bit more careful and we should be okay. 那么现场有很多奈特的粉丝 we have a lot of Knight fans in the arena today. 所以有什么想要跟他们说的吗？
就巴黎这么远，也谢谢大家来支持我们吧，我们也会争取加油进决赛的。
啊。
We have a lot of BLG fans in the arena now, so I wanted to say thank you so much for flying all the way to Paris. We will try our best, and we will make sure to get every single win we can. 谢谢奈特 Thank you so much for the post-game interview, and back to you guys.
Going to San Pablo.
Thank you so much, Kitty and Knight, for that one. Obviously, showing a lot of love to the local crowd and talking about how big the arena is as well. It was, I would say, not BLG's most amazing game, not their most flashy, but they got the job done, and really that's all that matters. They are going to go up against T1 in the next matchup.
Ah.
I mean,
that's it. Because
amazing either, so, you know.
I mean, look,
Crazy.
I think that's the story of a lot of BLG's year, to be fair. It's like, it's not pretty, but for the most part, they've gotten the job done. And it's just another, you know, it's another chapter to just whack inside the book for that. But again, I think MKOI did a very good job of making that game awkward, making it weird with the Vex pick, with the way that they obviously skirmished around mid, with the Anivia. There were loads of things that just slowed them down, and I think once eventually they were able to kind of just, well, mostly just find the picks on the side lane, it just enabled Knight to have so much more freedom once the team fights rolled around. He had so much extra gold in his pocket.
Yeah, I think it was like really a close game, like for both team, honestly, like showing off like the weak side as well. But you know, there's like they were playing around the competition well. Like those, I'll say like those are really strong sides. So those kind of have to be more impactful against like these teams, because like these teams are good. Like they're here for just playing actually international team. They are decently well. That's why they came here to play at EWC. So I mean, for sure, you gotta take some risk to get reward.
They absolutely have to, and you know, it wasn't a bad showing from the side of MKOI, but there's a lot more work to be done, as they will have to go up against GAM Esports, who looked actually pretty decent.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I like their ability to really mix up a game and never make it like very cut and dry, which is kind of what Korean teams like T1 like to do, where it's like, okay, we have control, we do whatever we want, and you guys lose.
Yeah.
GAM are like, no, we're gonna throw that out the window. And I think they did a pretty good job of doing that. That was on the main stage. That game was happening at the same time. So will be pretty interesting stuff here for Group C, but that's going to do it for now, guys. We are going to take a break and come back with our next matchup. Don't go anywhere.
G2 versus Furia. Let's go. Alright, we're ready for the G2 match. We're gonna wait for the MSI winners. I just said this.
Mid. ADC. For me, mid's just easy. ADC is also easy, but I'm like on competitive, maybe not so much. In league, I think it's ADC because you kind of just need to hit and do damage. People just say most ADCs is just dumb because they just need to hit and do damage, so they don't lose a lot of brain.
Oh my gosh! Oh wait! We're supposed to be peeking. Okay, we're gonna end this main tree real quick. We're gonna peek. We need to peek.
It's like my second.
How's it going? What's going on?
Be interesting to see who's pressured to force a move in this kind of stalemate.
Yeah, I
think both teams are pretty confident scaling their cores up here. To me, Spirit have a little more onus on them. Find a core pickoff. It's not a huge margin, but you have this tiny running around invis.
I'm really interested in this because we just watched a documentary about like Team Liquid going against Team Spirit, and then they were so crushed and sad that they lost against them.
Maybe in the Toronto Tokyo days.
Maybe
he tended to force a little more.
Yeah. There's no doubt about that.
Maybe they didn't like that. Something to be said there.
Oh my gosh!
They're just gonna do Roche. I think this is a fine call. If the Tiny's not finding pickoffs on the map, you should abuse the fact that Liquid are in dodge mode. You get something here, so that's gonna be a free Aegis for Yatoro. He's gonna instantly TV bottom and try and clear anybody out of this bottom lane. The has not grown though. In fact, it has gone Liquid's way over the last 10 minutes. 5K swung back.
Could change things with pickoffs like this.
Punish that Mirana. That's what we're talking about. You just can't farm deep here in this style of game.
I wonder what Tofu even does about this, because you're not going to be able to. You can't have sentries.
First item A on disc.
Yeah, that's legitimately. I was thinking about that. Like, you know, he's going to be riding the map a lot. He can't get sentries out. The map's too big when you're trying to rat like this to be able to always, you know, see where this Tiny's coming from. So
go early gem blink or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Mirana's just not the most survivable hero.
Oh, got him in the wheel. Beautiful stuff from his, not me. Nisha will have to expend his BKB, goes for a TP. Oh, can they kill him fast enough? Oh, they got him.
Okay. That's a big find. And BKB is going to be on cooldown for a while, even when he respawns here.
Oh, look at this ace. Oh, he went for the hit. That was greedy, Yatoro. That could have been another kill.
He probably feels he doesn't die there unless he gets the hit off, which I think is true.
That's probably fair. That's
he's just going to walk back into base. Still, huge find on this Invoker. This is the biggest hero to take off the map every time. It's going to give you a lot of room, a lot of space.
Ooh, nice blink away there from Boxy. And see, the supports are the ones trying to head out these lanes. If Tiny goes and catches them.
What a sick catch.
Yeah, that was really well done.
But to catch Invoker with wheel, just straight up.
Like the execution of like casting the spells it's kind of like whatever, because, you know, Invoker's running a straight line, but to have that set up in the first place, right? To
exactly.
have those wards in that position, be ready for
the idea, the timing, not get counterplayed, you're hiding behind a tree, all those little vision things is what makes that play work.
I'm so sorry, guys. I really am interested in this.
Finds you a lot of breathing room here. As
I just want to see a team fight. Come on, there we go. We got a team fight. We got a Liquid team fight. Look, if we Liquid wins this team fight, that means they win the game, right? Why are they confused? Why are they confused? Why are they confused?
Those BKBs that allow them to pull the Nightfall.
No. You're fighting with that.
Okay.
You have Gem on the Invoker too. They did purchase it up off the back of Tofu being mega rich here.
Because they're gonna get
ganked. Those
ganked.
triple BKBs. You have Gem. You have Mirana ulti. You want to start fights on your terms and get this Sven into the game with Alacrity on top. He's going to demolish these Spirit Heroes if he has free reign.
Dude, I just want to get into Dota. I'm so sorry, guys. I am
I feel like they don't
getting
even need
distracted
that one.
real bad.
That's interesting. I wonder what they see from their perspective that says this is an opportunity.
They're pushed,
right,
but it doesn't matter if
the only
they're
reason you go
pushed.
before your item
Okay,
timings
we're going
is you
back.
think
We're
there's
going back. We're going back. I'm so sorry.
Gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion.
No one's here.
Reach your impossible.
Wait. I really want to watch that Dota match. It's okay. It's okay.
Esports World Cup up.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler won. You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Adapt versus Tyler 1. Oh, congrats, Esports Gamer with the Prime. Let's go. W Esports Gamer. Thank you. How do we do a shout out? Let me try to do a shout
here
out.
for EWC 2026's League of Legends. We're getting ready for our third match of the day. It will be Furia up against G2, and already the fans are piling in.
Shout out
behind
Esports
us,
Gamer.
We've had many fan chants
I
already.
don't know how
The
to
game
do a
has
shout out.
begun, and obviously some big.
Thank you.
bases
Thank
for both
you.
of these two
Appreciate
squads,
you.
guys.
You're amazing.
It's really loud. It's really packed.
W
Everyone's,
Esports Gamer.
so ready for it. Everyone's so excited. I'm ready too.
Dare I say, I think there's more people here for G2 Furia than PLG Koi. Yeah, I mean, makes sense, right? European team, home soil. But
We got
Brazilian
7
fans,
subs.
matter,
Let's
honestly,
go.
What sport, esport,
Let's go.
passionate, the shout is there. And even though I think they're slightly fewer in number, they're equally as loud.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
There they are. You probably hear them and or see them behind them
There's the
as
G2
they're getting
people.
into it. And yeah, I mean,
Oh,
again,
wait.
always have to do the disclaimer. There's a best of one. Anyone can win. So far, I think, you know, the second match kind of went more the way we were expecting, although BLG weren't like super flashy. They got the job done. They took the win. What is your guys' expectation for this one? Who should be the favorites coming into this match?
I mean, it's like the meta's like right now is like really kind of, I would say like it's not steady, right? Like it's just like all the game, if you get like one thing like really screwed over, like it just seems like it's really easy to hit the enemy like constantly, like, and it's like losing the point.
and that's like, you know, transit to the like objective and middle game, the skirmishes. It looked like there's no clean game so far because like there's no one-sided game. It's just the both teams are trying so hard to win and it's managing and also preparing really well, just playing around the objective, playing as a team. Like it's showing off like really strong the identity from the team. That's how I feel.
Yeah, what I'm looking at from G2 is how they actually look to control the pace of the game. I feel like that's something that they did really well when they're opening to MSI, but then come the Lions series, that was a lot less present. And I think versus a team like Furia, they're going to come at you fangs bared, and they aren't going to stop. Like, they will keep on looking for plays, and a lot of that is driven by Tatu, the kid's a superstar, right? He is a playmaker. He wants to be the guy that drives the game forward, and oftentimes, down in the CB low, he is the guy that drives the game forward for this team.
Yeah, definitely the reason why they are here on multiple international stages, representing their region. You know, quite obviously the best team from there. And again, it's another jungler you mentioned that is having a big effect. It does feel like this meta especially very jungler-centric. And also, we've seen Lee Sin in every game that we've had so far, so would not be surprised to see more of it here.
Yeah. I was going to say, do you know who's pretty good at it?
Yeah, exactly.
Are you gonna, yeah, would you give to listen to him?
Oh, having trouble hearing you guys because, well,
yeah. These headphones aren't soundproof.
Yeah.
For free.
I mean, we have like the main stage right over there, and there's like tons of seats and stuff. But actually, over here, I think there might be more people.
It's super packed.
I mean, it's G2, right? Huge fan base here in Europe, here in Paris, and they're getting a lot of support.
I'm so interested in this Dota 2 thing.
As you already
I'm
mentioned,
so interested. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm very interested in the Dota 2
But
thing.
G2, you know, I think there's a lot of hope behind the squad recently for this year. Not just because of their win over T1, but, you know, especially because of that. I think a lot of people can say, well, they beat T1 and then the loss to Lion was a fluke, so they should be, you know, kind of in a really good spot right now.
And you know what? About that weird spot, we haven't touched on the coaching staff change. Dylan is no longer the coach.
Yeah.
Right? They've elected to go with Perks. Obviously, Perks officially, I think, only started working with them at the start of the month. He's been around probably a little bit longer than that, but I really want to see what level of impact that has on this G2 lineup, because, you know, a lot of the talk when it came to Dylan oftentimes would be, does he make these guys cook too much in the prep and in the draft? Right?
Make him cook too much? That's kind of crazy.
That was necessarily the case in the Lion loss.
That's kind of crazy. To hear that, does he make him cook too much?
In their opening MSI series a bit, where they can go too far forward. But I really want to see what the philosophy looks like from a Perks-led G2.
Yeah, I mean, 100% indeed, because like, how would they want against T1 because they were cooking, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So you can't really blame him. So I mean, yeah, it's just, I think it's go back to like, you know, get a fresh environment, like fresh atmosphere, and it's like just, it doesn't mean that actually changing like the team play style, obviously, because it's like roster is not changed, right? Like it's just only like the managing the team, managing the player, like those kind of things are gonna be the only change. So I think it's hopefully for G2's side, the perspective, I think it's, you know, it's a good side. It's good.
Yeah. I think this is a good test bed.
If it's good, it's good.
To say the least. And look, again, Furia are the kind of team that when it comes to internationals, they come in, I mentioned it with Team Secret Wales, they come in hungry.
Yeah.
Right? They're here to win.
100%.
And obviously that swings both ways. Like you will play to win into a loss sometimes. And that often is the failure of a lot of CBLOL teams, is they play too hard in the skirmishes, and then it leads to those bigger macro losses. And that's what we want to see kind of reined in here.
Yeah, I mean, this is like really good opportunity. It's like, it's testing your ceiling, right? Like you get so good practiced opponents against it, and it's like, this is like where you can actually just prove yourself and test yourself, and how can you push yourself to limit. And it's time to prove on the stage.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on both of these teams, no doubt. I mean, it's a 16-team tournament, but if you lose a couple of matches, you know, one best of one and one best of three, you're just out. So got to be ready to go, and both of these teams looks like they are, and our draft should be up here in just a moment, guys. So take it away, our casters, as we head into the draft.
With pleasure, Valdez. Initialize here, joined by Logan, switching it up just a little bit here as we do head into draft. And the desk are absolutely right. There is very little room for error. One best of one best of three, and it can all go wrong. Folks, The crowds have turned up for this match, and that might mean me and Logan have to work to be heard because the Furia fans, the G2 fans are here in force, and it is pretty electric here in Paris today.
That is right. G'day. We are here.
Turning to hit the tiny.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I need to show this.
By Ace, meanwhile, poor Tofu's just getting chain stunned, but the rolling thunder ran out. Tornado comes in, a punch in the air. No,
I am sorry. This is epic. This is epic. They're getting their lick back. They're getting their lick back. This is epic. I'm sorry, guys. We just gotta see this.
There's no way Laurel's gonna threaten anybody here.
That is crazy.
Like for Liquid, that looked real.
They're so close. They're so close.
He was gonna get chain stunned by that wheel, but he's able to get BKB off. That makes all the difference there.
And this time, Delina is farther.
Both these teams.
Sorry, if you guys were ever wondering what's on my side of my screen, that's on the side of my screen. That's on the side. There's a lot of co-streamers for this too, which is great. Well, not really, but yeah.
Some good early games.
Yeah, that was on my side. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so attached. My eyes are just attached to esports. You know, we love esports here. I'm glad you guys are choosing me to watch. You guys are amazing people. It's amazing to have you guys here. Have an amazing group, amazing community here. W community, W group.
And when it's
I'm
played
just so
right,
sorry.
it can overtake that lane, and then when they're roaming around, have so much impact. But as you so rightfully said, Caps, Penta, Syndra, it's almost an iconic situation already, and backed up with this CC that Leona brings to that bot lane. I love it.
Well, how about we go for the Lee Sin of Jungle Lin? Lee Sin. Pair that in with the Camille. Obviously, incredible early skirmishing here for Tattoo and Jojo. We'll be wanting to get some serious value out of that pair in the early stages.
But this is what we see with these BO1s, right? Some teams go all in. It's hard, fast, early aggression. Whereas other teams, they kind of hedge their bets, right? They go with the meta. They sometimes go with those comfort picks and depend on the scaling. The more comfortable, confident teams might go those slower builds, and the aggressive, we need to give it our all right here, right now. It's now or never. They go for those comps.
Well, to go with your pick, I'll add you some pick. The Jin follows up with that Lee Sin and Camille. Also means that Camille is a lot freer to leave lane because Jin is very happy to play a 2v1 if required, and can obviously follow up / set up for these very aggressive early skirmishes pretty well. Tends to have that unfortunate mid-game trough that's kind of made him a little bit dubious in certain analysts' minds, but you do get to those late stages, still gets to pop off. What's the response here from the likes of Skumon, though? Might well be this Neferi.
I do love the backline access that Neferi can bring to any composition, right? Yes, you can body block it, but you basically sacrifice yourself unless you are a top lane tank into this Neferi, and those resets can be scary. So I love the lockdown. There's so much CC that G2 has already drafted for themselves into this Furia composition.
Second phase of bans coming on up. Neither top laner realistically picked it. Theoretically, Guigo could lock in that Camille, but it's not really being seen at all. Actually, it has been primarily a support pick, come what may. The Shen being taken out right now. That has been some of the BB has pulled out. The zombie build with things like the Dusk of Dawn, all those kind of shenanigans gets pretty obnoxious. And, you know, you're looking at G2's comp right now. Got a fair amount of burst themselves. That mid jungle hits level 6 and someone's losing their head.
That's it. And Syndra obviously scaling ultimate ability there as well, doing so much work and damage. It has to be respected. I mean, Caps is the best in the West, as they say. So Furia, are they going to respect this Syndra, or are they going to all in him and take him out of these fights quick, smart? But their composition, right, they've got a bit of dive. Camille, dive. Lee Sin can get around those back lines. But Jin wants to sit all the way at the back. So it's almost like you guys frontline while I try and deal the damage to this Syndra, to this Leona. But Leona, one of the tankiest supports you can find, she's going to be a tough nut to crack as these last bans have come through. Cled. That's respect to BB.
Broken Blade came off a monstrous Game 5 win against T1 to knock them out of MSI with a 15-kill Kled. It was magical. Of course, the series to follow, perhaps a little less magical for G2. We're looking to perhaps channel that initial victory here, and they're looking potentially for the Gnar here, having taken out the Vayne, having taken out the Rumble. Of course, on the other side, see what Guigo can look to lock into the Gnar.
One thing that I am loving about these jungler picks too as well is that they're both very aggressive, obviously, but they're not Xin Zhao. We've seen Jin Zhao a lot across the world. So these guys, they're not letting themselves be defined by the meta. They're definitely going with still strong picks, but things that they're a bit more comfortable with as well.
And at least at MSI, from what we saw, the Xin Zhao wasn't really a game 1 pick anymore. It feels like enough of the nerfs have come on through that he's just fallen down that priority ladder a touch more for things like the Vi, for things like the Neferi, and actually debating doing what BLG just did and locking in a publicly perfect execution pairing.
Yeah, absolutely. Public and perfect execution. You said it
I hate this. Every time I conflate the two, it's a disaster as a play-by-play,
so
I tell
which
you.
one has which ult? Because we're going to need to know this.
Dude.
But Galio, I like this
my god.
choice. Galio, a
Why are they
locked
going?
in. Another frontliner,
Is that
though.
Syndra bot, then?
It could very well be, yeah, because Galio is mid lane, being able to global and help the team. I love this. They're going to play through sides.
And one of the big things here as well is there's been some questions about, does Hansama play the Major's bot? He's locked in a Syndra here. He's clearly feeling confident enough to come in here at EWC.
Syndra.
First game.
Again, no ADC. Okay.
Neferi Galio with a
This is the third game of the Jin. Is Jin just a viable pick? Is that why people are just like locking in Jin?
Things like that, Camille coming diving on in. Because the other side, you look at Furia, and we were saying, hey, look, they had some close games against Lion, but it was the late game team fights where they couldn't quite get over that execution barrier. That doesn't look particularly late game to me with the Lee Sin of the Camille. They want to get rolling in that mid game real fast.
And Furia's composition is so high damage.
Yes.
That is damage for days. Whereas G2, they've kind of respected the traditional draft. They've got some solid frontline and sacrificed a bit of that damage. But this is Caps we're talking about on the Galio. He's going to be able to protect those damage dealers. So it's that trade-off. We're going to need to see how both of these teams play this one out because they both have dive elements, but the shorter range of G2 means they're going to be much closer to that fighting than the Jin from Furia. That could be the difference.
Oh my gosh.
Another potential caveat to this as well is I wonder whether G2 play this as a counterpunch. And they say, we see you all dive in, get Leona ulted, get Galio ulted, get Neferi W'd, and then we go back in. Because I think there is a very real world here where if Furia don't pull the trigger at the correct time, where they get a little over-eager to make those plays, the punish that could come in from the global of the Galio, from the Neferi ulting, from the Leona going, absolutely not, eat a solar flare. That could get really dangerous too.
These are going to be explosive all-in
I'm still
fights.
watching Dota. I'm glued. I glued.
I feel like that might be a
No, man, no.
Who am I?
Look,
Who am I to judge?
I come from the LCB,
Oh
right?
my
so
god.
Like, if these guys get a kill a minute, I'm going to be like, yes, we're on.
Oh,
but both of these compositions, they
They've
really
already gotten their
want
barracks.
to fight. It's just how they're going to set up around these objectives, which will inevitably be the catalyst for these explosive engages.
Well, we've already had one very close game here on the B stream where MQuake
It's only game
stood
one.
up and delivered versus BLG very well, but the difference maker ended up being the dragon stacking that came on through, and that did sort of prove to be a little dangerous. And I agree, those objective setups are going to be a little intricate, I think, this game, because both of these comps don't really get to be non-committal, do they?
No.
And speaking of committing, we are committing to Summoner's Rift.
That's it. Once you go in for these fights, there's no way back out. You need to pull the trigger, you need to be decisive, and you need to make it work for you with these compositions. Because,
Welcome to the
again,
EWC Riot
here
Games.
on
Wow,
Summoner's
that looks
game.
nice.
One of this
That's
best
pretty
of
nice.
one between Furia and G2 here at EWC.
Alright, we're G2 fans. We are G2 fans.
Oh, yes.
Not just
And
for
again,
today,
you
for
go
every day.
towards an upper
We're
bracket
G2
best of
fans.
3, which is great news. You lose, you're not quite done, but that lower bracket best of 3 is a little more alarming, to say the least of it. Fighting over
Alright,
these
chat.
level 1
Let's do
wards.
it.
Furia will clear that one out relatively
Let's
swift. You can see,
run
of course, Jojo starting off there with the sweep. Of course, not to be confused with Jojo Pure. And if we see those two teams fight off, we're going to have to be much more careful about our phrasing.
What I really, really like there is Hans Sama just chipped away at IU over the wall blind, right? And that speaks to the level of play these guys have. The seconds he was counting down in his head, he's like, you walk this fast, you will be here, I'm going to chip
Imposter.
a little bit of a lane advantage, which is so important in these early stages as they start to skirmish on that bot side.
And again, there are going to be a lot of questions about G2 because we saw some real high highs from them at MSI. That victory against T1 will go down in European history. The series that followed against Lion was a real disappointment.
It will also go down in history.
Stop. Oh, yeah, and then that gets tricky because, again, on top of that, there's been the backroom staffs, Dylan and Perk switching up a little bit there as well. So it means that there's quite a lot of eyes on G2 to see what we get from them. And we've already got a little bit of a different look in that drafting phase with that Syndra and stuff coming on in, see where they feel like here. And again, for Furia, I got to chat with some of the CBLOL English casters. Shout out to Trajan and stuff as well, who was giving me some of their notes and their thoughts on what they thought about the MSI perspective from someone who's a big CBLOL fan. Put a lot of time into these teams, saying, look, frankly, really happy that they did a good job. They turned up and did them proud, but there was just this issue was like, maybe in years past, you could have said, look, the hands were there, but the game sense wasn't quite. This time, it was just really difficult to win games against the top teams, and there was a little bit of, like, frankly, just getting out-executing those late-game team fights. See what happens here. There was some violence occurring, and yapping away, and Labrov is being dropped real low. Furia looking to show exactly what hands they've got.
That's it. We saw Labrov there burn both summoners, but critically, Hans Sama stepped up and took the deadly
second
flourish
time
from
seeing
Iron,
not an ADC
protecting
bot.
Labrov,
I guess that's a new meta.
That first blood going over, because as we were talking,
I'm
we
going
saw
to
on the top
begin.
side here, Broken Blade had
So,
Evo
like,
pushed in,
I'm
and
doing the
another
day,
skirmish in this mid lane.
right?
Caps has that. What's interesting here is that both of these are melee mid laners, right? So there's no ranged advantage over melee advantage. It's we're just going to be brawling the whole time. But critically, these junglers, right? Currently both on the top side. However, Skumond will be spotted recalling. So now Fury have the information that the jungler not out on the rift.
Here comes everyone. Hang on. This gets spicy. Toots
What?
goes in with that shot.
What? What? Furia, we're in mid.
Comes with an additional summoner cost.
That's it. Both
Yeah,
summoners burnt their
with that teleport
caps.
too.
It was going to be a 3v1. It ended up being a 3v2, so it was much harder to get that coveted crown off of Caps, but the flash well spent to escape there. As this top side, they're skirmishing.
Top lane's
They
always
wanna
the
get their
fastest
stacks
lane
up.
to do
We go
1v1s.
quickly, the grasp to get that permanent
And not
max
just
health
because
here,
it's just solo
but the
top,
junglers,
but it's just
again, we
always
see
aggressive
Skumond
like that.
around that mid lane, trying to potentially get the flash out of Toots on this Akali.
Usually you get a
because
jungler
flash
gank
is
early,
so important.
like that's the first lane the jungler would
for
gank.
Fury, you are the
But if
team
it
with
is
the
mid,
lead
it's
sit,
because
with
their
the
mid
Camille,
lane is losing.
With very volatile lanes, lots of setup, lots of playmaking. They are being active. It's what we wanted to see from a graph like this, and they're not playing slow, they're not playing conservative right now. They're trying to make the moves happen. Logan just pointing out the fact that Labrov was recalling on a warp. It doesn't look like we're going to see the interrupt as it stands. But thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate you, mate.
Of course, of course. I mean, we all have to help each other out here, but it will be seen. So that's information given over for free, which is not something you want to be doing. You don't want your opponents to know that they're up a man into your lane, because that's when these plays can happen. That's when junglers, if they're on the right roam timers, can get those ganks down. As we see Guigo and Broken Blade, Jojo in the top side, already having roam from the bot, walking up, but spotted on a ward.
We are. Can Jojo get on in here? Misses that hook shot on BB.
Bruh,
Just
bruh, Furia, what the fuck? What the fuck was that?
Yeah,
What?
BB does not have two left feet. This man
What was
has
that?
a left and a right, and he's taken
What?
dance lessons.
What?
Well, it's a baiting it out, right?
What?
If he can delay Jojo, if he makes Jojo
Huh.
wanna stick around, he still has the flash, so he has the confidence to get out of a 2v1, but Jojo goes topside, wastes a little bit of time, recalls back out onto the rift.
And I was chatting with Jamada a little bit before, and he was doing some really great breakdowns on why we're seeing so much support roaming, because catch-up XP is incredibly busted from about 8 minutes on. So you can just spend the first 5 to 10 minutes roaming around and just rely on the 8-minute catch-up XP to get yourself back in. Allows people like Jojo to go looking for moves like that.
That's crazy.
And speaking of looking, the Drake is up. So it will be which jungler wants to get there first. We do see that G2 has vision around that Drake pit though, so they will get that information if Furia decide to go for it. But the rate they still are scrapping.
BB might have to be a little bit careful here. He's about to go mini and misses his ult. Just clear the wave. Does Guigo want to look on this mini-nar timing for the public execution? There it is. Forces the flash. Wondered whether he might be looking on that one, and Guigo does get a little bit extra.
I would say that ult for BB's flash, absolutely worth, because Gnar without a flash, it's almost impossible to get those excellent angles on those ults, those team stuns.
And again, this is a composition from both teams that loves that level 6. The ult buttons are absolutely glorious for pretty much every champion in the game here.
Yeah, absolutely. Han Sama, though, doing well on this Syndra, maintaining that CS, just getting a little bit of poke on IU, which is why we're seeing both of these supports roam a bit. We've obviously seen Jojo roam a bit more than Lebrov at the moment, but I think Lebrov might be trying to play patient, protect Syndra while they're getting this up. Caps, though, making a play.
Does go looking. Scumon's around, has got that ability to call up the hounds if required. Tatu and Jojo in, though! Hook
Nice.
shot
First
and
blood.
sinker!
Nice.
That's it. Furia showed up. They brought more men. They got there quicker, and they take out Caps.
I have a feeling
First blood over to Furia. They'll net themselves that
G2
bounty
fans
gold
over
as
there
well
are
off the first blood. So
they're
find
feeling
themselves
pressure.
1,000 gold
They're
up
feeling pressure
over
because they want to do good.
G2.
They
However,
want
the rest
to
of the lanes,
uprage
it's kinda
all
normal
of
at the
the
moment. We've got
Furia
most of these
players.
summoners down.
Hang on.
Oh no, here we go.
Jojo went looking. Oh, that got spicy. The hook shot that time a little wide. Can't make it 2 for 2 there, but still got a little nervous. You can keep going now, Logan.
It's okay.
Great Zenith blade from
It's
LeBron. I'll
okay.
give him that as well. Level 4.
Wait,
So had that
look,
level
let's look at this replay.
So a little bit
Right here.
As we go into this replay, Caps
We
is
see
doing
G2
everything he can to
as
get away.
their
But
Galio
look at
up,
Toots. He's got
but then their
very
Galio
little
doesn't have
damage,
any way
so
to get
had
out,
to call in
and that's the
reinforcements.
best part.
Whoa,
Is that?
oh.
Oh my
That one's
god.
gone.
Okay.
IU picks it up. We come out of the replay into
Yeah,
violence.
it's
and
Furia's
here.
jumping.
Find
Furia's
themselves
jumping on any
1,300
opportunity they can
gold to
get
the
onto
goods.
someone
You
else.
could almost say violence and fury.
Very good. All right, yeah, very nice. All right, yeah.
Fury is fury.
We'll
and then
workshop
violence.
it. We'll workshop it.
That's it. But another kill for Furia. They are firmly on the board, 2-0. But critically, that first streak of the game is still up. So this is going to be a slower game. We're not going to be rushing to 4 dragons and get that soul. The grubs are up as well, so in 5 seconds. So jungle objectives, not a high priority.
No, it's not really been about the objectives so far. I mean, part of it, of course, has been a lot of these players wanting to get towards that level 6, towards those ultimate abilities. But as it stands, Fury with that Camille found themselves those 2 kills. They're the team with the Lee Sin to go with that important support. They're about to find Labrov again, who's in a potentially tricky spot. Gets the Eclipse down, hit by that deadly flourish.
Yeah.
Hounds coming on over, can look for a scout of the week as Scumon goes in. The Hounds pursuit the call of the pack.
Okay,
And they're
kind
calling
of
up an
crazy.
ambulance. It's just not for them.
G2 actually doesn't have an ADC and they're doing crazy.
Lebrov goes in and
Okay.
we're thinking, oh, Lebrov, but he tanked it so beautifully.
Not
he
bad.
gets hit. Oh,
Scumon gets
Oh,
another one
no,
of those.
they're coming back. They're coming back. They're saying no. We want this.
Unfortunately, the villain in this equation.
Bro,
As the curtains are
didn't know
pulled and
why.
unfortunately no
Where
one
you
there
at?
now.
the heroic entrance from Caps, the hero of G2, able to help turn this fight around, give that protection that they need, the damage absorption, as G2 crowd goes crazy over these 2 kills.
It's not just them though, you're hearing the counter chants from Furia. The crowds are in full voice today. It is echoing here in Paris. Towards the replay though, because this got very close.
Yeah, Lebrov here almost got like caught out by the 2 members of Furia and does go down to half health early, but
Pretty
G2
good.
is there to back it up. Scumon all ins to make sure they get that numbers advantage and scare Furia off the grubs. But Furia not done. They're down 4-5. They started again, but they overplay their hand. Caps arrives instantly and prevents any further deaths.
Oh, the hero turns up and is right there to save the day as ever. Really good stuff there. Gets G2 their own couple kills on the board and evens up that gold discrepancy that was going against them. Few hundred to the lead for Furia, but certainly nothing to write home about.
But something to write home about, Scumon has completed the first item of the game, has that Cyclo Sword on that Neferi, so very, very dangerous.
Slightly busted item.
Yep, but Tar2 answers in kind and has just picked up his Sundered Sky as well, so it has that healing, has that sustain. Will be able to go toe-to-toe, but is down in CS significantly to Scumon at the moment. So these first items starting to roll through. We've got a couple of kills in the important places, though, ADs and jungles.
We do indeed. And again, well, AD is standing for awesome dudes again. We are back in 2018. Hands on that Syndra. We'll keep our eyes on it. 48 stacks right now in terms of that Syndra passive. Those Splinters of Wrath, which is a great name for an ability, by the by.
Love it. Well said.
And it's 120 is the max stacks. Of course, you get the Execute at 100, which is obviously a significant break point into a comp that is very squishy. You get to a point where the Syndra has enough AP, the R button will be pretty lethal here, but ways off that being a genuine one-shot for now. Dragon still untaken 10 minutes into the game, which is fairly late for the meta we were seeing evolve at MSI just last week.
Yeah, literally days ago, everyone was going for these objectives immediately, but there is a little bit of a scuffle here for that vision control around the Drake, right? both teams may not be going for it, but both teams want to know when the other one does because they don't want to give it over for free. Because it is such a late Drake, these teams are starting to become powerful. They're hitting those one-item spikes and will be able to fight over these convincingly. For now, though, it's about priority. As Tatu has started up this Drake, G2, though, responding.
And Tatu goes, maybe I don't. Maybe I get out of here. About to face check Labrov there that will hit with a shield, which I feel is a little unfair. Lee Sin's just got some fists. Gonna get him at the Zenith blade as well. This gets a bit spicy. The kick away. Labrov now put in a tricky position. It's tanky enough for now, but in comes Tuts. Shuriken flip, stunned up, hook shot, not there. The shielded Durand and Skumon hops out. A couple summoners, but that'll be the end of it.
Labrov tanked basically 3 there. He teased Furia. He's like, I'm going in because I know G2's here, but you want to come into me, baits them in, and then just gets out with the flash. Had to commit it to survive there, otherwise would have gone over to Furia. I like the play. Could have been a little less over-committed. Oh, broken blade.
Good chunk there onto Guigo. Now back down into the hyper. Guigo
Bot
probably
lane
need to
quest
look
completed
to
already.
reset here. Does have the teleport.
Their
Public
quest is done.
execution goes wide.
No way. Comes the diver turret. Okay, comes the diver turret. Oh, there we go.
Into a 6-foot hole, an early grave for Guigo.
Maybe G2 actually has a good chance here.
I thought he was just going for the turret.
Not to say that they did it for the beginning, it's just that it was kind of weird. Especially they don't have an ADC.
Sidestep that changed that fight. If Guigo had been able to hit that, that would have been BB going down, and it would have been Caps alone under the tower in the face of Guigo. So important.
If that had gone another way, we might be having a different conversation as it stands, though. G2 now find themselves up 1,600 gold. They found themselves a lot of those role quest completions as well. Furia lagging behind a little in that, and the early moves that we were seeing with that Camille have just sort of fallen away a little bit. And I am looking at a composition here from Furia that wants this mid-game to be strong. You're there with your Akali. You're there with that very heavy playmaking jungle support. You are, however, very melee, very squishy, and very burst heavy. If you start having this happen to you, I get a touch nervous.
Nerves of steel these players have. Nervous is not a word in their vocabulary. It is confidence. It is all in as another fight brewing. Jojo kicks it off.
It is. There's a shield from Jojo with the adaptive defenses. Labrov still only level 5. The level 6s are beginning to come on through as the catch-up experience begins to do a little work there. Jojo has got that one, as we noted. Back to the river we go. Herald a minute and a half away. So at this point, really what we're playing for is priority in the river, control in the river, and a replay to come on up to see exactly what happened on this top lane dive.
Yeah, so BB and Guigo were just trading as normal. BB trying to get this wave pushed in because he knows Caps is nearby. But back to live, we're fighting again.
Oh boy, I got caught drinking there for a second. My water comes on in as G2 murder the Camille, but it's traded back well enough. The TP's flying. Skumond in danger, flashes away. Guigo with the shield of the Repudiate.
Nice!
Shutdown!
Wow! No, that was good. I'm a G2 fan, but that was good. That was legitimately good.
Inevitable. Holding that fourth shot so long, IU was, that it just wasn't good enough for Skumond. They had vision control on him. G2 tried to respond, but they just weren't.
Oh, this is another top lane kill?
So this is a really good contest. We're 4 apiece.
Dude, their Galio's like zooming through every single lane. That's crazy.
They've been able to claw it back from Furia. But if you take a look at that vision control, G2 are the ones in control because they want this topside objective. They're preparing for that Rift Herald in 20 seconds.
Oh, that was a free ward that they gave away.
Another Drake up. It will be the second of the game though. So again, really, really slow on these Drakes. I can't see this being the win condition for either team. I have to imagine it's going to be a Baron and a Force.
See how that one works again. It will be a very late dragon in general. First one went the way of G2 alongside those scrubs. And again, you're the team with the with that ability to come collapse.
Does Rift don't have a name chat?
Theoretically, a win condition there, especially if BB goes.
I wonder what their name is.
Black Cleaver build rather than something like the Starax to really get some value out of the grub. Skumon currently soloing out the Heralds. Are we going to see a contest? We might well do, though Furia a little late over here, but they're considering it for sure. Guigo now here, ults all rolling, flashes a little bit more scarce, and that will probably mean that G2 picked that one up. Ends up being a little bit of Safari League of Legends from Furia. Go, wow, wow, there's the wildlife, and back away.
But I do want to point out...
Oh, hang on.
No. what an escapee.
Jojo went looking on the ward recall interrupt. Didn't quite find it though.
Yeah. But I do want to point out, even though Furia lost the Rift Herald, the value of their vision control in that area. They knew G2 was starting up. They knew how many members and which members of G2. So they were like, you know what? We can't contest this. We're going to let them have it. And that's a smart play. So they got cross-map. They started feeding gold into their other players in other lanes and gave that Rift Herald over. They said, that's a fight we'll worry about a little bit later. Because if you look at it, no turrets have gone down yet. They're all pretty healthy. Even the mid lane for G2 is still on the maximum amount of turrets it can be. So Furia, they're not getting onto these turrets. They need to start.
I mean, you've got a Jhin and double mellows in your solo lanes. Hell, even your jungle and support are melees. Your ability to get to those turrets is somewhat limited here, unless you manage to get the fight that gives you just numbers advantage to walk at turrets.
Things coming down around this Drake. They're going to contest for this one. Lebrov just getting that vision down. Joe.
Okay. Damage is there. The Hextech ultimatum, the solar flare.
Oh, dude. Oh, wait, that's actually good, though.
Oh, my days, these
They're focusing their tanks. That's super good. Okay, here we go. Then they're all coming over. Galio gets an arc kill. Nice.
Power is unleashed.
Perfect.
And G2 find themselves a couple to the goods.
Go, Cap.
Lebrov is starting these fights and he's taking so much damage.
Reminder, this is a G2 that's won. They won MSI.
It was a clean fight.
I gotta turn off my fan real quick. I'm like really cold.
Of Furia and buying themselves a priority to get that second Drake of the game, and their stacking is on and they're 2k up.
And Labrov's now just picked up a Protoplasm Harness as well. The ability to pick a Leona through the Eclipse, through the Aftershock. Eclipse the ability, not the item, just to clarify. They are two things. League of Legends and words that are used in multiple places.
We know what we're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Just to clarify, guys. The big shield that Leona puts up, alongside that Protoplasm Harness. Killing this Leona off first, I think, might be an exercise in madness.
And almost an exercise in futility as well. Lebrov, yes, 0, 2, and 5, but Lebrov has lived more than he's died in these fights. As we go back to this Drake fight as it starts out here, Han Sama is in that mid lane and rotates down through the top side, but Jojo starts it on Lebrov. Lebrov eats 2. 3. He eats almost all 4 of the shots of Ayu. Where is Jin's damage going? Not into who matters. And that buys the time for G2 to collapse and take Fury around.
And as usual in this game,
why are they
come
running?
out of the replay into more action. 6-4 in the kills, but it feels like there's
They
definitely
got rest,
been
though. Yeah, they got rest.
fracas at any given moment. Touch now coming up towards this top lane, where of course Caps has managed to get that level advantage. A couple kills to the good here. He's got the
okay, here comes.
Radiance. There's another stun.
Oh no! Oh no!
There, who may need to start backing away.
Broken Blade. Broken Blade, no. Let him live. He has a wife and kids. Let him have kids.
To a notable margin.
Twitch, clip that.
The first turret going down at 1836 is fairly slow by today's standards, but I just want to point out as well, Lebrov is a level up and a completed item up as well over Jojo.
He is. He's in a really good spot there. Got a little nervous with Skumon hanging around at that blue buff, just hopping over with the Eviscerate, but just some trading. I think the team more manageable. Broken Blade hasn't left the public execution.
No.
Nice.
Very public whiff.
Broken Blade said, nah, I'm gonna finish
The
this.
ankles of Guigo.
He's doing it all game long. It's almost impossible for
Guigo so
to
crazy.
hit an ult on the BB. This man
Oh,
is a
miss.
natural-born
Miss a little,
ballerina.
little
The moves he has,
Diona.
the slides he has got.
On the grab,
This
like I
is
missed.
the MSI Broken Blade, and he is here to win it.
A ballerina, you say, well, that suddenly gives a new meaning to on point, doesn't it? What a player. When given the opportunity, a player that at points has been criticized that may be a little too streaky, maybe not good enough for international. Well, how did he do at MSI? How is he doing here? The upper end of this player is really just very special, isn't it? Fury, of course, not out of it here. You're still looking at the Jhin, who, if you can pick up a few more items, will still be very scary. The problem is, with all of these grubs and Guigo struggling in the 1v1, these tier 2s are beginning to fall, and the structure gold is just strong. Oh, we even get the T-Tours. Thank you, Observer, for the Christopher Nolan Cup.
This is the addition that I do want to see, my friend, as we see Jojo deep in enemy territory, trying to get sort of some vision control down, just to know what G2 is doing. Tatu clearing his camps out. The Baron is now up at the 20-minute mark, and the third Drake of the game, another 2 minutes, but the Rift Herald.
Charge. Lands, and it's gone. And now suddenly all those outer turrets are gone, and the gold really has gotten to a difficult position. 5,000 gold is more than a little alarming for the Furia fans out there, I have no doubt. Gonna try and play back as well when the vision's beginning to fall. Are you with a
Oh,
Jack gets
goodness.
on out of there? You remember the day you almost.
They still have a Jhin. They do have to just kind of play it long game, but dude, the Jhin is so behind.
Caps 2-1, Skumon 2-1.
I don't know how he's so behind in his levels.
Died, but Furia, they're not without their answers.
Well,
If
never
Datu
mind.
can
He just
find
hit
an angle,
13.
If they can protect IU and get that damage onto the right targets, Furia are still very much in this. They can compete with G2 here. However,
Furia,
G2,
more
they
like
have
Furious.
the
Just kidding. Oh, just kidding.
Went looking there, but over the wall went
Oh, okay, here we go.
Handsama getting tagged by some of those bullets, but Labro
Nice.
is still about alive.
Nice.
Tatu!
Nice. Oh, leave one
The
alive.
dark in daggers, a little too poisonous. Tuts potentially in danger of the shielded around, just about able to escape.
Left
there
him
on the
alive.
Akali.
How does Lebrov keep living? He tanks so many shots, he takes so much damage, and it prevents it from going on to Hans Sama. He protects the AP carry of G2 so well. This bot lane, they are synergized, and with the priority off of that fight, they're able to turn it into that Baron because there is no jungler alive for Furia. They cannot smite this. They're
getting a little bit cutthroat up there.
They don't even have vision. G2, free Baron.
It's going to be a relatively slow Baron as there is no AD carry and a Syndra as your damage deal. Of course, Skumond on the Neferi, perhaps a little bit more able to offer that Baron DPS, and it will go down.
That's the Baron
as
cut.
you like.
Dang,
They'll pick that
dude.
one up. Jojo.
I'm gonna give it like 10 more
but we've
minutes,
seen
but I
this
think
one
this is
before,
gonna end
guys.
at 40.
Are we sure? Eclipse into Aftershock, and he only loses a third of his HP bar. He's still got a protoplasm harness to work with.
LeBron's like, I ain't recalling up for that. You need to do better because I am still ready to go. Caps has been everywhere, and we look at this, right? 8 kills over to G2. Skumond, he's been involved in 6 of them.
Caps has got to be a little careful here, actually. Gets hit by the public execution. Hero's entrance away, though, and he'll be right as rain.
He knew it. He played that one fantastically. The moment the knock-up was used, he's like, up, I'm out of here. Hero's exit, if you will. Is it very heroic if you're leaving the fight?
I feel like Heroes learning to run away is an important part of the medium.
Strategic, what is a strategic return, something like that.
Strategic retreat, that's the one.
As we do see, Skumond is on the 3rd Drake of the game. Again, we call it, it's slow Drakes, but this will get their stacking. It is an Infernal, and it will be an Infernal Soul, which means extra poke damage.
And what we did see from the likes of HLE, from the likes of BLG at first, and is you can give up some of those
No way.
if you can kind of do this. Play elsewhere, play for the
Okay.
just maybe a kill or two.
Yeah, they're just gonna have to win this one.
That off with a
I give it still 10 minutes
into
or
the
like
queue, into
now.
the Solar
Yeah,
Flare, and nothing Jojo could do. But I was saying
You got
before,
like 9 minutes.
kills. Lebrov has been a part of 7 of
They
them.
got Baron
Lebrov
already.
is
They've
everywhere
already
in
got
this game,
almost
and he's
everything.
just surviving. He
jungle.
hasn't died in over
And
10
now they're
minutes.
just based
And again, another one of those players who got a little criticised or questions about him joining G2. He's been having a great old time over the last tournament or so and continues his MSI form with pretty strong showings here on this Leona.
Tuts was forced to
Get
hold out.
dragged.
Skumon's
Hang
chasing.
on, they're going to get a victory. Oh my
Oh,
God,
they
he's
got
dead.
they
The
got
Dark
him.
and Daggers land, and the
Oh,
Akali
they
is
got
dead for
him.
rights.
G2, they have a numbers advantage. They're sieging.
They can keep rolling.
Yeah, they've got the Baron buff. They've got 2
They're probably
waves here
just gonna
with
finish it.
Oh,
Figured out
IU
wanna
just
finish.
flashed under his own turret. That's unfortunate. The nerves perhaps getting to him a little here. 3-0, but I think this might be a tricky old hold. The Nexus turret.
Damn, this might
under
not.
siege.
This might not
G2
even add 10 minutes.
Unrelenting.
I gave it 10
Implacable.
minutes. They just said, okay, no, give it 2.
Flash behind the curtain call, just wide. Can't wanted that one. Angelina Jolie will shake her head. They go in the Heroes entrance. And G2 in the heart of Paris will win their first game at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Congratulations, G2.
Furia in the BO1.
All the bigger teams are now up on stage. That is G2, that's BBL, that's T1. That's crazy.
You can hear
Yes.
the crowd so ecstatic that G2 took this one, but this is an upper bracket. Furia, they go down to the lower bracket. They still have another chance here at EWC 2026.
Indeed. And again, we were wondering what we were going to see from G2 after
All
what
right, so
is
we're
a
gonna
very
bounce
tough
out.
schedule.
We're gonna bounce back.
MSI just last week. You're flying back
We're gonna-
to
we're gonna go
Europe.
bounce.
There's been changes in the staff. What were we going to see from them? There were questions, and that game one, the
Good
crowd
job,
was fun.
G2.
The
We let them
Syndra
do their
bot.
bow. We
Questions
need
about,
to let them do their bow.
How has Hansama been about picking up these majors? And we
Okay,
were
we're gonna
questioning
bounce
it.
over
The Syndra looked good.
to stream number 1.
Into this fight and try
Stream
to
8.
find the team fight. or do we lose
Welcome.
the
We are in now
bot
stream
lane?
A.
Well, they did defend bot lane because Flandre TP'd out of it, but they couldn't find an angle to get into this river on top side. There was no vision.
Welcome,
AGAL
welcome.
have
We are now in
closed
stream
all
A.
doors to that objective, and now with a Baron and a 4,000 gold lead, I feel like they've got a better team fighting composition. They've got the engage, the disengage. It's just so easy to play from here now.
I just feel like it's been it was an interesting laning phase, but it does feel like, again, that hope lead overflowed to the rest of the map. Tarzan finding early objectives as well.
Come on, why have my quality back down?
Beautiful. DK now trying to climb back.
That's good quality.
Objective gain. That bot lane turret going down, but
Follow that
what does it cost? Top turret and all its entirety of plates with mid as well. Inners both going down. AGL getting a storm of gold as they run through approaching the base.
Top lane, mid lane, both tier 2s gone for AGAL. Only one outer tower. Only one more defense outside of that base from DK remaining,
right,
and AJL have no will to take that one as they have 2 cannon burned up minions over on the top side of the map, and DK have split up in 2 groups trying to defend that, but they're both falling at the same time.
Trying at the very least. Plate's already being taken. Bot wave is a nonchalant wave for the time being. Next wave coming in. Baron for another minute 15. This aggression won't stop. DK might have to make a move. The Scatter the Weak is not bad here on the Tarzan. Solar Flare now thrown out with True Shot Barrage dodge. Tarzan for the flash. Vault Breaker in. Cease and desist. Rooted down. Smash can't play. Petrify guys might miss,
okay.
But might not matter. Scatter the Weak came through.
Okay.
Flandre's in the middle taking
AGAL? I've never heard of AGAL.
Every single thing, and Shadow Dash
this is my first time hearing them.
Scatter the Weak is good with the
Were these people at, were they at MSI?
Connect, but neither does Petrifying Gauge. Probably saves the life, saves the game of DK, but for how much longer?
AGL was not at MSI.
Nexus turrets under threat. AGAL take another body in Korea. Shadow Dash forward. Shanks jumping
nice.
in behind enemy line.
Oh, this is game.
Power,
that's game.
Hope jumps forward. There's no more fuel in the tank. DK have been taken down, and AGAL stands strong in their first game of EWC 26.
Wow, AGAL.
Absolutely beautiful team.
That Tarzan guy looks like a Chad.
That's what made them dominant last year in the
Oh, this is
LPL.
crazy.
That's what
Oh,
made
this
them
is
dominant
good.
in EWC last year
This
as
is
well.
so good.
And suddenly they seem to be finding their form over and over again. Fantastic early game win conditions with that bot lane. Incredible mid game to collect every kill possible on the map whilst using Flandre. And then the patience on the Shen, knowing that eventually they'll shut down the... and it will just be smooth sailing. And it was. They were just the better team fighters.
And what was so annoying about that game is every fight I thought, oh man, Flandre is carrying. And then you look closer and you're like, wait, Flandre is probably just unkillable.
Not only unkillable, but he's such a threat damage-wise as well.
Yeah, even if he misses,
it's
it's like,
and dawn, it's
like,
over.
Wait, Shadow Dash only has a 6-second cooldown now. That was a great opening game. Oh, so much bloodshed. I mean, that felt like we're at, a pub brawl for quite a long time. But DK unable to get their setup. Shiwu had a rough day here on this Jace. One of his most played, not one of his most successful, to correct myself from earlier. And now the biggest question is, how will they do in that lower bracket? Because on the other stream, I believe G2 versus Furia is G2's success. Yep. So DK versus Furia will happen, and G2 versus AGAL will happen as well in this Group A.
Probably. Yeah.
Will.
G2 versus AGAL in a best of 3. That's going to be super fun. I feel like seeing AL
we're sticking because we're going to try to watch Waterray live against MMIBR.
We're playing not only in lane, but also in team fights.
Yeah.
This is the thing that we were lacking at the start of the year when Tabe was no longer part of the team. I feel like a lot of that synergy and the way they wanted to play the game sort of fell apart. They lost the way they wanted to play those fights, and suddenly it just clicks back together. I feel Tarzan had a phenomenal game. Flandre super patient. Shanks with the solo kill. He was also very responsive.
Dota 2 is so
As
long.
on stage
We're gonna have to after this we're gonna have to run the Dota, but I have to head out. I will be back on stream.
It was the breakout team of last year's Esports World Cup. AGAL get off to a phenomenal start here in Paris. I'm here with June, our translator, Lou, and of course the man of the moment, Flandre. Lou, it's safe to say that a big part of that performance was down to this man.
And once again, congratulations for the victory, of course. You've been around for a long time now. You're a very experienced player. I want to know how it feels, still to be able to carry your team like this in important plays also on the stage.
所以大家好，今天我们非常荣幸在巴黎这样美好的地方，要看到我们很棒的选手。那么刚刚呢，就像我们主持人所讲的这样，我们的选手今天的比赛非常棒。我们想要您跟我们讲一下您现在的感受，是否在打完一个如此精彩的比赛之后，还是同样的很兴奋的心情吗？
是的，因为我们今天算是。用我们自己的体系，然后我们大家配合也非常不错嘛，然后我们顺利赢下比赛，也对我们大家都是增长非常多信心的，我觉得特别好。
Yes, absolutely. This is amazing match. I think we did really well. We collaborated with each other, and this match gave us more confidence.
J'apprécie beaucoup la réponse humble de Flandre qui dit effectivement on a eu un... Parce que je le félicite pour sa performance de dingue individuelle qu'il a eu évidemment. Et lui répond ça a été un effort d'équipe, on a très bien collaboré ensemble et on a été trop fort finalement.
We saw a lot of that confidence last year when you finished second place, the silver medal, and I think to a lot of people you were like a surprise team that shocked a lot of the teams here. Do you think that surprise factor has gone now because you've had some incredible performances since then at other tournaments that the teams here see you as a true threat going into the next games?
那么我们知道去年您的成绩也是非常棒的，然后呢给大家一个惊喜，是一匹黑马呢以第2名的这个结果呢达到了最后比赛的成绩。但是今年的话呢，您的感觉是如何的？是否我们大家可能不再觉得您是一个惊喜，而觉得您对于很多其他的团队来讲是更多的是一个很巨大的威胁？您对此是怎么看的呢？
对此我主要还是更多关注于我们自己团队上的问题吧，就是我们也是会有失误，所以要看我们接下来怎么样减少嘛，然后肯定也希望减少失误，然后能够走到最后的冠军嘛。
Well, I'm carrying my team forward, so this year I think I will focus on my team's collaboration, our tactic, and hopefully we can improve the difficulties and we challenge ourselves, and hopefully we can have an even better performance than last year to win, to be the champion.
Ouais, effectivement, la question de Yann, c'était l'année dernière, vous avez fait deuxième à l'EWC. Qu'est-ce que vous en avez appris un petit peu? Est-ce que vous avez l'impression que maintenant les gens vous voient comme une menace alors qu'ils vous sous-estimaient l'année dernière? Et là, clairement, bah oui, je pense qu'on est devenu meilleur. On a essayé de focus un petit peu sur notre tactique, etc. pour avoir encore une meilleure performance cette année à l'EWC.
Thank you very much. AGL wants that trophy this year. They take another small step towards it. A long journey ahead still to come. Thank you.
谢谢您，让我们共同期待着您的美好的比赛。
好，谢谢，我们会继续加油的。
Thank you, thank you. Pleasure.
June, you were brilliant.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, we did have some brilliance there from Flandre, both in the interview and also
Alright, there we go.
on
We're
the
back
rift,
on phone cam,
showing
guys.
the power of the draft, how clutch it was here against D+ Kia.
There were a lot of questions that we had going into this draft about whether the Shen into Jace was the right call, but ultimately in side lane, Smashed was able to make a global impact on the map and had so many of those critical moments there in the late game to close it out. So many huge taunts, and I think he was a huge part of the win, but generally speaking, D+ took a lot of risks in their draft, and it just did not work out.
Yeah, on the other side, we had Tron to support, which is kind of weird choice. It doesn't have synergy with Jhin as well, because you can't really chain CC with the pillar, with the Jhin W, because it doesn't mark it up. So I think it was really a huge question mark towards this draft, but also, again, I think Shen was also high risk, but I think the way how they played it out with Tarjan in the early game, it was just insane.
Yeah, I mean, look at that goal difference. It was very, very close throughout until that 23-minute mark, and that big team fight broke it all open, and AGAL take the victory.
I think it's important to note that obviously AGAL were here last year. They nearly were able to take the win, right? They were almost able to be the winners of EWC 2025. A lot of these players have a ton of international experience now, right? Whereas some of these players on D+ are still incredibly young, right? You look at Career, you look at Shiu, who had a really rough time, and some of those team fights wasn't able to make the impact. I think that experience does matter, and AGL did look like the veterans in this game.
And as you saw there on your screen with the Group A bracket, it was G2 getting the victory over Furia. It was a early lead by Furia over on Stream B, but then G2 came storming back, and there's one happy face here about that one.
No, I mean, I heard G2 actually smashed them in 24 minutes, so like it's kind of insane in this meta because you can always bounce back with the team fight, but like ending the match in like that early, I think that's kind of insane.
It also does mean we know that it is Furia, right? No, it's not. No, it's not actually Furia in the same group that will face off against D+. We actually don't know that matchup just yet, so I'm mistaken about that. Different groups.
Yeah. Well, we'll see about that. Let's take a look at this matchup here as we start with the bot lane and how aggressive it was, but not as impactful as it could have been.
This was a risky choice, right? It's really hard to get Flourish on Ezreal, and then some sidesteps here in this from Kael also just really ruined their day, because Lucid's coming down here to actually try to make this into a 1-for-1 here, and Kael just kind of breaks their ankles, gets a second sidestep here, and you just see the difficulty of execution for this draft for D+.
And also, like, I don't see the reason why he picked a Trundle in there, because he's not playing jungle Trundle. It has a huge spike. It's support Trundle. It doesn't have damage. I think whenever you play into Ezreal Leona, you always getting threatened by them getting one shot.
Yeah, let's take a look here at 20 minutes, our next inflection point of this matchup between AGAL and D+ Kia, where on the top side of the map, Showmaker gets caught, and then eventually D+ get whittled down.
If you look at the rest of the D+ members, they're pretty far away, right? But they still want to turn this into a win. They want to try to turn this around, right? A lot of turret aggro picked up here. Shanks takes a lot of damage. And Lucid's like, look, I got Crescent Guard. We got TPs coming through. But it's just a slow trickle here for D+ trying to salvage the play. And it was somewhat disrespectful, I think, to try to actually turn this one around, because if AGL play it well, it's never going to be your fight. And this is one of the big cementing moments in this game for AGL to pull ahead.
Yeah, this is the aggression that we were looking for from AGAL. I think mainly Tarjan and Kyle, when they're opening up the map, their aggression and the chain CC is on point, and I think DK could have a chance against this team.
Yeah, and then finally, you've seen a theme here of a couple of these critical shots by Smash going wide. We've got our Drake fight that popped up here, and here was another opportunity for Smash to put him away, and he misses. Shanks lives and turns the fight around.
It looks like in the beginning of this fight, this is unlosable, right? But they missed the shot. Zonius comes out, right? And then some wonkiness happens, like Shield Shock Blast here, complete whiff, right? Hope is able to buy space, flashes, shifts away. They bought so much space. And you can see in these moments too, like if you hit your shots, if everything lines up, if the scatter goes through and the follow-up is there, this draft can absolutely work, but it's just too many conditionals. AGL had the way easier win cons, and they just outplayed them time after time. And I think this type of risky drafting is what the D+ coach is known for, right? CV Max loves to really throw a wrench into the gears, but in best of ones, if it doesn't work out, you don't get to go, well, I'll go back to standard later. Now you're in the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's why we want for some target CCs, you know. I think in theory, you have some control with the pillar, you have some lone snipe with the Jhin, but at the end, if you miss the skill shot, it doesn't work at all. And I think this is one of the reasons why D+ Kia didn't have consistency in the regular split in the region as well, because I think they always bring up some fresh idea, but it doesn't look good at all.
Yeah, AGAL able to capitalize on those missed skill shots and allow Hope to glide around and get themselves to that victory. 1-0, they move on to the uppers. In the lowers, it will be that Furia versus D+ Kia later on today. But we're not done yet for our best of one opening matches. Our final one, it is MIBR Los versus the reigning MSI champions, newly crowned Hanwha Life Esports. We'll be back right after this.
fight is the director of the train, the conductor, I suppose. He steers everyone in the right direction, keeps you going where you need to go, and he will always be that voice of reason.
It's great playing alongside him. He's a very vocal player, doesn't sugarcoat anything really. Will tell you exactly what he's thinking, and he knows exactly what each player needs to do and what their role is, and he vocalizes that very well. So
he just know that what's the most important situation gonna be. Let's say just second dragon is really important, then he just shot calling this game changer, so everyone just be ready.
He's a very objective guy and he will not sugarcoat your answers, so having that just sense of direction always in game and outside the game is invaluable.
He's great to be around outside the league. He's very passionate about football with the World Cup going on. He's got a lot of opinions on that. We share a similar sense of humor. Easy to get along outside the game.
He's a funny guy. Someone who is blunt and comes from a different European background and not something that I grew up with. So he brings a new perspective on so many things, and it's fun to have him around.
It's the E-Cap, the EWC Cap, the Esports World Cup. Okay, whatever it is, this is what happened in week 1. We crowned our first 3 champions, which means that we had even more losers. And God knows that I'm a loser. Wait, shouldn't this say that I love losers, not that I am? Can we fix this, please? But what happens when you lose? Well, you wind up here, the Boulevard of Broken Keys. Don't sing Green Day, don't sing Green Day. Every one of which represents a tournament elimination and crushed dreams. Losers live forever here, and if you listen closely enough, you can hear the voices of disappointed parents who said that playing video games is a waste of time. On the Valorant stage, 4 of 8 playoff teams were EMEA, and they managed to get 1 whole win. So move over, Europe, because the finals was 100 Thieves and NRG. That's right, all American, baby. These colors don't run, they soar. The Battle Royale of the Apex Legends final featured 20 teams, and no surprise, Team Falcons won. Wait a minute, no, they finished 8th. Sorry, it was favorite Team Liquid who... No, they finished even further back at 9th? Oh, because it was actually 2024 champion Alliance who... Oh, come on, who won? Unlimit? Sorry if I'm saying it wrong, but like most people, I've never heard of them. They beat every top contender to become the first Japanese team ever to win ALGS. This will also help them on the road to winning the club championship. Nope, never mind. That's their only team, and they're not even registered for the club championship. Still, my Japanese heritage is proud that we can produce both esports winners and heated toilets. Dota 2, or Dota Duh, as it's called here, started its first week of play with solid competition from... Sorry, actually, nothing of note yet. I'll have more on that next week. And finally, things were heating up on stage at Fatal Fury Wolf City. And I don't know if you're picking up on the theme here, but Dark Angel fought his way out of the losers bracket to top the regional favorites and get another win for North America. If only the Football World Cup had been so kind. Well, guys, what is happening? 3 tournaments and 3 new champions, no title defense, no favorites able to compete, and all underdogs at the top? I'll tell you what it is, because I've said it before and I will say it again. This tournament is about the losers. See you next week.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan EVO. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2026, presenting League of Legends. And there they are, the reigning MSI champions, straight off the plane from Daejeon and into Paris. Up against them is MIBR Los, the proud representative from CB LOL, looking to make an upset for the ages. Welcome back to the desk. Degon here alongside Wolf and Ox to break this one down. 3 best of ones down and dusted. What are some of the quick takeaways so far as we have our final best of one, Wolf?
Some of the games have been, I think, a little bit more competitive than people thought, just looking at some of the favorites, right? Like T1 had a pretty rough early game. We did see Carmine Corp have a really strong laning phase going into that matchup against Gen G. So Hanwha Life coming to this series as favorites, still feel like you got to be respectful, you still got to be careful.
I think we obviously talked so much about having a clear plan when it came to best of 5s at MSI, but in the best of 1, you really need a clear plan and you need to be able to execute when it comes to that. If you're misaligned when it comes to draft or what you're doing in game, you don't get that second opportunity to go deeper in the series, and we kind of saw that today.
Definitely not. And when we think about Hanwha Life Esports, who did lift the trophy over at MSI and come up, we have to start at the beginning of the year as an LCK Cup squad who finished last place. Not, oh, they missed the playoffs, or oh, they lost in the quarterfinal. They finished dead last and then found their way moving on up. So a story of redemption here to ultimately defeating BLG in that finals best of 5, all 5 games. It was a banger.
I mean, they lost a lot of games on the way there, though, right? I mean, it was in my opinion, it was probably the hardest one MSI in MSI history because of how much they faced, like how they were pushed to the brink, nonstop, constantly actually being forced until those final games, right? And playing against every region as well on the way there. So probably a little bit of an exhaustion, right? But I think a lot of lessons learned that they could take into this best of 1 where they're already favorites. But I think for HLE, it's trying to actually get back to dominant form and not just winning barely by the skin of their teeth, which is how they lifted that MSI trophy.
I mean, that's the thing. Regular season for HLE was super dominant. Great performance. Came into the road to MSI and got a really clean route just straight to the tournament. And I feel like before, you talked about the LCK Cup, trying to gel after Peanut had left the roster and bringing in Kanavi took time. But also, as you said, at MSI, it wasn't completely smooth sailing. The first team ever to win MSI from the lower bracket. I think it showed a lot of resilience, a lot of adaptation, but also that it wasn't just a straightforward path.
Yeah, it felt like every single player had their moment. From this kind of glow up from the beginning of the season, Ox, to now, who has impressed you the most out of that 5-man roster of Hanwha Life Esports?
I mean, for me, it's got to be Zeka, right? I think last year, Zeka, for me, was really struggling to get to grips with Fearless. I feel like his melee play was still phenomenal, but when champion pools were being stretched with mages, he was struggling, but I feel like he's such a complete player right now in terrific form. I feel like he could bring any pick out, picks that, you know, last year or in previous years, I'd be like, is this a Zeka pick? I don't think there's any pick that I wouldn't say Zeka could just bring out and I'd be satisfied with.
On my end, it's Kanavi, right? Like Kanavi, I think was a player we all respected, but his style wasn't working for Hanwha Life Esports at the very beginning of the year, hence the 10th place finish, right? But he was able to tone it down, but also convince his team to trust him. And we saw this evolution through the LCK regular season for rounds 1 and 2, where it was all Kanavi all the time. Constantly follow Kanavi, got to go aggressive. But then when we got to playoffs and we got to MSI, it was a completely different story where they could do that, but didn't have to do that. And they actually grew in so many different directions with Zeka's champion pool being unlocked as well, as you mentioned, Ogs. So I want to see what the next evolution of this team is right now, because at MSI they were challenged a lot. They won in the end, but we didn't have a definitive style for this team just yet. Maybe that emerges here.
Yeah, we'll see what happens as they take on MIBR Los, which is the combination of MIBR and Los, now participating under one banner here for the Esports World Cup. And this CB LOL representative, it's so fascinating because the CB LOL has had so many different teams pop up just this year, with Loud kind of stepping up, you had Red Canid stepping up, you had Furia, and now you have Los, MIBR Los here at EWC. All different proud organizations finding success this year. It's very exciting from the CB LOL region.
It's super cool always seeing these different teams, especially coming from the LCK perspective, where so often we just see the same teams again and again. And the fans from the region are always so passionately getting behind these rosters. It is a tough task for your first match going up against HLE, but I think when you go in as the underdogs, you just have to try and do your best, play your game, and not be too upset about whatever the expectations are.
I mean, my experience with these teams coming from the South American region is that no one gives them any credit. No one says they have a chance, right? They just come in as underdogs, and they usually actually overperform people's extremely low expectations, right? I think this could be another of those situations where Hanwha looks still a little bit vulnerable, right? I mean, look, they are MSI champs. I don't want to take anything away from them, but it was hard fought every step of the way. A lot of weaknesses were exposed, and if the preparation is good and better than HLE's in this 1-best-of-1, I'm not saying I would predict it, but who knows? We've already seen some closer than expected games here today.
Well, one thing I know is that when there is EWC, there's always an opportunity to talk to the man that leads the co-stream for the proudest region in all of esports. We're talking Brazil. So that means we have Baiano joining us here on stage at EWC Paris. Baiano, brother, how's it going, man?
I played against Hansam.
How are we feeling about that one?
I think they're a little bit tired from the MSI, so maybe we have a chance. We have really good players on MBR, so of course they're really good. They have Zeus, Guma, Yuzi, they have Zeka, but maybe they're tired, so I think we have a chance. I mean, it's BO1, you know, so we just need one game, one really game, good really game, and we have a chance. Let's fight.
I really love the Hopium that's coming out because I had a conversation with the players as well on Monday, and they said, you know, we're taking this very seriously. We're doing a lot of prep. We are very confident because they had such a good bracket run. Do you believe in them to make it out of groups?
Yeah, like I said, BO1 is really good for us. We have a chance to make a really good game, early game, mid game, and maybe win. For us, it's really good anyways because only the experience playing against these guys is really good for us. When we come back to Brazil, our team is better, like our players are playing better. So, yeah, I trust them. Let's do it. We have people cheering here, Brazilians here, everywhere. So let's go, guys.
Vamos, Brasil!
Thank you very much, Ginny and Baiano. Always great to see him at every EWC leading the cheers and charge for Brazil. Looking for an upset, again, with a bit of a mixed roster. Feisty in the mid lane, a former Brion product, and now getting the opportunity to lead the line here at an international event. So exciting to see that for him.
Yeah, really cool to see. I did want to talk a little bit about something that we've seen because of this MSI win for HLE. Now we have Zeus is the first player to have won EWC, First Stand, MSI, and Worlds. And Zeka, if they win in this tournament, can match that, which is just absolutely insane achievement. The cool thing to mention as well, Zeka won all of these tournaments on his first attempt.
First try.
So with this, you know, isn't his first EWC, so won't be able to do that here. But still a great track record, I think, and just shows these players the achievements they've been able to get, the legacy that they have.
I mean, just from going from winning Worlds and being the patch guy, right? People were saying, people discredit him. Not anymore, right? Now he's won everything, basically. He's got just one trophy missing.
Yeah, Zeka has been writing his name in the history books. Let's see if he's able to do so yet again in their first matchup. It's MIBR Los versus the reigning MSI champions, Hanwha Life Esports.
I mean, when you talk about surprises, we could look at last night, Spain.
I'm not rooting for the UK tonight,
Okay.
for England tonight. This is not happening.
Sorry, pardon! Pardon! Je suis anglais! But what I can say is, if we see a big surprise in this next matchup, it could be the biggest upset yet.
The biggest possible indeed. The two last teams hitting the stage for one game, une et une seule. Mesdames et messieurs, on commence par MIBR. One of the most iconic esports names in Brazil. They're carrying the passion of their region here in Paris. Peuvent-ils le faire face aux géants venus de Corée?
Their opponents, Hanwha Life Esports! Esports. They arrive here in Paris as the reigning MSI champions, carrying the form, confidence, and expectations of the tournament favorites. For MIBR, this is an opportunity to announce themselves against one of the world's best. For HLE, this is the next step in an incredible month defined by international success.
Pour HLE, c'est un match censé être trop facile, mais MIBR peuvent-ils surprendre les favoris? C'est parti!
International success, that's what Hum and Life are coming off the back of after winning MSI in 5 games. Now looking to add another title as they begin their run here at EWC. My name's Jake, also joined by Jack.
Jack and Jake, baby.
Jack and Jake, and we are taking it with first pick coming from the Snake, because Cassiopea is going to get locked into it.
That definitely could happen, and I just want to say it's a pleasure to be with you, Jake. It's my first time casting a non-European, my first international cast ever.
Hey, big day.
I mean,
and it had to be with me.
It had to be with you. I think it might be one-sided, but as Wolf was saying, right, KC had a really good early game lead against Gen G, and I feel like, you know, if they pushed it a little bit further, we could have had an upset there. T1 had a fantastic game against GAM, and
outside of the first 15 minutes, because GAM had a big early lead.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, GAM had a fantastic early game. That's what I meant, exactly. There was nearly an upset there on the table.
Really?
So I do think that if MIBR Lost has been watching that, and then Homo Life, I think it's very common that we see this, where a team slightly slumps after they've just had a good tournament.
Yeah.
Because you kind of have this, like, it's really easy to not stagnate, right? But it's always harder when you come in as the favorites versus coming in as either neutral or the underdogs, because the burden of expectation is on your shoulders, and I think that can be something that weighs on Homo Life's backs. But at the same time, I feel a bit silly for saying that, because they're players that have so much pedigree. Like Ox was saying, that they're pretty used to the pressure at this point.
Yeah, they are. And again, you know, that pressure comes around to a guest CB LOL team, a team that's come in not as one of the partnered organizations. The only guest team in the CB LOL made it all the way to EWC, which is such a feat. But now as MIBR Loss, can they cause an upset in a best of one? What do they got up their sleeves? Because this is a team on the other side from Korea that is known for their amazing draft. I mean, I think their drafts are so flexible, so versatile.
Yeah.
Zeus comes out with this like Swain top. Oh crap, what are we gonna do? You know, Zeka has all these melee assassins that historically, even before his Worlds win, he started becoming known for. Now his flexibility has outranged that.
Yeah.
Solo lanes are crazy from Humble Life, and I feel like that's what helped them win the MSI title.
For sure. I think the fact that Zeus can play a really good weak side and just chill, like we saw in Game 5 against BLG, he picks the Dr. Mundo. It's a really bad matchup into the Aatrox, and he goes down, what, 10 CS at 20 minutes? You're completely fine.
Runs the game.
And then he takes over the team fights, right? And the fact that he can both do that, and he can play a hard-winning matchup and take over the game, adds so much consistency to their game, because now you can either have Gumayusi on more of a pivotal carry and play for him, or you can just leave him on the 6, leave him on the Jhin, leave him on the Ezreal, like we've seen them do a lot, and just play up towards Zeus.
I was talking to Wadid backstage, and I'm like, you know, who do we think the best mage bot is right now?
Player or champion?
I mean, player, I think.
Player is Gumayusi.
I mean, that's right. That was the answer that came back to me.
Actually, it's Viper. For me, it's Viper.
Well,
but I love Viper. I'm
biased.
biased.
From the top teams, that's the versatility we talk about, and it's not like Mage's bot have been a thing heavily outside of MSI, but we are in that MSI patch. We've had a lot of time, and HLE have had so much time on that patch and so much tournament time that they're coming fresh off of it, only a couple of days off their giant win. We're about to get into pick and ban. Reminder, 26.13, we're still on. And no one's asked yet, but I will remind you that Locke is still banned. He's not available. That's why you won't see him at this tournament, which is a shame. You have to wait until summer.
Is it a shame? He seems so broken. Like when I played against him, he seems so broken.
He's so broken, but the skill expression is
The skill expression is cool. He's definitely a cool champ. I think the design is very cool as well.
It's amazing, yeah. It's good for first-timers, because first-timers always jump in with that leak, you know? Like, very easy to int.
Yeah.
Once again. All right, here we go. You know it's starting up, Jack. You know the center camera means that we're going to pick ban, don't you? You know the angle. You've been in broadcast enough now. You know what this means.
I know what this means. I mean, curious to jump on what you said about the Mage's bot lane, because we haven't seen too much of it. I think we saw 2 games, but it's mostly been Ezreal and Jhin that's been traded in the bot lane. And the thing is, they play kind of the same. Like, Ezreal, Jhin, they're still casters, and they're just going to be sitting back, farming waves, not being that proactive and not that aggressive. So I do think that this meta really suits Gumayusi, and I'm curious to see if MIB or LOS want to play into that meta or if they want to try to make something happen of their own. We've seen, for example, MKOI, I really liked when they said, we don't care about the range supports, we're just going to put Alvaro on engage. And I do think when you're the underdog, playing outside of the meta and just sticking to your comfort can be really, really nice.
Agreed. Let's see what angle is it here for MIBR loss. They're going to be first pick as their Akali's final ban. Orianna goes with it as well. Seemed like a fish here from MIBR to get that Orianna first pick. But remember, the Cassiopeia that has been picked up pretty much every game so far as the priority is open.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be quite snaky business here. Unless they want to go for something else. I mean, teams have been willing to trade the Syndra for the Cassio, and they're actually going to go for the Jarvan first pick. That makes me think that Hanwha Life will probably just want to pick up the Astral, have a mobile carry so you don't need to worry about it. Or they might go for the Lucian instead, a much more proactive early bot lane that want to try to get ahead. But we've seen Guma quite well on the Lucian Milio, so we'll have to see if that's what's being locked in here.
See if it does get locked in as well. Maybe support pairing, maybe jungle answer, Jack.
I think a jungle answer, like probably a Xin Sao. Oh, they choose to take away the Syndra. So Syndra priority over the Cassio. Normally I thought we were seeing the Syndra because teams just thought it was a really nice matchup scaling into the Cassiopeia later on. But Hanwha Life just think it's good enough to pick very early, and I assume it's going to be a jungle answer paired up alongside it. And if it's the Nefiri, you have a really, really good damage base from Hanwha Life, but you're lacking a lot of that front line that you'll need to get later on.
So let's talk range, let's talk pairings. Cassiopeia feels like a no-brainer. Do you go AP solo laner as well with the Jarvan like the Rumble here? Or do you just lock in Nautilus and get hard engaged? The answer seems to be the Naut here, kind of foregoing the potential of the Rumble.
Yeah, now it makes me think that Hanwha Life are just going to answer with support. They could also choose to take their top laner, ban 2 for Zeus, and do it that way. What I like about taking the support is that you're probably always going to have a good bot lane matchup. You can also flex that Syndra later on.
So what do you want? Not Rakan here, what do you want?
I think you want Leona or Alistar. I like both here. Alistar provides a lot more tankiness. The only thing is Alistar can feel quite bad into Cassio because if she gets that miasma, you can't combo. But as long as you're able to play around that, which I think Delight will be able to do. He's shown quite good prowess, and if you can get a good flank going or just get that engage going, it also just nullifies the Nautilus a lot, because if Nautilus ever hooks in, Alistar pops ulti, Alistar combos Nautilus, and Nautilus always dies first. So it makes it quite a bit harder for Ackerman to try to find that engage and try to set up his team for success.
Is Zeus going to be going something like a tank this game? I see the Vayne ban, normally fishing for
definitely
like
needs to be either a tank or a bruiser. I don't think he can get away with going another squishy champion. I mean, you can have Alistar as the solo frontline, but it's a lot more difficult to play than if you have something like the Ambessa, like the Gnar, that can also semi-frontline follow-up. Yes, exactly.
Okay, LeBlanc also the ban away. What are they thinking about here?
So they think
Syndra bot, they think.
Yeah, they think it's Syndra bot most likely. And they choose to take away the LeBlanc. I'm assuming, I didn't think it was that good of a matchup into the Cassio, but I can see how it can be good quite early on. But I feel like as Cassio gets tankier, it should get easier for her. But we've seen Seka do quite nasty things on the LeBlanc and absolutely style on his opponents. I think it was against G2, I remember that he was styling on us with the LeBlanc. So a good ban here from MIB LOS.
Renekton's going to follow up as well. Maybe it is that Ambessa you talked about, Jack. I mean, I see Renekton ban, I say it is an Ambessa angle through and through here, or maybe even the Gnar, but
I think Ambessa and Gnar both make sense here.
Yeah.
It's interesting that they choose to keep the Cinderflex for last. It makes sense, but you know, typically I feel like we see Zeus getting that counter pick on top, but they choose to invest 2 bans into him. It does still mean, like, you have the Gnar blind pick, it can be vulnerable. We'll have to see what Cest plays into it here, if he can cook up a really good pick.
I mean, is it going to be Tristana is my biggest question here, right? Because that has been one of the more aggressive, hyper-aggressive angles for a top laner to play.
It could be. You do have the front line in the Nautilus and the Jarvan, and they're setting up for a hard AD top laner with the 6. And you have a lot of kill threat with this Tristana. I mean, this is going to be a game where we are all in watching top lane. It's all going to be about top lane. Bot lane is just going to be farming. Unless Gumayusi pulls something crazy out here on last pick, I think top lane is the name of the game.
Because there is almighty scaling throughout the board, even the Tristana for sides later, but we can talk about it as the comps are rounded out. For now, I want to see where's this Syndra finally going. Is it going to be bot towards Gumayusi, or are we going to get a Syndra to Zeka?
Oh, Seraphine. I mean, that would be a Seraphine bot lane for Gumayusi. you have a lot of team fighting power on this Hanwha Life comp, but a lot of damage on MIRB loss as well. I do think though, in a straight back 5v5, front to back, I do favor Hanwha Life because they have so much shielding from the Seraphine, so much healing. They have a tanker front line with the Alistar and the Mega Gnar. So I do think if it gets to that 30-minute point and MIBR Lost doesn't have an early advantage, they can't have that split pushing threat from the Tristana, it's going to be tough for them. So we're really looking at the Tristana to get a big lead early game so that she can be the split push threat, be the difference maker in the team fights.
It's going to be an interesting team fight at that regardless as well. Let's see how MIBR go through that top lane. As you said, it's going to be all about Zest here. Zest is going up against Delight, and Jack, I was looking through the history, and I was looking at like, well, where has Zest been, right?
Yeah.
And I see this little caveat in 2022 summer, I believe it was, where he played a series versus Nongshim on Gen G 2022. He played with Ruler, Lehens, Chovy, and who was the jungle? Peanut.
Yeah,
was
Peanut.
the jungle.
Wow.
So, you know, Zest has been around obviously through Gen G challenges as well. And you played against him.
I played against Zest.
Recently.
I played against him in 2024. He was in EU and he got rank 1, I remember, in solo queue. And he was very impressive. Right? Yeah, I played against Feisty as well in the Spanish league. He played for Giant X Academy.
Yeah.
And he was always really, really good in scrims and definitely gave me the vibes of a really good aggressive player. Kind of the stereotypical like Korean coming to you, just better mechanics, outhands, diffing everybody. So I do think that like Zest, to me, seems like a player that he's both willing to take this gamble and try to kind of stomp Zeus in the 1v1, and I could see him taking it as well. There's very little counterplay for this Gnar early on. You're just kind of trying to survive in the early laning phase, and I think it comes a lot down to the junglers and how both top laners play around it, because if we can just get that isolated 1v1 for Zest, that's going to help him out massively and maybe allow him to snowball that game.
Let's see, can the CB LOL take a game against the MSI champions? Technically, Jack.
Yep.
MIBR lost, undefeated. Okay.
That's true.
They've come together, added MIBR to the name, and they have not dropped a single game.
That's true. They're also undefeated at this EWC right now.
That's right.
But so is Hanwha Life, so.
But Hanwha Life did drop games recently. We have no idea about CBLOL. Who knows?
That's true. That's true. It's going to be the Doran's Helm for Zeus here to just try to survive that early game, and the exhaust on Tristana that we've seen quite often when you pick these really high volatility matchups.
Do you like the lethal tempo in this lane as well? Because obviously it accounts for the Na's going to try and match the duel early, or?
It's quite interesting actually that he decides to go for that. It makes sense because he just wants to try to match the power that the Tristana has in those long elongated trades, and because he won't be hitting the wave too much, he won't be able to keep the grasp proc stacking consistently. So it makes sense for these later on skirmishes. I do think the biggest thing that I'm looking at if I'm Zeus is trying to get that play to steel caps. I think once you get the play to steel caps, the game gets a lot easier, but already Zest took a pretty bad trade and is down to half HP here. So Zeus was able to outplay him. You can see that Hanwha Life invested 2 wards up in the top lane, and that's probably why Zeus was able to get that early game trade, because you really want to play around the bushes, avoid that minion aggro, and be able to snowball off of that.
Zek is getting pushed in the meanwhile as well. We just have this triple picture-in-picture. Top lane, Kanavi, can he do anything here with the opportune moment? Boomerang dodged. As top lane again, reminding you all will be our focus. Kanavi moving into position, but Zest, I would assume, has rocket jump for now. Kanavi still coming in. Zay's got to go mega, looking for the stun. Boomerang there, and yeah, he's going to dodge away from the darkened daggers from Kanavi and just get himself out of dodge.
The thing, though, this is really, really bad for MIBR loss, because you really need this top.
Stun!
Flash! Oh, no!
Zayas just schools him!
Oh my god, and that's why Zeus is Zeus, baby. Like, this man, you can put him on a losing matchup, he will still find miracle plays like this one, and it's how the team plays around him as well. The early wards, the gank from Kanavi to be able to set him up for the trade. And Zest wants to continue trading. He knows that he needs to try to get a lead in this matchup, but Zeus knows with the Mega Gnar. He lands the stun. I mean, he spaces him out, trying to zone him up.
Just the edge of the hitbox.
Flashes on him and takes him down, and this game is off to the wrong foot for MIBR.
Auto, poison, Zeka dead! Feisty solo kills. Meanwhile, we look at the bottom lane. It's Gumayushi has just killed DOTA.
It's laning kills all across the board. I didn't think there would be 2v2 kills in the Seraphine Ziggs bot lane matchup. We'll definitely need a replay of that. And then Zeka dying to Feisty as well.
Yeah.
I want a replay of both.
I think we will need it.
Yeah.
So opportune moment here for MIBR loss in the mid lane, but The rest is going pretty one-sided towards Hanwha Life. 600 gold lead at that as well. Which replay first? Mid.
I mean, both mid laners here
no mana.
Are on the edge. And I'm guessing Feisty just... But he's so low mana, he actually kills Sekka here. I guess he flashes over the Sekka EQ, maybe.
Because Noxious Blast didn't
Oh,
connect.
he hit
Scatter the
level
weak.
4.
Oh.
And then he gets the auto attack.
The auto and then
the burn. Wow, that was more damage than I expected. I'm not surprised that he died there. We'll have to see. So he gets flash comboed by Delight into the stun, into the Seraphine root. Yeah,
that's clean. Delight, insane turn in the bottom lane. But I think we need to bring it back to square one while mid is very good here for Loss. I think top lane, a bit of a disaster.
Yeah.
You said top was all about that Tristana.
Yeah, so my previous win con for MIBR Loss was this Tristana. And I think, I don't want to be a negative Nancy, but I think that win con is gone and dusted at this point.
Oh,
like
yeah.
now, Gnar already has the Ruby Crystal, he has the cloth armor. I don't think Seth is going to be able to consistently be able to really chunk Zeus, get plates like you'd want to, unless Curse or Ackerman is able to get involved and get him ahead again. So it's more just going to be about Feisty, be about Curse, playing around this mid, especially since the fact that Sekka has no flash. Curse is level 5. Once he gets that level 6, that's a prime target that he can look for in that mid lane.
6 now achieved here by the Snake. Good scatter the weak here from Zekka. He'll just pace away from the Miasma. As Curse is in the vicinity. Level 6 coming up here for Zeus with the Mega Gnar. He's got an angle. Exhausted, but what will he find? Needs a stun up. About to go to Mega. There it is. The timer wasn't found in time. So Zest is going to survive and live.
And that was so close that Zest needed to burn the flash there. If it took one more auto attack to get the second W reset, Zeus would have been able to ulti, but Curse is coming in. There's no ward for Zeus.
Gets the stun up and use it on the minions. And just runs away. Zeus not going to overextend here. No TP. He'll walk back to lane while Zest looks for a hard push.
But it's really clever and intelligent from Zeus here, as they're actually looking for a bot lane play.
And it's a great angle as well. Good dredge line to hold the play up, but with a pop-up in the air with the pulverize, Ackerman sent back. The headbutt's perfect. The trample even better. Ackerman thinks, can I flash over the wall? He doesn't want to burn it. They try to predict it. An auto, a bounce, the flash auto from Guma. Seraphine 2-0.
Ackerman, he tried to get out, but a really good play by Delight. Wrapping around them, get the combo, get them into Gumayusi, and Dudu, without any mana, is not able to try to help his support out.
I like it, Jack. Called him Dudu.
Duda.
Duda.
Duda. My bad.
I believe.
Oh,
I saw that as well.
rough.
It was hard for me because I look at that, I'm like,
Duda.
talking a lot about Korea today, and I'm seeing Dudu on my board, but I'm not seeing actual Dudu. Ackerman here. Set up from a nice play. Angle from Delight.
Yeah, really good wraparound from Delight. Able to get onto Ackerman. And Gumayusi, he gets the double Q. And it's just pretty easy. Like, it's a good flash from Ackerman. He holds it at the last second, flashing the Seraphine Q, but we're not done. Seth jumping in. Ackerman and Curse right here.
You said it needed to happen. Here it comes. Curse looking for the roam as well. Going to go into Mega Gnar, though. 3 members top first here. For MIBR, the engage. So Hanwha Life are here to support the pop away. Zest is out of there, but he's abandoned the rest of his team. Zeus gets on the board, and Curse gets the hell out of top lane.
And Zeus, he's just too tanky. He's able to buy enough time for his team, so he doesn't go down. He takes down Ackerman, and he's now 2-0, 700 gold up. Absolutely destroying this top lane.
Well, the fear as Guma gets flushed on him by Duda. No, he just satcheled instead,
Yeah, he satcheled forward.
I was like, that's a bit of distance.
Sekka's here. Sekka's here.
How does Ziggs get out of this? He's going to take some plating. He's going to put the minefield down. Bouncing bomb, scout of the week. Sekka's here. Unleashes power. And Duda is in the dirt, 0-2.
There's some nice attempts here. He tries to get Gumayusi low, but Sekka with the roam is able to pick him up, and now Zest might be in trouble again. He wants to break this wave, but the light is in the bush.
Can the rocket jump be buffered? Zest is like something fishy in this top lane. He doesn't want to go too close. The wave in a horrible spot. Kanavi's moving up as well. Delight flash pulverize, bops midway. Zest still gets out though, but the Trample's going to find the sun as Kanavi has the ult. He launches the daggers instead, and Zeus autos for the kill. Not only is top going poorly, it is going absolutely perfectly for Zeus.
And Delight gives him no counterplay. I mean, scary there for Sekka. Ends up being fine, but Zest, he buffered the Delight combo, but still Delight held it. As they're now TPing for the grubs, Delight is back on the map. He's looking for the flank. He might even find it.
Because he's not spotted out. He's got a blast cone there as well. He's gone deep into the blue buff. Is he going to shadow top lane again for Zeus for the respawn is my question, Jack, but into grubs, he's got a lot of angles.
Yeah, I mean, Curse might look for the grubs here. Does Ackerman want to fight?
Dredge line, but Ackerman's by himself.
Yeah, it's going to be 1 grub for MIBR loss and 2 grubs for Hamwa Life. Oh, and it resets. Well, he smited it. It's fine.
Now, of course, 2 went over to Kanavi, but Curse got the last one. That's why the logo popped up on the screen. But, you know, as Zeka comes down again,
oh no, again.
I think DOTA needs a break. He's got flash. Beat drop. He flashes in into Guma instead, but Encore on the ground. And Guma will move to 3 kills as well. Bayana was hoping that Hamwa Life were tired, but I think they've found a solution for that, Jack. They'll just have a quick BO1 instead.
They don't look tired, and Zeka's roaming more on the Syndra than your average Silas. He's everywhere on this map. As he shuts down DOTA one more time, and now he's already back in mid lane, TPing, stunning up Feisty, dodging the Nautilus hook.
Ackerman's going to get the auto attack down. Petrifying Gaze with the slow. Zeka in a bit of trouble with the Twin Fangs. Noxious Blast follow-up. But the kill's knocked down. At least Zeka, after teleporting back in, is a bit low. As he levels up, that'll heal a bit, and the passive from Delight will get his health back up as well. There's a jump on. Zay's in a bit of trouble. No Megamart to rely on as well. Zest jumps back in. Zay's getting on out. Lethal tempo's great. Setting up with the satchel and the explosion. Zest gets a bit of damage down, but no kill either.
I do wonder there if Zest chose to exhaust Zeus immediately. He maybe could have tried to burn the flash. Oh, Ackerman, I don't know if he wants this.
X-Flash away in the nick of time. Delight was looking at it. Scatter the Week comes through as well. Orbs are down. Zeka thinking about the angle. Dredge line not going to connect. And now over the wing, there's Curse. If he can find the angle onto Zeka, Ackerman needs a Dredge line. A heroic angle as Kanavi stealing away the Raptors. It's a 3v3 through the mid lane, but Hammer Life now know with this deep ward, they're not going to take it.
Yeah, Feisty has no ultimate. They're going to have to back off unless Ackerman not able to find the hook. And with that, it's going to be just Curse farming up the top scuttle. And Hammer Life remain in full control of this map. You can see their bot side vision. They've set up such great wards. We keep seeing Delight able to get full deep vision, making it so hard for Curse to do anything. 0 kill participation in this game, and a lot of that has come from all the wards that Delight has invested and how intelligent the Hanwha Life solo laners have played around any sort of ambush from Curse.
It's been an intelligent game, it's been an explosive game. It feels like an insult that it is currently 7-1 versus Brazil, but I will say, I mean, they've put up a good fight at first, but top lane falling down. Jack, you initiated the conversation about how important it was. Dredgeline's going to connect here. Depth charge as well. Feisty in a good angle. Myers went down, but they don't have the kill. Navi's here to stunt their grosses. Delight gets knocked up into the air. He goes into the Unbreakable Will. Good stun on the Curse, but Humble Life, they're taking more damage here. Feisty's getting some DPS down. Dredgeline only onto a dog. Navi thinks about the re-engage. Guma's coming in. Remember the man with the most gold on the team so far. Ackerman gets launched on as well. Delight gets a flash out as well. Encore flies through away from the Ziggs Mega. Phono Bomber's Curse is low. Kanavi jumping on the turret. Here we got the reset now. DOTA came in. He thought he could out input, but no. Kanavi will take 3. Takes a chunk out of MIBR. And Hammer Life are up 11-1.
And this is why Hammer Life are your MSI champions. You can see it in their team fighting, in their skirmishes, in their mechanics. All of them live on such low HP, but they just continuously outplay in the team
and
fight.
Now Delight's ghosting in on top of Zest. He knows he's going to be trampled against the wall. He buffers nicely. Zayas with the rock almost there. Dredge line in, I don't know. Delight gets flashed on rather so. Zest finds Zayas, but he needs a recharge. Flashing back in. Delight gives Zayas the auto attack. The engaged mastermind is 009 and is having a field day in EWC Day 1.
And they're just styling on him, Jake. I'm not gonna lie. This is
brutal.
This is crazy right now. It is tough for MIBR loss. They need, I think, 3 miracles to be able to come back in this game. As we watch this replay, it starts off pretty good for MIBR loss here. They have a lot of damage onto the Light, some damage onto Kanavi, and it's looking decent. The biggest win for Humble Life is that Gumayusi is coming first, and with that knowledge, Kanavi goes into Ackerman. He's able to get him really low, and then, I mean, they just clean up the fight. They're able to just continue fighting. Kanavi flashes out of the tower, takes down, hits all the Qs. Makes it look easy.
Full take, Cycler Sword came early, and it's paying dividends off. But Hummer Life, regardless, all lanes. Zeka, maybe. Opportunity here for Feisty, the best performing lane here for MIBR. Unleash power, scatter the weak, the 1v1 continues. Twin Fang, though, Feisty gets another kill.
That's 2 solo kills for Feisty.
2 solo kills against Zeka. Not everybody can say that.
Those are the only 2 kills.
They are the only 2 kills, but he will walk away from this regardless, saying, I killed Zeka by myself twice.
That is true. That is a very nice accomplishment. We'll have to hope that they can get something more than just that.
Okay.
But for now, that's a nice silver lining.
Only one with a gold lead as well.
Yeah.
It's Casio. Not sure. We saw before this game started, it was 0 and 2. Not sure what happened on the B stream, but it hasn't had the most successful date.
I mean, it's interesting that Humble Life chose to pick the Syndra over the Casio. I feel like thus far we've seen the Syndra win against the Casio, but I feel like the Casio overall to me looks quite a bit stronger than the Syndra.
True.
Although once you get to that 20-minute, 25-minute point, it can definitely get a lot more annoying for the Casio playing into the Syndra with how much range she has with her stuns and Scatter the Weak.
Delight again, great engage. On to Feisty, want to get revenge here, but their mid laners, that's going to walk on up. He bounces forward, going into Mega Petrifying Gauge, dodge away from Naxxus Blast as well, doing damage. Kuma teleports in to run away, Dredgeline in. Not a bad fight here for MIBR. Zest gets engaged on again. There's the on-call, the charm out as well, but the damage is all pretty much melee outside of Gumayushi. Mega Phonobomb chunks out the Gnar, and Humble Life, it's strange to say, but they're not winning this fight because 5 members of MIBR in the bottom lane, but still Curse is about to drop on down. Zay's looking for the auto attack, Flag and Drag goes away from him. He can't get the Cataclysm off. Kuma steps up as well, gets the slow one down. Humble Life only lose Delight, and now DOTA dies as well. They are 3v5ing, and they've already found up 2 kills as Kanavi is coming up to pick up the drags. And meanwhile, playing payphone in the top lane, Zeka is PVMing, while Ackerman is going to be the last to drop. Zayas lives, and the style point for Humble Life cannot be greater in their opening game.
They just won 3v5, Jake. They just won 3 versus 5. How are they able to find the outplays consistently? It looked so bad for them. MIBR Lost had them on the ropes. They could have just ran them down, but it's repeatedly outplays from Humble Life that make the game so difficult for them to play. Cest goes a little bit too deep to begin with. He gets really chunked, but they get a great 6 ult onto Guma. Now Guma's low. If we just pause here, like all of Humble Life look pretty damn dead on my screen.
They should be dead.
But Curse takes so much damage. He gets knocked into the wall. He tries to flash out, gets the EQ on Zeus, but Zeus dodges it, kills him in the ult animation. And then Guma is able to find the Q onto DOTA as well, take him down. And it's just so difficult for MIBR Lost to be able to play anything if you can't win even a 3 versus 5.
No. Zeka was just pushing top in the meanwhile, and I think Kanavi slowly walked down from stealing top camp. I'm not sure what he was doing up there, but regardless, 7,500 gold lead. I haven't talked about dragons or objectives because naturally they are Humble Lives here in this game.
Yeah, I think that's a given at this point. Yeah. It's a 7,000 gold lead at 15 minutes. It's 2 grubs, 2 dragons, and a herald on top now. It's not going to be a perfect game for Humble Life, but it's pretty damn close to it.
It is pretty explosive regardless. Delight, is he caught out? You know the answer, probably know at this point. DOTA might be the one as well. Satchel charge away, really nice movement. He has to flash in the end. As Herald is going to open up the mid wave with a couple of orders from Humble Life to follow through as well. And the siege will begin.
I'm trying to find another silver lining, Jake. What you got? You got something for me?
We are watching the MSI champions destroy. Depth charge, 3-man from Delight.
Oh my God.
The encore as well. There's a turret there, but Delight cares not as Kanavi brings out the pack, rolls in, gets the reset, gets a double. And Humble Life haven't missed a beat off of winning MSI to them breaking the hearts of the CB LOL. The Hound in pursuit for another triple, and Kanavi let the dogs out here in day 1.
You know what, Jake? Humble Life seems pretty damn good.
They're not bad. They could win an international.
They could win a few, probably.
They could win back-to-back internationals. I don't know. I don't want to be an overact Andy, but they look pretty good.
They look pretty damn good, and they're not stopping here. Now Feisty has to try to outplay this 1v2, but I don't think it's possible.
He's going to have to turn more feisty than that. Delight, again, just finding another simple engage. No damage done. Unleash power and execute. No, not needed. Drops the orb down. And another kill. And, yeah, meanwhile, camera pans down bot after Dragon goes down. Zeus was not caught. Half HP. Zest tried to get his number.
12,000 gold lead here. 20-3 in the kill score.
Okay, is Kanavi gonna die? Nautilus over the wall.
They have a teleport.
He just holds. He's in Hound Pursuit in. Gonna call the pack in. He's exhausted. Kanavi buying time. Teleport and the boys. Here's Zayas in Minina. His autos are enough. The Boomerang Blade hops over Duda's head. Sabotage aren't gonna save his life. Mega Inferno Bomb not even necessary because the play was already over. Delight cuts off the escape. And Harm Alive, they don't have time to sit here and chat. They've got a game in under 20 minutes to win.
Are they going to end? Are we going to see a sub 20-minute game?
Surely not. What are the death timers here? Jack, 15 seconds on 3.
I think they're going to try. This would be historic. Like, after we've seen plates on all towers.
Encore, Feisty walks away from it. A little bit used here, but Harm Alive are on the Nexus turrets anyway. Under 20 minutes. Is it under 19 is the question. One Nexus turret. MIB are respawning. Scout of the week there. Pet Front Gage does nothing. Delight gets a 2-man knockup while Zayas is dealing with Zest off the side. Cataclysm comes down, but they can't kill the Mininar. Zest is going to die as well. Scout of the week on the Little Zegs. Duda dead in an instant as Ackerman joins him in 19 minutes and 10 seconds. Harm Alive assert their dominance, debuting at EWC 26.
And this is why they are your MSI champions. 19 minutes victory. They didn't even have the 6. They had the Seraphine.
Right, they heard catering is serving up soon. They got to go. They want to eat before their next one.
That was incredible.
That was an absolute slapping.
I felt like after T1 versus GAM, we kind of thought, yeah, this is going to be competitive. This is going to be close. These teams can get stomped in the early game. Harm Alive says no. No, we cannot.
They've already had their warm-up. They had about a month of it at MSI. And now coming to the tournament, CBLOL, they're not out. They go to the lower bracket, but I would not want to be in Harm Alive's group after watching that. I can tell you exactly who is because, yeah, it is Lion and JDG. The winner of that will verse that version of Harm Alive.
No, that's too scary. I think that's too scary, for sure. I mean, we saw Lion up against Harm Alive. They nearly took them down in a nail-biter Game 5 series. So it's possible, but this Harm Alive seemed even better somehow.
Yeah. I have not in the new, especially since Baron went back to 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And there's plating. I have not seen a sub 20-minute game for a long time as we go to the stage where Zayas is standing by with our host.
What a dominant game from HLE here, as expected. Congratulations Zeus for this first win, of course. Mesdames et messieurs, on peut applaudir HLE2, s'il vous plaît.
You, of course, have tremendous support. Literally 3 days ago, you lifted the MSI trophy. How are you feeling with an opportunity to secure another international trophy in such a short space of time?
일단 제우스 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문은 바로 3일 전에 사실 MSI 트로피를 들러 올리셨습니다. 그래서 다시 한번 거의 뭐 일주일 연속으로 지금 트로피를 들어올리는데 도전하시는데 지금 얼마나 좀 자신 있으시고 지금 소감이 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
사실 이동 시간이랑 뭐 이것저것 하느라 거의 결승전 끝나고 연습을 거의 못했었는데 그냥 아직 그 여운이 가시지 않아서 그냥 그때 느낌으로 계속 열심히 지금 하고 있는 것 같고 경기력에 대해서 좀 걱정하고 있었는데 오늘 경기력 보니까 좀 다시 자신감이 생기는 것 같습니다.
Yeah, obviously I mean, it's almost like yesterday. It feels like yesterday. I mean, we just literally won MSI, and then we had a long moving time. So, yeah, so I think we just carry our feeling of winning MSI to here. So that being said, I'm really sorry.
No worries.
Yeah.
Take your time, brother. It's all good.
Yeah. So yeah,
he's ready for the challenge.
Yeah, I'm really. He's right. I'm sorry about that. 다시 한번 말씀해 주시죠.
어디서부터 말씀드려요?
그 끝나고 나서 제가 하시는 말씀
일단 시차 정도 하고 사실 뭐 시간이 별로 없어서 경기력 걱정 좀 했었는데 오늘 경기 보니까 아직 자신 많이 있는 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I was very worried about our performance because there was a long moving time.
Yes.
But yeah, we're very prepared and we showed a good game. So yeah, I'm feeling really great here.
Seems like it.
Très rapidement, le MSI c'était il y a seulement 3 jours, tu soulevais ce trophée. Est-ce que tu as envie de garder un petit peu ce momentum ici? Bah ouais, j'ai l'impression que c'était hier. En plus, on a eu un long temps de trajet pour arriver ici à Paris, donc j'avais un peu peur qu'on n'ait pas forcément ce momentum. Mais là, on revient en confiance. And I want to ask you, Zeus, there's nothing much that MIBR could do against you in this game, but who do you have your eyes on in this tournament? Which team do you think is the best here at EWC apart from your team?
사실 MIBR이 사실 뭐 거의 상대가 안 될 정도로 정말 압도적인 경기를 펼치셨는데 그렇다면은 어떤 팀이 좀 하나생명을 상대로 그래도 견줄 만한 팀이다라는 거를 좀 보여줄 수 있을까요?
아무래도 MSI에선 저희가 그래도 다 이기고 올라왔기 때문에 좀 쉬다가 온 젠지가 조금 무섭네요. 네.
I mean, we won against all the teams at MSI, so I'm a little worried about Genji because they have a very good rest time. So yeah, I think Genji.
Yeah, they got to rest. Indy, donc dernière question, tu as tes yeux sur qui? Parce que MIBR, on les a vus galérer contre vous, mais qui penses-tu qui est la meilleure équipe ici à part HLE? Et ben moi je pense Genji. Ils ont eu le temps de se reposer, donc je me méfie un petit peu d'eux.
Thank you, and thank you, Maddox, and to Hitcheli. Congratulations once again. That is the end of the best of ones. Next time you see us on stage with a winner's interview, we'll be crushing some keys. See you soon.
Los and the rest of the squad here not able to bounce back against Hanwha Life Esports as Zest, Curse, Feisty, DOTA, and Ackerman will go back to the drawing board in their best of threes later as Hanwha Life Esports poured it on. Despite a solo kill in the mid lane, it was all HLE.
Yeah, I mean, HLE, it's not a surprise the form they've been in, but especially the fact that Zayas came out so far ahead in the top matchup. Delight on his trademark Alistair. So much in the early stages of the year, there was a lot more Enchanter play, but seeing him back on these engage picks, he just puts on a clinic.
He really does, and I think the draft here for Hanwha Life Esports was fairly risky in that it's running a Syndra, right? It does not actually have that much damage throughput. The Seraphine can do a lot of CC and can do damage later on, starts to do a lot of AP, but it can also, if it really struggles to get off the ground, be very low damage. And then you consider, if you look at the top lane matchup here between the Gnar and the Tristana that Zest picks up here, pretty risky for Zayas, tough matchup for the Gnar. So my concern going into the game was, what if Zayas doesn't get off the ground? What if the bottom 2v2 ends up struggling? This could be a rough draft for Hanwha Life Esports, but all resources were given to Zayas. He ended up getting 3 kills early on and exploded, and this game just fell apart, it seems.
I think one of the most frustrating things going up against Zayas that I've seen for teams is that you can give a favorable matchup into him, and he just ends up navigating it so well. Here, we saw the attempt to take the 1v1, and this max range, just the edge of the wallop catches, and the immediate punish with the boulder into flash auto. Just so well played.
And it's set up by Kanavi too, right? The wave gets held away. They're not able to follow up. And then here, they think, okay, we've got to punish this Gnar. We still got to play through this Tristana. Has level 6. Zayas buys time here, baits it in. And then as the rest of the team is showing up and going over here, he gets the crush in, gets the knockbacks. And essentially what was an attempt to get back into the game here is the end of the game, unfortunately, here for the CBLOL squad.
Yeah, again, just seeing the power of the winningest top laner of all time. Definitely of recent history, having won all the titles. We showed that graphic earlier with them and with Zeus and Zeka, the Z's doing work. Showed his might and power there, and then it was time to see what that gold lead looked like in the mid lane at 16, around 16 minutes there as they dove into the second turret.
I mean, this combo, this 1-2 from Goom and Delight is so slick, so flawless. I've always said, whenever Delight plays Alistair, it feels like the engages. His Pulverize has a bigger AoE, he has a longer range on the headbutt, and here they're syncing it up with the Encore. The game was done long before this, but this was just the icing on the cake.
Yeah, if they were behind and made a play like this, it could have changed the whole trajectory of the game. But ahead, they ended the game in sub 20 minutes. It was around 19:02 or so when the Nexus fell, and this was really the back-breaking blow. The game was done before this, but Hanwha Life Esports finished it in style.
Yeah, and with that, we also have the update from B-Stream, where JDG took control of the game and slowly choked the life out of Lion there. So it is the LPL squad up against the LCK squad in Hanwha Life Esports. And then we have an Americas matchup with MIBR Los versus Lion. That one will be later.
Contributing to your team in terms of like, I'm either out farming them or I'm out killing them. And if you're doing neither, you're just kind of falling behind against this really.
I think so much of it is we saw in game one, the stability of team spirit, right? Playing around each other and having a team fight formation that it was like running to a brick wall for Liquid. Whereas in this game two, they have a draft that creates chaos, that is able to break down the front lines with the Witch Doctor while still hitting the back lines with these hypermobile cores on the side of Liquid. And that now brings us to a game three. What is going to ensue in that draft?
We'll see how much priority the teams will place in that 100% win rate of Witch Doctor. There's a lot else going on as well with that game, and I think a lot of Team Liquid fans are very familiar. You know, they knew the team would pull through because they normally lose game one and then win game two. We'll see what happens in game number three, but I'm here with Lacoste and Seb, ready to break this one down, and it can't all be Witch Doctor, Seb.
It was not all Witch Doctor, but I have to say that I'm also becoming a big fan of this hero. It does so much, like the presence is there, like it kills the scaling of certain heroes like Tide, Morphling, especially when you have overwhelming amount of damage like Witch Doctor, Spectre. Everything is just perfect about this combo, like the lane, the mid game, the late game, and eventually like this level 20 talent and just sitting in the fight. And you pair him with like heroes that benefit. It got super shut down on the lane, like Lar did more than his job. I think he had like more denies than Ember had last hits. Like he destroyed him in the mid lane. He went to fight for the Wisdom Rune. He defended safe lane. He turned the Morphling matchup against Beast, helped the Morph, slowed down. Like he played an amazing monkey game. I think he was like 12-3 or something. But at some point this Ember just comes online. Like look at the numbers, like the damage numbers from Nisha. Like he did twice the Monkey's damage, and obviously Monkey is not like the top mid hero right now, but still like this Ember hero, it doesn't matter like how bad his game is, like at some point it becomes a menace. And there's also this play that we've seen many times now where they take fights in the late game and they buy back Remnant it again. It's just too much. Like honestly, I feel like this Ember hero maybe deserves like either more priority or a ban, but his like his rating by teams needs to change.
Yeah, you can tell that Spirit, they had an idea in this one. They brought back a little bit of a blast from the past, picking up this Monkey King as a counter to it. It looked okay-ish, but nothing too crazy. I feel like his presence in some of these earlier fights, it was great with the Wukongs and everything, but in the drawn-out fights, he didn't feel that comfortable. Like he also got caught a couple of times because he had Spirit Vessel on him. There was one fight near the tier 3 tower in the top lane where he got caught. Spectre jumps on top of him, kind of counters what he wants to do because you see him immediately with the follow-up spell. Monkey's gonna die or forced to use a BKB, jump out. So not the pick that I think we're gonna be seeing as a counter. It was an idea. It didn't work out in this one, and I feel like it also, Shiver, could be potentially, you know, every single time that they were running different heroes, Spirit, they were doing well. Now they played Morphling 2 times in a row.
That's where I went wrong.
Could be it.
Solved.
It's going to be a tough tournament if he's never allowed to play another hero. Good luck for him, good luck to him. But I was a little bit skeptical on the Witch Doctor Spectre, like as in the answer, Morphling as an answer to that, because it's. And then I'm like, it's Yotoro Morphling, you know, like he knows what he's doing. I don't know, now that the game concluded, if it was like the best pick, because it felt like he was really big that game. He had every item he could ask for, right? He had the butterfly, the satanic, like he got to where he wanted to be as Morphling, and it still felt like he could not stand his ground for more than like a second or something. Like if any stun he ate, he would just die 100-0.
We haven't seen the carry-to-carry matchup. These are not two traditional carries in a sense, because Morphling hasn't really been picked up. Nader was Spectre, you know, she gained slightly more popularity recently, but with the Desolate, with Radiance, it does feel very good. You're also building into Scotty, their Spirit Vessel from the mid lane. Even though he has Satanic, he has this Manta style to dispel things, it's also not very effective. Like eventually it's gonna kick in the healing reduction and you're gonna die, because like we've seen how strong it is when once you isolate one of the heroes with the Desolate, the heroes just die.
I don't know. To me, my DOTA sense is just telling me that the Spectre hero is not okay. But I'm maybe biased, to be honest. Like I have a history with the hero. I've always been a fan of Spectre. but we'll have to see. I feel like Ember not okay, Witch Doctor not okay, Spectre not okay.
We got all these heroes rising in priority here, and I feel like maybe we're slightly on the recency bias because they did just win.
Maybe.
We'll see how it turns out in Game 3. But Lacoste, I believe you also have something to show us regarding some stacks that Team Spirit protected.
Yeah, they were doing really well. This is something that they needed to do at the early stages of the game. This was where they were kind of most vulnerable, where they needed to protect the stacks. And if you see where they are right now, you can see the Observer Ward on the side and the carrots that Drew was giving to them throughout the whole game. He was, I would say, single-handedly keeping them in that game, and also making sure that Dark Willow, this is the second time that he does this little trick, tries to TP out, and then instead of just TPing out, knowing there's still another spell, he just cancels it, does extra bit of a damage, you know, an extra bit of a to prolong the team fight in a sense, and then after that they just don't feel as comfortable taking that fight. Collapse in a very good spot to protect those stacks, and there's gonna be another one because they already used the Ravage, so right now Liquid, they feel pretty strong again, trying to invade one more time. Nisha, he was really pushing the limits on the hero. You can still see the stacks being there, and they did not want them to take those stacks, trying to punish them. Unfortunately for them, Neutral Creep does take down Collapse, and at this point of the game, this is where Spirit, they felt, as I said, most vulnerable, but they're also going to be punching back, bringing in numbers. This is where Monkey feels kind of strong with this Deso item build that he did go for as his first item, dishing out quite a lot of damage, and also baiting a little bit maybe the rest of the team in this position where they don't want to be. If you lack lockdown fighting against Monkey King like this, knowing that he can drop down the Wukong's command, and this time around Spirit, they are bringing in numbers, understanding that they need to protect those stacks. Like 1 minute, 2 minutes after, they're going to be able to finally farm those stacks, but very good thinking, very good approach from Spirit, understanding that at this particular moment of the game, they need to be able to pretty much bring everybody so they don't bleed out.
Yeah, and I know that the 3 cores on the side of Spirit, they're the TI winners. You know, we know that they're good players, but I want to highlight the support duo. I think not me and Rue, I know they lost, but I think this game in particular, they both really shown very bright, Seb.
Yeah, honestly, both games. I think so far they've had an incredible series, like both of them. I was talking to Miposhka for a content piece that's going to be out someone this tournament, and asking him how does he enjoy coaching and whatnot, and he's like, well, he said that he has incredible support players. He's happy that they took over in a sense, and he's helping them with voicing what they want to do in the game as much, because he used to be the big voice of Team Spirit, so this is something they're like working on and improving. But once these guys are also able to communicate what they want to do in the game like as well as he used to, well, it's I don't want to call it an upgrade, but you know, they are very, very good at playing their heroes, and the micro things, everything is just perfect.
Yeah, having someone like Miposhka behind you to point out the mistakes does feel, you know, like a turbo mode in pretty much big buff how you're going to be playing the game, and the team's definitely gelling together. But I also want to point out the way like Liquid played the map, how aggressive they were. As soon as they understood that they can definitely bring down this Tidehunter, they can bring down this Morphling, you could see the full aggression coming out from Liquid, finding out these pickoffs. Boxy, again, like even Ace did really step it up in this series, did have a couple of these early deaths, but also managing to find the openings as well, playing together as a team. Team Liquid, they cooked in this second game.
Yeah, they really did. And the question is, out of the 2 games we've seen, is there a clear favorite? Or is it heavily draft dependent? Because I kind of don't feel it might, like, I don't feel it is.
I mean, my take is that Spirit is still looking a little bit cleaner. I think they're a little bit more, polished. So in that sense, I would still favor them. But the second game, I felt like Liquid had just a better approach to the game than Spirit did. So this one is your game at this point. Like, if they get that kind of advantage in the draft for game 3, it could just seal the deal. But if it comes to an very even game, I think Liquid still has to step it up. Like, Spirit has looked really clean. I mean, we saw the whole sequence that Lacoste just showed. We know with defending stacks and whatnot, it looks very, you know, they seem very like in place. Like, everything is just where it's supposed to be. They're attacking when they have to, they're defending when they have to, and it's clean. So yeah, Liquid is up to the challenge.
A slight edge to Spirit potentially going into game 3. We'll have to wait and see. Potentially the draft does make a big difference. We'll see what comes out with that. And we're also going to be finding out how Liquid felt going into this matchup, as we're hearing from Boxy.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Hello, I'm here with Boxy from Team Liquid. You guys had a very fun series to watch yesterday. 3 games. The first one was 60, the second one was like 90 minutes. What was that series like to play?
Quite exhausting. I mean, the second game was really, really long. And I feel like we also had like a big lead in that one earlier in the game. And I was like, man, if we lose this game, I would feel like really bad because I feel like we kind of threw a bit.
Are you thinking about that at like minute 70? It's like an after.
Not really, but I was like, at some point when I died, like late into the game, I was like, like how do we end up here, you know?
Yeah, it's hard, and they did a good job defending the game. You guys were back and forth in so many fights. I felt like all the fights were really spread out too. It's just chaos everywhere. The observers are having trouble watching it. What was that like in game when the fights are so all over the place?
I mean, usually you like start a team fight. Maybe you have a plan on what you want to do as a team, but then you just have to play your hero. Like if I'm next to an enemy hero and I'm Clockwork and I used all my spells, like I don't know, I guess I'll just follow this guy or like I'll run away. You know, you can't like. There's not so much you can do individually when you're out of juice, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, game 2, absolutely crazy. How stress relieving was game 3? Because as an observer, I was watching, I was like, we know how it's going. They're stomping. They're dumpstering the whole map. You guys didn't give them any ground at all. Did that help like cool you down a little bit at least?
I mean, game 3 was a lot easier to play. I feel like maybe we had them a bit like outdrafted or out of their comfort zone because the game was like flowing really nicely. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like after like 15 minutes, we all felt like this game is kind of in the bag. We just have to like slowly see it out. Yeah. So that was, I guess, the opposite of stressful. Yeah.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. You've got Spirit up next. In one of the first interviews I did here with Collapse, he said he feels some kind of magic at EWC. Like he's always powered up. Does that intimidate you anyways, or are you not superstitious at all?
I mean, Spirit usually does well at this event, yeah. We lost to them in the finals like 3 or 4 years ago. I don't know, I feel like I kind of like playing them because I like how, or like I know pretty well how they play, and they're not like some unknown like thing. I feel like they, you know, they're Spirit. So I'd rather take what I know over what I don't.
Okay, that makes sense. And how do you think you're going to do as a whole? You know them, is it no good or?
I mean, I think we're going to win.
Okay, you got the momentum.
You know, I always think we're going to win, so.
Sometimes you don't. Needed belief as a pro player, I suppose. All right, well, thank you for joining me for the interview. Good luck in your match.
Thank you.
We're getting ready for game number 3 here between Team Liquid and Team Spirit on stage. Elimination on the line. When we heard from Nisha yesterday, he was looking ahead already towards facing Yandex, which is in the playoffs, and didn't give Spirit much thought or many words. This series is proving that maybe a couple more words would have been maybe needed, but he was very confident. We also heard Boxy being very confident that he will make it through here too, Seb. Promising.
Maybe Nisha just genuinely forgot about this round, about Spirit, and, you know, and then game 1 happened, and he's like, okay, you're gonna have to pick me, Amber. I think like we have a situation here, and the emergency measure is Nisha Amber Spirit. But I'm enjoying the Liquid interviews. I think they're delivering. Like Nisha's interview yesterday was very interesting to listen to. I really like some of the Boxy takes. Like I always think I'm gonna win. Like it doesn't sound much, but it's a pretty deep statement.
Yeah.
And I'd rather take what I know over what I don't. I think is also a very interesting approach to Dota. It's like, give them what they like, I guess, and we know what to expect, and we're just sure of our strength and our ideas on how to break it, and we'll make it work. So I like these takes. I think these are takes where it shows confidence in yourself and in your team, and these are good signs if you're a Liquid fan.
Yep, you got to be confident, and also to go back to his point about, you know, playing unknown versus playing against the known teams, their play style, because Team Spirit, this is the team that kind of has the same play style, same players. The core of the team is staying the same ever since the team is like kind of entered the big stage. They are known, so you know what to expect from them. And a little bit of a spoiler, you know, on the other stream as well, we saw Rune Eaters, a team that maybe hasn't really been known to like other teams, because this is a relatively new squad. They managed to eliminate Aurora.
Yeah, Aurora might have needed to know them a little better.
Yeah, top teams bleed, you know,
yes,
that is
do.
the information here. And
I'm watching both League.
If you think about it, this is the first time this event that
we
Team
have on
Spirit is
stream
back
Dota
against the
2.
wall, because they
Why?
had a
Because
pretty
Dota 2 is
smooth
going
sailing in the
right
group
now.
stage, and all of a sudden they're one game away from getting eliminated. One bad draft, you know, bad execution, bad laning phase, you name it. On Liquid side, they've had 90 minutes yesterday. More than that, actually, 90 minutes and the third game, so maybe 2 hours or 3 hours of being back against the wall. So I'm sure at this point they're completely numb when it comes to that. They don't mind. So maybe like a mental test for Spirit, which Liquid has already passed like successfully yesterday. We'll have to see how they, you know, how they fare when the pressure's on their side, because they do have new players. We said new to this kind of stage anyway, so let's see if this gets to them or if they're gonna stay composed.
Yep, so far they look good. I think their performance on side of Spirit's supports, they look pretty stable. Like the game 2 that they lost, they also looked incredible, especially in the first 15-20 minutes of the game. So what see what kind of a draft they're gonna cook, like what kind of supports they're gonna be playing. I also feel like Spirit's draft took a little bit of an odd turn on that 15 pick with the Tide Hunter.
We go,
like
Team
that was an
Liquid.
idea to hide the pick for Monkey King that could come out as a response to this Ember Spirit, but they didn't really work out in the game. So I would like to see something slightly different.
Yeah, it really wasn't optimal in my opinion. Interesting idea, cute, but didn't pay off. They go back to a Spirit Classic at this point. You know, it's been Poshka drafting at the end of the day. Of course, Bane is going to be first picked. This hero won them TI once upon a time. Great hero in the hands of Rue and not me, actually. They're one of the teams that is definitely okay with running the Bane on the off lane also, on the position 4. So very strong opener.
Do you think Team Spirit will still want to get their hands on the Ember at this point, or will you reply with a support? Because we do have, for the first time this series, the team that's Dire has second pick, which is the same, basically it's the same pick order as previous game, it's just switch sides.
I mean, it's interesting, because when you think about it, Liquid just first picked Ember and they won with it. And now Spirit is basically like, yeah, you could go for a second round of this, because Bane is not necessarily good against them. I mean, it's okay, but it's not like a counter. Like I'm sure Nisha doesn't mind playing this, especially if they start getting saves. You know, we've seen like Ringmasters and these kind of heroes like Tusk, where you know your Ember's gonna be safe. Okay, they decide to go for the Beast. I mean, that's like a great answer versus Bane on the lane and in the game. You have summons to remove sleep, so you don't. Beast chases the Bane rather than the other way around, where usually Bane is often the chaser, like the predator.
Is that a reason to put Bane 4?
Maybe. I think they have it in the back of their heads, but sometimes I'd say you need to take an L just to see the bigger picture. You can't just be like, oh, our position 5 is countered, we can't play the game. But Beastmaster does counter, like any Zoo hero counters Bane pretty heavily. That's why we see a good amount of Lycans coming out as well as a response to it. And also Beastmaster, he got bumped into priority. You talked about the Ringmaster, a hero that Team Liquid, they don't really play that hero. At least they didn't play it so far. They didn't play it at the last Blast Slam. Seems like they're not putting a lot of faith in that hero.
Right, maybe not an answer. I mean, I like the Bane 4. The Bane 4 idea could be cool, because they're gonna have to decide later, because essentially either Yotoro has a hero that's fine against Beast, and in that case you could run the Bane in 5, or he's looking at, he really wants to play something else that's bad against Beast, then you're gonna need the 5 to enable him, basically, and allow him to lane. So whatever, let's say he wants to play like a Spectre or something, then you're gonna have to, you have the option of putting the Bane 4 and maybe picking like an Ansh or something that will fare better against Beast on the lane. So I'm sure, ideally they would keep that option open so that they can set Yotoro up for, yeah, success, I guess, like whatever he wants to play.
Taking their time thinking about this second ban. It will be the Witch Doctor. Keeper of the Light is also in there. It's up to Liquid to only ban one hero before they get the chance to pick something.
You know, we heard Puppy in one of the content pieces here saying that one of his biggest trap he fell into in his DOTA career was try to beat things, you know, like just beat it.
Yeah.
Don't ban it, beat it. And he said, I've learned, I'm wiser now.
Just ban it.
I'm banning it, you know, so I like the adjustment for Spirit. It's like, don't bump your head against the wall. It's an elimination game, survival stage. You can't afford to, you know, if you try to figure it out and you don't, then you're out.
Yeah.
You know, try to get through the series and maybe rethink the approach to Witch Doctor, but not today.
Yeah, try it in scrims or something. Klinks gets banned out, an instant pickup of the Hoodwink. That's your safe lane set for Liquid, I would imagine.
Super strong lane. Like this type of a lane pushes out Bane if he's gonna be position 5. Not gonna be an easy pick for Yatoro either. Like we saw, I think 1 or 2 gyrocopters as well as a response to, I believe, Beastmasters as well. It didn't end too well, but because some of the carries are stronger right now, the hero also received a little bit of a nerf. And Team Spirit, they are going to be picking up Beastmaster, which is another saving support. When you think about it, overall better saving support against these initiations that they have from Bushwhack, where they have it, you know, stopping the sharpshooter damage from coming through, and of course, very good against Primal Roar.
It's very good against Beast. Yeah, the save against Roar. Also the Wheel of Wonder versus summons, very annoying. Like your summons are just stunned for forever, essentially. So very solid support. You also have the darts against the boars if you want to run it on the safe lane. Like very effective. It does extra damage to like summons and neutrals. So a very good hero overall, I think, against Beastmaster. Like quite underrated. Even the save, like. Because usually, like Bane, for instance, if you ever run into Beastmaster, like into his boars and whatnot, he just drowns you down, even without Roar. That doesn't happen against Shriekmaster, because the box and the extra movement speed that you get, you just run away. So I like this pick a lot, and I think it could be a Ring 5 and a Bane 4. Like, now they have the option to do both, typically. They pick the Gyro. It's an early Gyro pick, which, again, I don't think is what Spirit enjoys, because Yatoro usually likes to be the win condition. Like, they like to put him on 18 or 24 pick and make sure that the game scales in his favor. It's not going to be the case this time around. He picked for the lane, and you know, Mick is going to secure himself a better win condition.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Spectre is very good against pretty much all 3 of these heroes, kind of, because you get on top of them, you provide vision. You already have vision coming up from the Beastmaster summons. Hoodwink's very annoying to play against as well. And, I mean, we did mention Gyrocopter, but I don't think I believe in Gyro in this current patch. I feel like he is... I would put him, like, slightly below middle at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, there's maybe a reason for why we don't see it that often, and then if anyone can make it work, I feel like it has to be Yatoro. But if he can't, well, at least he respected the rule. I don't think he's played it so far, so that's a new hero for Yatoro. So that is like the bright side, where he's expanding his hero pool.
The buff is there.
That is what matters. Yes, he gets the buff. So what do you do if you're Liquid here? This is like typical, like Ember is still in, right? Like this is your typical talk about it first phase, end up doing something else because like pre-counter and whatnot. Oh, they go back for the abysmal win rate of Puck. Wait, well, how much did we say it was? It was around 20%?
It was 25. Yesterday it won 1 game, but I don't know if that was enough. Lacoste, could you check out the win rate of Puck?
Yeah, I just checked the win rate of Gyrocopter. He's sitting at 25% as well. And we're going to check
fire with fire, you know, like be honest drafting. It's like you picked yourself a really bad hero, we shall do the same.
Oh, it went up. It's up to 31% right
31!
now. Yeah, big numbers.
31%. That is crazy. 31%, that is not good enough, but we'll have to see. And it's also going to get countered on the lane.
Yeah.
What makes it a good Puck game already is that he's very good against both supports. Like, he's going to get on top of them. He's going to prevent them from clicking their spells as they want to. Ooh, the Oracle team picking Oracle in the, you know, continuing the legacy of Insania. Former Team Liquid captain.
They wanted to have a save of their own, I would imagine.
It's a very good hero against Bane, typically for many reasons. You can, you know, save from grip, but you can also unsleep your teammates with just your third spell on Oracle. Very handy.
Ooh,
it really nullifies everything Bane does. Like, you dispel all of his spells, like Enfeeble, Nightmare, Ulti, so big counter. I think... Do you dispel the box? I think you do, or no? If
you should, yeah, it's dispellable.
So if he precasts his Q spell, which, what's the name of it? I forgot. The first spell of Oracle, whatever. I forgot about the name. So think about Liquid starting the fight on Team Spirit and Oracle pre-clicking the first spell, the box is just not going to work. They will be able to shut down. It's going to act like a nullifier.
That's the Fate Edict, right?
No, the Fate Edict is the second.
No, that's Purifying Flames.
Yeah, we forgot. We actually can't remember the name.
My goodness, I'm getting old. Either way.
HQ. Anyway, I think there was a high chance of Spirit potentially picking up Night Stalker instead of this Earth Spirit. I feel like this hero could have also worked, seeing that you see Puck, it can be played from the mid lane. It can also be played from the off lane. It's one of the best counters to Oracle. Earth Spirit is good in a sense, but also you need to be able to find this Oracle, and you only have one guy because both of the supports are ranged. They want to keep the distance. Gyrocopter also wants to keep the distance away from the fight. So want to see what kind of a gap closer they're going to be picking from the offlane.
Now, typically Oracle is considered a good hero against Earthspirit. Like, as soon as he gets his blink, let's say, and he's able to like play further away. Obviously, early game is not going to be as effective because the cast range of Oracle's ulti is very small, and Earthspirit is going to be able to silence him because he's going to have to be in vision to cast that. But as soon as he gets like maybe a cast range and enchantment, a blink dagger, the matchup's going to turn. With that being said, Earthspirit is really good against Puck in the lane and in the game. We've seen Earthspirit dominate this matchup. Fortune's End?
Yeah, I think so.
It still doesn't ring a bell. I think my brain literally just erased that spell from my memory. Probably some trauma from losing games against Oracle. But yeah, like I also think Earthspirit is not the best against Beastmaster. Like his timings early are pretty rough. Like he doesn't really get armor before a while, and he's just very susceptible to dying to Beast and his summons. So I have to say, I think Liquid's draft is looking very good right now, and they don't even have the win condition against Gyro. We're also going to be looking at the last pick and looking at Gyro and maybe worrying about his scaling ability. So
I would also prefer if they just picked that Night Stalker on 18 instead. I feel like because of the dispel mechanic, Earthspirit can still own this game. Like 3.5 second silence is super annoying, but you also have a little bit of a save coming out from that Oracle. And this is going to be the jump, disengage, even though it's not super effective against your Roar, against the Coil as well at the later stages. It does become a very powerful spell to bring in everybody, like we saw what Centaur can do with the Heart, like even double Heart build.
And it's the infamous like Centaur Gyro combo, like Aghanim Centaur at some point, Gyro getting Aegis, buying a Rapier. We've seen that happen. It can be very powerful. Gyro's not really meta, but when it was, this was like one of the deadliest. It was so good that it was first pick. It was literally like Centaur into Gyro. First two, doesn't matter, any lane, any game will win. So it can, I think it re-enables the scaling of Gyro, and it allows him to maybe go for a more aggressive build than he would if the Centaur gets the Ags at some point. And on Liquid side, I have to say I'm a big fan of the draft. Like, I think the lineup works really well together. Lots of synergy between heroes, great against what Spirit has. I guess the downside of Liquid is the laning phase. Theoretically, Spirit have three, it's not like winning lanes per se, but they have the upper hand on all three lanes. I'd say 60-40. So they could just run away with the game off a really strong laning phase and just snowball effect. This time around, if the game is a little, which again, I don't think is really their comfort, they kind of switch roles. So Liquid has the faster playstyle, like, sorry, the slower playstyle, and Spirit the faster. They need to bring some sort of pace to the game after the laning phase.
They also are okay playing the long game. That 90-plus minute game they played against Extreme Gaming, that second game, they also had Alchemist. So thinking, you know, if it goes super late game, we have this security that eventually we're going to have that insane amount of gold influx that we're going to be needing against Team Spirit. But yeah, I do agree. I feel like if Team Spirit's off to a good start with the laning stage that they have, like with the lane matchups that they have, it should look pretty good. But then again, Liquid, they managed to surprise us with some of these drafts. I feel like a lot of teams also got slightly inspired by what Nigma Galaxy has been doing. Type of a healing strats, bringing back Alchemist as well, throwing in some Dazzle position 5. This time it's going to be Team Liquid bringing in Oracle, one of the old school classics as well. So going to be very interesting to see. I would maybe give the slight edge to Team Spirit, especially if they can execute. And so far in this matchup, it looks like they managed to execute slightly better.
Who's going to be responsible for stopping Spirit if they do get ahead in the lanes?
It's hard to say because they have rather slow here. I mean, the Beastmaster, it should be him to tempo control the game, but he has a really bad lane. He has the worst lane of them all. Like his lane versus Gyro, so we have to see.
He's their first pick, so he's countered.
Yes.
Well, we're gonna find out. This is elimination on the line. One game between Team Spirit and Team Liquid. Who will come out on top? We're finding out with Cap and SVG.
We said at the beginning of yesterday that whoever came through this little part of the survival stage, whether it was Liquid, Extreme, or Team Spirit, they were going to be a battle-hardened threat going into the playoffs. And now it's just come down to this one game to determine if that will be Spirit or if that will be Liquid. Avery, the start of the series, you gave the advantage to Spirit. Now going into this game 3, has that narrative changed?
I think so. I think this is anybody's game. I don't think Spirit looked that terrifying in the game 2. And I think the gap kind of closed in the series a little bit for me. I'm a little more convinced by Liquid, not as convinced by Spirit as I felt watching them early on in this event. That gap has shrunk.
I like that it never goes far enough for you to actually favor Liquid. You know, it's like, yeah, Liquid looks pretty good. They actually have a 50-50.
No, okay, if you ask me draft, I actually like the draft just straight better here.
It seemed like Seb liked it as well.
I think the
panel did.
I think the synergy just lines up really well for me. The only thing I don't like about it is Puck has not been winning. His win rate is atrocious this event, and the hero has looked really weak in some games. You have to get him to that ultra late game territory where, yes, if he's 6-slotted and he becomes unkillable, and you get to that Ags Divine Rapier, he's a menace, and it will cause Spirit some problems. We've seen a lot go wrong for the Puck in getting there. So that's my one like asterisk on this Liquid lineup is how strong is Puck really? Is he going to get punished in this game? Because there's a decent amount of stun. The Bane is always a great answer to this hero. The instant silence off the Earth Spirit can set up some of the other stuns to land. I'm a little worried for Nisha. Does have the Oracle to bail him out, but you're kind of looking to use this Oracle with the Alchemist combination for some heal amp and just getting him in there. Yeah, maybe if Alex tanking up in this game, you can prioritize the Puck. We'll see how influential that is. And somewhere Insania has a smile on his face. Austin.
That's right. Liquid have gone for his signature hero, the Oracle, and it does look like a very good Oracle game. I love the idea when I saw, actually managed to get the first blood there. Tofu ends up getting the final hit over Rue. Yeah, when I saw the, I was actually very concerned when Spirit picked up the Ringmaster. I was like, ooh, that's a sick pickup. Like, this hero has been doing so well. Liquid seemed to have struggled against it. And then when Liquid also got a save of their own that also counters the box by being able to have a Dispel, I was like, wow, that's actually kind of sick. And then they get a carry that synergizes with it very nicely.
There are a lot of saves in the Spirit lineup, though. You have Geomagnetic Grip / Kick. You have the potential Earth Spirit Ags later. You have potential double box if Ringmaster gets Ags. You have the Centaur Ag save. So a lot of it requires some Ag Scepters to come out, but in theory, you could just have so many saves in this lineup, even Nightmare, Interrupt. I don't know how you're landing a Roar and getting anything out of it. It seems almost impossible in this game. So maybe Control will be an issue for Liquid as we go later here. You got a lot of saves to play through in a Gyro. Gyro is a hero that uses saves pretty well because he gets pretty innately tanky. And if you save him, he can sometimes get another round of flak in and off pretty quickly. Suddenly that fight becomes impossible. He's a nice carry to just kind of put on that front line and play through. So in that sense, I do like the saves and what they can do here for Spirit. Oracle can only dispel so much. I thought you were going to talk about a different synergy here, Austin. I can't believe you haven't brought it up. The ultimate synergy in Team Liquid's lineup.
I mean, there is a lot of synergies, but...
Sleep. You have enough damage here?
Pull him out of position. Tofu. And Collapse should be able to get this kill. It's just a question of whether or not Mickey can get the turnaround kill with the corrosive weaponry, slowing down Rue. It's only level 1, but it does add up, and he does have the movement speed advantage, and he'll just run away from Collapse.
Not bad. I do like the support lane swap here for Spirit, though. Gonna get some damage on Mickey with some body blocks. Maybe a lot of damage here.
Another double edge? Is that going to be enough? Oh, we got him! Mickey, he ran away from the Centaur initially and then thought, no, I could probably do this. He would be incorrect about that assessment.
Sick
well
pickup.
Played by Collapse.
Got to be worried about this double wave going in. I would bring the Ringmaster through the gate right here and play with it. At least force Alka off some of these range creeps. Could be nice. He's busy bottom, though, so see how much Mickey can pick up here.
But what is the ultimate synergy on Liquid?
I'm glad you asked, Austin. You have an Alchemist lineup.
I swear to God, if it's about
you pull the Ags to, nope, you pull an Ags to the Oracle.
Okay.
He has the Diviner deck. He divines.
Come on, man.
He divines the gold gain and instantly pays back. You played with this diviner deck. You know how strong it is.
Yeah, I have.
You get that in-game, the late
forced
game.
upon me by my
so
party
good.
Q
It's so
teammates
good.
who play it.
We'll see who's the fool in this game.
Also, what
Who
does that
draws
mean,
the fool.
100% gold gain?
Every tick of gold that goes into you is double.
Okay, so if he were to buy his own Aghanim Scepter, and he gets that 100% gold gain, and then he is given a refund Aghanim Scepter, the gold that he gets from that, could that be doubled?
I guess.
Why wouldn't it be? You said every bit of gold that you get.
Well, that's like a refund, not a gain, you know? Tax laws, Austin. I'll let you figure that one out.
Okay, well, either way, that is obviously not going to happen in this game. Because Oracle Ags is trash.
We'll see what we'll see what happens. Lanes are going well for
pull
Spirit.
back, collapse. They really have put the screws to collapse in game 2 and now in game 3. When he's in a matchup that he can actually win 2-on-2, they say, okay, but can you win it 3-on-2? Now Laurel, he's going to be the difference maker here. He rolls in, gets one of the support kills. Can he battle this down? 1v2 is not looking great for him. They do manage to kill Ace on the other side, though. The support leaving does punish Ace rather heavily. That's a full wave and a half. That's actually triple range creeps that are dying under tower right now with no Beastmaster to collect.
Has to go here. I'm concerned for Ace right now. He's just getting left to the wolves off the boxy rotations, and this was the hardest lane, especially with the Ringmaster being put down here.
Look
so
at the
much
setup.
aggression.
Not me was sitting behind the tower waiting for him to TP in. They want to go for the punish. Can anybody of Liquid help this out? The TP is going to come in. It's going to force the Oracle.
There's a tonic here, though. You gotta look at the Carney Classics.
Yeah.
Be aware of that.
Big heals. Boxy does spot him in the trees here with the Fortune's End. He's going to go for the Ancient Deny, likely.
Too tanky for it, though. You just stick TP, maybe? Nah. Too much damage. Oracle snags another one. At least you get something out of the rebuttal here, but I'm still just concerned for how slow Ace's game has been. At least you have Alchemist to pick up some of the slack. A little extra gold injection for Mickey up top.
Ooh, Boxy makes a run for it. He will stop the Power Rune from going to Laurel. It still gets picked up by Rue, but that isn't really a big deal whatsoever.
Still a very solid start for Spirit. All three of their lanes are cruising well here. You get to an Earth Spirit ulti, you get to a Stampede, your aggression potential goes up considerably, and they play really well around this Bane setup. Got to be careful of where Rue is on the map. He's going to get a sleep top. This is the exact type of setup that can easily turn into a kill. Not with probably just the Centaur, but I don't know, if you get another double edge.
One charges, unstable concoction to separate, no more double edges to be had.
It's just scary getting slept on this map.
Yeah.
If you have the Oracle behind you, you're fine. If you don't, you're probably screwed in this game. We'll see if Spirit can contest the Wisdom Shrine. They're kind of angling towards it. They don't have 6 on the Gyro. They don't have Stampede. Or they do have Stampede. But, yeah, they're not going to risk going in there with the potential for Puck to rotate over. If you lose your Gyro, you throw a lot back this Beastmaster's way. It'll just split the Shrines.
Tofu's at very high level because of the kills that have gone in lane. Yeah, this is going to be an Oracle, which I find sometimes, you know, kind of gets stuck in this rut. If you don't get kills, you get a very slow level 6. This is going to be a fast one. We'll see if Liquid can utilize that in any way, because Spirit are definitely going to be trying to run you over. Mickey, Yatoro coming through the gate in the Stampede. Run him down. All he can do is unstable concoction to slow down the damage, but it will not stop it. Pulled back in by the Hurricane from Collapse with a Helmet Dom creep. Very nicely played. Team Spirit, and this is what we kind of envisioned to see in this Game 3, right? This is going to be Spirit bringing speed against Team Liquid.
That's what the Gyro pick is designed to do against Beastmaster. It slows his tempo down, it gives you a lane advantage, and then Gyro can easily join early fights, make moves, throw that call down into a team fight around mid lane.
So much emphasis to stop Power Runes from going to the Earth Spirit, but Team Spirit have the better of the 3-on-3.
Regen's going to do a lot for Laurel here. Got to remember that Oracle prognosticate. Liquid know where the runes are.
Right.
So they can go there every time, but I don't necessarily think they're stronger in the contest.
Yeah.
Which kind of sucks for them. That's sometimes the issue with Oracle. He's had a nice early game here, but the Heroes isn't necessarily that strong in the 3-on-3 early on. There's a lot. Okay. Courier on Courier battle.
With the Orb doing a lot. Unstable concoction from Mickey. That was actually pretty necessary for Mickey to show up to this fight. So good call from him to make that rotation over. Still, it's a heavy commitment from Liquid. 4 heroes just to kill a support.
And that Wild Wing lane just denied the bounty room. Pretty nice to take these away from Liquid while you're just farming the lane anyway. Nice micro plays from Collapse.
They got one of the defensive wards set up there from Liquid. Look at all the defensive vision they have around mid. They have that one ward, and then they've got 2 other wards around this mid lane.
First Spirit TP bottom, trying to punish the Beastmaster. It's a pretty hard move to read for Ace. Their Spirit's been off the map. He has no vision down here because all the wards went around the mid lane.
Ace is probably just like, leave me alone, man. He's going to use the board to try and drag creeps so deep into the jungle that he feels a lot more comfortable farming them. He is getting so close to his Helmet Dom creep, and he can't afford any more delays than he already has, because considering how fast Collapse's Helmet Dom creep is, well, it just means Collapse is going to be one step ahead of him for much of the game.
Spirit are going to be able to drive the tempo here, no question about it. They get another sleep on the Oracle, and he is dead. The other thing about this game is they have a decent amount of gap close for the Oracle between the Centaur and the Earth Spirit. You know, it's one thing that, like, there's great synergy in this Liquid lineup if you can maintain the formation. Again, like game 2, I think Spirit have the better time breaking that formation and just getting on this back line. And if they do, if you take Oracle out early, if you land an Earth Spirit silence on him and you're focusing on somebody else, this lineup can kind of just crumble pretty quickly. The Beast is going to be poor. The Puck is going to be a little squishy here. Those are my big concerns. And you're looking at this Beast versus Centaur disparity. It's massive here.
Yeah, huge net worth difference. 2,000 between the two of them. That is the net worth difference entirely between Spirit and Liquid right there.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Spirit try and do that classic, bring your all-planer behind the mid-tier 1, look for that fight.
Yeah. I mean, especially with the way Spirits have been playing, I wouldn't be surprised that they brought the Gyrocopter too. Or just like they've been playing a lot of 5-man.
Dogpile on Ace more. I mean, that's
why not? Why not? Rue is going to be pretty deep here behind enemy lines. Gives an opportunity for Ace to hit a good roar. What does he roar, though? The wheel goes out. He doesn't want to turn around for him. They do have the Oracle save, though. That's going to save him from a lot of magic damage. And Ace just kind of charging in. I thought he was holding on to a point there. He did not. So he did not have roar to level up to use in that fight, which I don't know if that makes a difference, but it certainly makes the fight impossible to win.
I think he's also identified that roar is just not a good spell in this game either.
Yeah, I mean, it's
there's just too many saves. I mean, yeah, you probably do a little better with the roar there, but I don't think you get anything.
Oh my god! Unicycle initiation. Hits him with the whip.
Styling on him.
Oh my god!
See Collapse creeping his way towards mid. That thread is open. I guess with Magnetize on cooldown, though, you're not looking to get too aggressive right now.
These level 6s are going to be so crucial. We already saw the wheel a bit of impactful, but the Bane, who now has Fiend's Grip, okay, now it's a lot harder for Nisha to be able to play the map. The Oracle got his 6, so now you have a save against the Fiend's Grip or some of these initiations if he can keep to the back line. It feels like this is a game you may need like a really early Blade Dagger on Oracle just to play so far back.
Probably yes. What do the team fights look like for Liquid? I think if you can't rely on Roar or Coil because of the saves, I feel like you're just getting run at with a bunch of really tanky heroes. It might be a game where Mickey just has to put it on his back. That's the feeling I'm getting. Like, he is going to have to do an insane amount of work with the Alchemist here and the timings that he hits and abuse the Oracle spell power.
Has to be a big enough threat that it gives Ace better openings.
Pipe is already done for Collapse. Sheesh. I mean, there goes even more of your team fight presence. Oh,
Fiend's Grip already on the Beastmaster, but they have the Bushwhack to stop it. Rue is almost dead already. They do have stuns here on the Beastmaster, but there's the false promise. He turns around, get off the roar, and now the backstep from Liquid. They had heroes wrapping around. They do have the box save on the Gyrocopter for now.
We got
the sharpshooter brought him down, so that was enough to kill the carry. Still, though, Team Spirit looked better for the engagement as a whole. It's a 2-for-2, and they're healthier to chase down more, but everybody is already retreating. The problem for Spirit is that was a 2 for 2 with 5 of their heroes. That Alchemist wasn't in that fight at all. He got to farm on the other side of the map.
That's a great fight for Liquid. This Beast is just a creep in this game anyway. If you can trade him for a really high net worth core, you're going to take it. Great Oracle ulti. You cancel the grip early. The Summon's going to do its job. Buys a lot of time and space in the fight. If the Centaur is here earlier with the pipe, I think this will end up looking a lot more one-sided.
Yeah,
but
the
Liquid got that fight without
it. Right.
Yes. Like if he gets piped there, you see Collapse TP and he insta-popped it just a second too late. Very nice timing on the sharpshooter from Boxy. It's like, got him. I did my job. Later, boys.
Oh, trying to get the haste rune. Now he doesn't have an orb.
Big trouble.
Yeah, he's just going to be silenced up. Beautiful stuff. Great catch from Rue.
My favorite hero to play against Puck was always Bane.
Yeah.
You get an Aether Lens on Bane, you can just sit in these tree lines, sit on the edge of the fight. You just land that sleep on Puck. You can always chain stun it up. It just feels super nice to play. And now you're starting to take space away from Liquid. This is a concern. The tempo is this one-sided that you're just taking a lot of the Ancients away from the Beastmaster, away from the Alchemist. How do Liquid ever accelerate back into this game, especially against a lineup that is extremely tanky? Look at these 3 cores. They all already have basically 2,000 HP. That's a big concern for a early game spellcasting lineup that needs the nukes to do most of the work here.
Right, Mickey is going to come in and hit heroes, and nothing's really going to die. That Radiance Burn isn't going to do much. As you said, these heroes are so tanky.
He hasn't had the best camp luck. There haven't been any stacks for him. This is going to be a 15-minute Radiance. It's an okay timing, but not when you're looking at how farm Team Spirit are in this game.
Yeah, meanwhile, 9,300 net worth on Yatoro.
He's so massive. He's got an extra 30 CS on this Alchemist. And an extra level. And it's going to do some work here. Another sleep setup.
And committing pretty heavily to kill this Oracle, Nisha. Doesn't have the damage. I mean, he's going to pop coil, and Boxy then has to finish the job.
Oh, the true cut.
He managed to get off the Fiend's grip. They finish him off with the orb. Nisha's already taken a lot, though. He's not sure if he's going to jump through the orb or not. Now he's going to be silenced. The missile's going to hit him. As a result of that, the Earth Spirit continues to hunt down Puck with silences over and over again.
These Spirit supports have been MVP of the series, man. Like, the small plays that they have made in every single game, just buying so much time and space for Spirit. That tree cut, you get the grip. It forces the Puck to re-engage a little bit longer. That ends up getting Nisha killed by your Coiling Blades against the Hoodwink. Matters a lot.
Meanwhile, Collapse is just playing in your triangle because he can.
He's a big boy.
No threats on the board from Liquid. When will there be threats?
Well, that's why I kept asking, like, what? I think a lot of your draft was predicated on this Beast having at least some presence here.
Yeah.
Or the Alk being hyper accelerated. Okay, if the Beast gets shut down, then let's have a free farm Alk in a favorite match against Centaur where he has stacks and golem camps and he's highest net worth in the game and you can fight around some early Radiance BKB. We're not even close to any of that. I don't think you have the damage to kill anything in this game right now if you're Liquid. I think you have to split the map. You have to abuse Puck Beast Ghost Shove potential.
Back to the stall then?
Yeah, try and dodge the Bane pickoff. That's why this Bane got first pick, by the way. It's the best hero for catching some of these split pushers around the map and shutting some of that down.
Sure, that makes sense.
You always have an option to just get that sleep into the setup.
Hey, this is where I like the early Blink Dagger from Collapse. He's not going to go some heart build. He's not going to play to farm and really scale up. I feel like this is your time right now as Team Spirit, and you want to get as many kills as you possibly can while you are so much stronger than Team Liquid. Roar's going to go off, but the Magnetize is going to take out Ace anyway. That just puts an ability on cooldown. Meanwhile, and a wheel attempted, he managed to get hypnotized onto the Oracle.
Okay, doesn't matter.
He still gets a bit of heal to keep himself alive. And, oh, the Alchemist actually showed up to this fight. Trying to get the fast kill on Aru. They do manage to do so. A Purifying Flames to finish him off. Big A's got to get out of here, though. 5 seconds for a blink. He's getting out. Maybe Boxy, not so much. The Mist is going to chase him down. Boxy's just got to try and play for time here. Make this kill as annoying as possible. Team Spirit, like holding back Yatoro with the Bushwhack.
Yeah, kick him into your carry. Speed up his farm here. Right on top of the Ancient stack. The Flak will go straight into it. Yatoro in hyper efficiency mode.
Yeah, if anything,
that helped him.
Maybe this was not the place to drag them to. No. The stack's already here.
He's level 15, by the way.
15 and 18 minutes.
And you know the talents on this hero are insane. Like, you get really fast levels on Gyro, you just run away with the game. This game is spiraling right now, out of Liquid's hands. We haven't even seen a false promise. Well, we saw the one false promise bottom, I guess.
Yeah, the one fight that they won, which is kind of barely, as you pointed out, from the collapse, almost bailing out the gyrocopter with the pipe.
You got to make something happen here if you're Liquid. It's just not going to be fun to play the map. And you have to make some space for this Alk to get to BKB.
Too late to punish Laurel there. So many heroes set up. For Spirit's not an easy kill to get. Manages to roll away fast enough, but even if they did catch him there, he's 2,500 HP. Smoke is going to break from Liquid, and a stop initiation for Collapse. That's the Blink Dagger in play. And with the two supports falling over at the start of the fight, there's no hope for anybody else of Liquid to play this out. Ace has no retreat mechanism, so he's caught. Nisha's the only one who can still play out on the map here.
Instant TP's top. They're looking for the Alk up here, trying to predict that he's going to farm out this next wave or get greedy on the other side of the map. He is in this area.
Would be right about that. Did they bring enough damage? Yeah, they run into Nisha. Nisha, they're going to go. Oh, whoops! Oh, it's surely supposed to be a silence into a stomp, right? Where did the kick come from?
I think he just jump scared him.
Yeah, I guess so.
Too spooky. Nisha popping out of the woods.
Yeah.
This is why you buy Blink Dagger on Centaur when you're arguably the best Blink stunner of all time.
That's true, that's true.
You know, I think there's a lot of players who would just buy Heart because it suits their style, but let's be honest, Collapse, he likes to get in there. He likes to stun some heroes. Every hero for him is just plain Magnus.
And again, when team fights are like so guaranteed for you, why not? All you want is more catch.
He'll go back for the Heart potentially later anyway. I think it is kind of a good Centaur Heart game.
Mickey is working his way towards BKB. They'll still have a damage problem, but I assume Liquid is going to try and take some fights off of that.
You have to. You have to. If you can get the Parasma done on the puck and line it up at least within a couple minutes, that's your best chance to swing this game back in your direction. You want to team fight into the Roshan, and you want to do that before Spirit are strong enough to just man up and take that objective away from you, because they're going to start to take objectives here. Tormentor is likely theirs. They could just go in the pit when it swings down here at the 25-minute nighttime. I doubt they do it on the upper half.
Ether Lens already for Rue. Not going to go Blink. Thought maybe there was a chance against the puck, but
Ether Lens is really nice.
Scepter is very good.
Yeah. Going Ags against the Oracle's a bit of a mixed bag. But it does put Tofu in a lot. It puts him in a much higher pressure situation to hold that ult no matter what, which sometimes backfires. Like, somebody gets gone on, they're dying. You kind of have to false promise them there, and then all of a sudden you can just ag strip anybody. I think it's totally fine when you're in an advantageous position like this and you have a bunch of initiators on your lineup. There's the BKB for the out. The puck, Parasma, is he still going Parasma? Nope. So you kind of just have to go with this out BKB.
This better work for Liquid, because if they don't get some sort of wins out of this timing, it feels like their next time is going to be like 10-15 minutes from now.
Send it.
Good initiation to start off. Being able to kill the save. It'd be nice if they'd be able to take some more fights off of that, but Team Spirit, they're too disciplined to let that happen. They're just going to play behind their towers, which they have all of their Tier 1 towers currently. So even in defense, they still own 50% of the map.
You need more off this Alk timing right now. Just no way around it. If you can't force the Roche, can't really go for another play. You're just left to farming the map.
Chase after the puck here. Tofu's been playing around Nisha, though, this entire time.
Collapse has been so annoying with these Dom creeps. He sent like the last 2 or 3 into the Liquid Ancient camp and just body blocked it every time. Ace just keeps going here to farm Ancients or get like a Helm of the Overlord Ancient.
Yeah.
And there's just a Collapse creep sitting there.
He's holding onto an Alpha Wolf right now because Yutoro was blocking out another camp with his Manta Illusions. These guys are saying, like, even if you feel like you could take team fights right now, like, we're just going to hold this map, and you're still going to be the worst for it because we're blocking away so many of your valuable camps.
Oh, full kill on the Centaur.
And he used a false promise on a Hoodwink there. Now Nisha comes in, and Nisha does have an amp damage. That makes things very different, especially with Mickey coming in. They
behind the
have some
tree.
damage. Laurel making a run away with a Stampede. And now here comes the supporting cast, especially with Hypnotize on Alchemist, stalling things up a lot. Fiend's Grip and the Gyrocopter.
Perfect
now
grip.
here with all the damage. They give him what they can, but this Alchemist is left behind.
That was so unlucky for Mickey.
Yeah, what was that?
He got stuck behind the Hoodwink tree from the acorn. He was effectively cliffed for 5 seconds.
That's crazy unlucky.
Sometimes the fights go your way and sometimes they don't. And that was one that was just not going to go Liquid's way after
that one again.
He gets stuck here.
Oh, man.
He had no quelling. He basically just got stunned by his own Hoodwink for 5 seconds. And then he got hypnotized into the wheel. And then you're like, oh, I'm trying to get out of this fight. Nope, you're gripped from downtown and you have no false promise to bail you out. So this out got absolutely nothing done. Didn't even get the pop to BKB. Just a bit of bad luck that compounded there, and Spirit take advantage of it.
There still seems to be an issue, though. I mean, I thought the fight was going to work for Liquid because they had amp damage on Puck. But Team Spirit is actually so strong and so tanky right now that even with an amp damage, they didn't really come that close to killing Laurel, let alone big old collapse.
You have two of the top 3 highest strength gain heroes in the game in this Earth Spirit and Centaur. And it's going to do some work for you in this game, that's for sure.
And these item progressions have been slow for Mickey as a result. He was trying to build up an AUC, doesn't even have one of the components yet. Ace is finally getting a tower, the first tower of the game for Liquid at 25 minutes. I feel like there's a win rate chance there that is pretty abysmal.
It does not bode well, no.
Foxy. Nice, real defensive ward, which in a way is very deep into Liquid, where they're going to try and be farming a lot of this game. Foxy just walks through that ward, easy setup for Laurel. And they can do that kind of setup because Yotaro is untouchable. He's got an Aegis, he is level 19, he has a Daedalus.
There's planning the Ringmaster behind him. You have Stampede to bail him out anyway.
Yeah.
Impossible to go on this gyro right now.
Surprised he didn't stick around to finish that tier 2. He goes back to it.
Felt like there was going to be some move coming in with them showing heroes bottom, but Liquid have no intention of trying to fight this Gyrocopter right now.
Mickey just blocked his own camp. And spat it up with Spirit blocking your camps, but got to pay attention to that timer.
Still 3 minutes on the clock for this Aegis. That is a lot of time to continue to take objectives here and just hunt the map with the Bane plus whoever. Which right now, that's Bane plus the Earth Spirit.
Spotted the Bane, hit him with the Unstable Concoction, could not get the Geomagnetic Grip save. Takes a little while to get that kill though, and Team Spirit had plenty of chase. In fact, the wheel, ooh, it almost got him. Still hits him with a bit of a slow though. BKB from Mickey.
Probably have to Nightfall out of
right,
here.
Yeah, you're gonna have to TP.
I mean, not the worst exchange. You're at least getting some map pressure. The Puck got another wave. His Parasma's done. It's buying time. That's what you want right now during this Aegis period. Just don't want to bleed any bad team fights.
Well, you're still going to bleed a hero, apparently.
Could.
Maybe Ace.
Chilling.
Can they keep chasing? I mean, sure, they can, right? Nope. Blinks out ahead of them. The roll is going to come too late. Oh, actually, it was just too late. It was also the Ancient Prowler Shaman hitting him with the Petrify.
Successful dodge. Buying more time, trying to even out this lead right now.
But of course, Spirit are just right back to it. They just keep putting threats on the map, trying to get him on the Fiend's Grip.
That was close.
Not to be caught by that. It's really spooky, especially during nighttime against Bane. In a game that it almost feels like, I mean, he's going to go Aeon Disc, which between the Fiend's Grip and the silence of the Earth Spirit, I kind of get it, but also feels like you're not solving your damage issues, right?
I almost think he has to go something more offensive here.
Yeah, that's.
I don't see you winning fights with Aeon Disc Puck. Maybe they just don't see a way to win the fight in the short term, so you go Aeon Disc and you rat this game.
Yep.
However, Spirit can just go high ground.
100%.
So I'm not sure I buy that as a pathway to victory in this game. 3 tier 2s for the price of 1 Aegis. You still have a minute left. Daedalus and level 20 done for Yatoro. He is absolutely massive.
AC finally done for Mickey.
Another timing for this Alchemist if you can try and get something going with it. We'll have an Aegis expire soon as you finish up that last tier 2. Could poke the high ground here.
Absolutely should. With a minute on Aegis, it feels rather free. How are they going to go on you? Roar, Coil, both. The box save is good enough, and they're even smoking up to keep the formation, keep 100% sure. Nami is going to be able to get this. There's the box save. Bushwhack eventually wears out. They hit him with the Fortune's End, but it's already too late. Yatoro, you got a Hurricane Pike down to the low ground. That's Chemical Rage on cooldown.
That's good enough value. You're not really looking to take that fight with the Sages nearing expiration. You just want to get Liquid back in their base. It's going to help build the gold lead, get the lanes in. You had the Earth Spirit or the Bane setting up bottom anyway, kind of looking for that puck split push, so didn't have everybody there if a true fight broke out. Going to give you full map control here. A lot to play off of. Still nighttime for 30 seconds.
And you did say the collapse is going to go back for the heart. He still gets it before 30 minutes, despite having all these other items ahead of it. Lotus Orb, Blink Dagger, Helmet Dominator. He's the third most farmed hero, almost keeping up with an Alchemist. Very impressive. An early gem picked up for Liquid because they, in order to rat the map, they have to make sure the Team Spirit doesn't have vision of them. Hard enough to dodge this team. Even worse if they have information over you.
Me a cross map smoke, trying to catch anything and everybody. The Aeon does get delivered for Nisha just in time, and he's going to need it here.
Just they went for him. See if they can get some damage on him. The missile's still going to chase after him. Now Tofu's also here. They got him on the Fiend's Grip, and there is the False Promise save. So everybody is away.
It's all free for Spirit, though.
Yeah.
That was probably the fastest Aeon disc pop I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Lasted about 2 seconds.
And outside of those times where you could assemble it.
Have to keep the puck alive, though. He's your gem carrier right now. All of your promise of some future map control lies with Nisha.
BKB is almost done for Ace, in which case there's another hero that can BKB TP out.
It is a strong BKB game for Liquid. There's a lot of magic damage on the side of Spirit that you can ignore and try and just all in the gyro.
Gyrocopter does. It's pretty tanky, pretty hard to kill. Tofu rolled in on by the Earth Spirit and the Centaur. This tanky duo of theirs, they go on any hero they want. There's not going to be a rebuttal whatsoever from Liquid.
Playing for that next Roshan. Get as much as you can for that moment and try and turn the game around that objective.
Oh man, it just kind of feels like Team Spirit is going to be ahead for so long until we get to like it literally feels like Liquid have to get like 45, 50 minutes in where you start giving away Aghanim Scepters and get that kind of advantage. Because again, like now Mickey is going to get a Shivas. So he's going to be very tanky, and he's just going to stick on top of the
Kai, for the follow. I didn't
But
see
the
the
Gyrocopter's already
notification.
going to have Butterfly and going to be well on its way to Satan. So you could stick on him all you want, but if you can't hit him, and then he also could just heal back up, does that matter?
It's a good matchup for Al. He will have the False Promise behind him. Guarantees you can go in and just last the full duration of the fight to guarantee basically second life with the regen going.
Yeah. And I guess you get enough of those hits, the attack damage reduction does a lot on Gyrocopter. You never really think about that aspect of corrosive weaponry. For me, it's just usually just thought of as a slow.
Oh, it's good. It's definitely good here if you can just stick on top of Yatoro. This is the guy you want to jump early on in the fight. You need to take the big damage source out and use BKBs to ignore the two other cores for as long as possible. Going on one of these beefy frontliners will likely not work out for you here. I think that fight's going to be too free for Spirit. They're grinding it there, though. The lead has not grown for some time. And Experience is actually swinging back Liquid's way, so they're ratting out more of the map right now. They finish up the Shivas for the Alk.
Okay,
basically
now what?
caught up.
Overwhelming blink. Still no Aghanim Scepters to be given away, which
you can't afford it in this type of game.
And I mean, it's fair enough.
There is still a ultra late game win condition with this puck, and you got to keep that in mind if you're Spirit.
Yeah, of course, of course.
You have a lot of saves to play with, but you don't want this game getting to a point where Nisha has full 6 slots, Divine Ags territory. The Ags can get pooled, things get really weird. Liquid, they do not want to give up this Roshan. They will have to contest it.
Bane with the Ags Fiend's grip for this Roshan fight.
There's a shield rune on Laurel too.
Could be crucial. Collapse, he's going to be the one to break smoke here, trying to get the initiation. Nisha, very easy phase shift dodge for him. That'll
Trying to
blink
get
back
vision.
and away.
Trying to open up the fight for the Alchemist jump.
Yeah, you got an amp damage on Nisha, so if Nisha can hit the back line, we've seen that amp damage isn't enough to deal with the Earth Spirit, to deal with the Centaur, but it could give you faster kills on these supports if you can find them.
Chemical Rage going down, however. You did not find something off this ult, which means you have to back up, reset. You might have to re-smoke here to engage. If you show on the map, Spirit can just force the Roshan. Yatoro straight back into the pit, recognizes the situation.
Yeah, there's no like clockwork, there's no vision mechanics for Liquid. Unless Nisha feels confident enough to be in range to throw orbs into the pit, which he does now.
Need to stall for another Chemical Rage, 15 seconds.
It's almost up, and Spirit are going to respect this enough.
What is the buyback situation? They have none
Roshan's
except the Ringmaster.
Now going to swap over to the other side. Is this a fight that Liquid...
They also
There's no
don't really,
buybacks.
yeah, they also don't really have buybacks. That's what I'm saying. If you can just abuse it on the outpost, it's one way to leverage your gold situation. They only have the Beastmaster here. You have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Gem spots on the high ground. They got the initiation on Laurel. Did not hit the bushwhack, though. That's a bit of a problem. Nisha's going after Yatoro. Takes a little bit of damage because that amp damage on Nisha.
Doesn't look too bad for Liquid. They still have the amp damage puck to play through here.
At the same time, they just can't seem to stop anybody. They're unwilling to use the coil because there is going to be the box save, so there's no real point. Like, Liquid don't get caught there or anything, but they also aren't in a position to actually win the fight, which I think requires you to hit the supports. Meanwhile,
Yes.
Team Spirit, as long as you just maintain that formation, just like you did in Game 1.
Need a nice angle here if you're Liquid. Maybe dangle this punk on the front lines, get one of the big meat shields to bite, and then have a surprise second point of attack. That would be ideal here. Pretty hard to get that defensively. That's the issue. If Spirit just going to you, all you're going to see is the Earth Spirit, the Centaur. You're not going to see this back line.
That's a big old wave.
That's a lot of gold, yeah. Pretty nice.
A lot of farm from that one. Thoughts on, oh, so we talked about this a number of times. Overwhelming Blink versus Swift Blink. Alchemist.
I like the Swift Blink. Just depends what style of Alch you're trying to go for. If you're trying to be tankier or trying to deal more damage. Liquid definitely stalling this game up right now.
Nisha is playing it just right, where he's playing in their face, but not quite getting caught. As soon as he gets caught and then the false promise is forced to be used, then that might give Team Spirit enough an opening that they either can push forward and take the team fight, or just force the Roshan and you know, make Liquid try and take that fight into it.
It's a dance right now.
Yeah.
You have to play on the front line with the puck. You have to try and bait a little overcommittal from Spirit that your team gets the right opening without dying in the process. I'm kind of surprised that Spirit are hesitant here. They didn't just run into Liquid. They didn't force the Roshan. They're kind of stuck between the two options right now. This stalemate might last long enough that Roche goes back top, which is better for them, which is kind of crazy. Maybe you're just waiting for Satanic on Yatoro. He did go the BKB first, which actually surprised me because I thought he would have just gone straight Satanic and maybe even skip BKB because you have so many saves behind you. But now he has both, so he's an absolute monster.
Might not get everything.
4,000 HP on this gyrocopter with the pendulum. That's a lot of time to play with and a lot of HP. That gives you a lot more confidence to force the Roshan. They're still not just doing it though. Again, they are respecting the hell out of Liquid right now. in a situation
Too
from
much respect. This
yeah,
is basically 5 minutes that we've been waiting for these teams to take this Roshan engagement. And yeah, okay, the orb is right on top of Roshan. Team Spirit's still hitting it. So Yatoro has kind of made the call. Even still, they're going to, okay, go up to the high ground here. Yatoro really wants them to go on it. And Nisha will have a poke here, but of course...
Chemical Rage.
Yeah, they managed to hit him with a bushwhack there. Got the stomp out. They go for the burst. They got
really
it down to about
grip.
half HP. And there's nothing to stop this Fiend's grip. Oh, poor Oracle just got caught on. Mickey took so much damage here. He's making a BKB. Chemical Rage run away. Maybe he actually gets out here. So despite the full Ags Fiend's grip going off, got the silence onto the puck. Now the puck is going to die. And one way or another, Team Spirit will get that core opening kill that they need to 100% secure the Roshan.
The fight got split so early on. That's the power of finding Oracle at the start. You get that free grip, and that counter's completely out of play. So much zone control between Centaur running in, Shiva's Earth Spirit. The wheel got dropped right on the stairwell. That fight just looked impossible to run into. Your Alf gets out alive, and it shows how tanky he is in this game. But both teams are just looking straight for the support duos. It's a nice coil. There's a decent amount of damage coming out from Nisha, but he can't stand there alone. The whole team's just getting zoned.
I just can't believe they win for that gyrocopter.
Kind of surprised he got caught here. He almost had another orb phase shift. Cast range reduction on the Enfeeble doesn't help him at all.
And now Team Spirit, it's been a bit of a stall, but they're in a position to just end the game. This game could be over in this next 5 minutes. You've got
insane timing for this gyro.
Gyrocopter hitting high ground with an extra life. Satanic back up the full. There's no tier 2, so they can just continue to occupy this base. They're going to force Liquid to take another team fight.
Do you have the Nullifier on the Beastmaster for Nullifier Roar? Helps you deal with some of the saves here. And there's an Ags for the Alk. He's gonna pull it to the puck. Nisha doing a lot more damage now. Dream Coil is a big threat. He got the Conjure's Catalyst as well.
Goes out, Nullifier as well. They do not have a box save for Yatoro
nice
here.
Coil
They
in the
managed
back.
to chain up all the stunts. They're trying to get him inside the cart. They still buy out the Gyrocopter. He's good, and that's the Aegis. If you can't even kill the Aegis, then a longer fight, well, it's the only way Liquid can win at this point in time. Trying to hit the Bushwhack, only got collapsed. Another Nullifier placed on Yatoro. He just Hurricane Pikes down to low ground.
Gotta find
Unstable
something here.
Concoction bounce back onto Mickey off a Lotus Orb. He needs a bit of help. They still have the False Promise. Any hero gets too low. Laurel gets the kick out onto the Hoodwink. All they need is little pickoffs here. Eventually, Liquid will run out of steam, and they can take a second lane of Barracks. Magnetite is going to push back the course. No Chemical Rage up.
Nisha.
Nisha dead.
No A on this, no bailout. Still an Aegis on this gyro. They got nothing there.
And now it's a level 25 Gyrocopter.
The puck did 7,000 damage and killed nothing.
Yep.
The power of the sustain in this lineup. Just too many tanky heroes.
And now one last stand at a 4 versus 6. Boxy's going to buy out for it.
Again, who do you go on? Going on the gyro is just not the ticket.
Yeah, at this point, your only hope. The sneak up the side.
What the heck, dude? Why am I not getting my notification?
It breaks, but it
Oh
runs
my
in.
God.
Shiva spots the supports. They're going for him now, but the geomagnetic grip. Laurel is there to save the day. There's the Fiend's grip turnaround on Mickey. The Gyrocopter will go make his way to the Alchemist, who's still going to try and hunt down this Bane, even with the Fiend's grip. Use another save from Laurel. He keeps it up. A bushwhack onto the Earth Spirit. Mickey's getting a little bit lower here. Off the stomp, and there goes the die back on him. Mickey lower and lower. His Chemical Rage is running out soon. Same goes with his BKB. He's not going to have any way out of this one. He's deep in enemy territory. All they have is his False Promise. He's making a run for it. Got to get back to the fountain. 12 seconds until the puck is back up.
They stalled the push. Aegis, I guess you still have a minute on the
They've only
Aegis.
stalled it so much, though. Yeah, Yataro's just going to run right back into it here. Secure Megas. The puck is back. They had the glyph.
Another grip in 22. Just waiting for Nisha to go in deep.
Chemical Rage in 4, 3, building, gonna drop before they can even make the initiation here. Liquid's playing against Megas for their life.
Don't even find anything on the return. You need Divine Rapier on this puck. There's like no other way to create a threat on the back line because no one else can join Nisha there. He's landing some great coils on the supports, but nobody's able to follow it up. So he either has to have enough damage that he can do it himself, or somehow Liquid find an insane angle to get the Beastmaster or the Alchemist in there with him. And this Alch is tanky though. Like, god damn, he just sits in the middle of the whole team. Couldn't care less.
He is, but he's not hitting particularly hard.
No, he doesn't do any damage. He's getting enfeebled too. That doesn't help.
And Collapse?
He's a wet noodle.
Collapse is a 5,000 HP Centaur, right? See these hits from the
they hurt.
The Alchemist, right? Well, put a Crimson Guard on that. I think your hits stop doing anything. This damage block that Collapse with the late Crimson Guard is going to completely neutralize it.
They might not wait for this next Roshan. Your Aegis is about to expire, but you can absolutely just send it here. A grip on the Alch. Okay, force a false promise. I don't think you mind that trade anymore if you're Spirit.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with Laurel seeing that positioning of the supports, rolling straight to him with the Shivas. Mickey's gonna go back. Nami actually got pretty far forward here. They have the coil on him. Mickey, he has to finish off the support and then reset back to the fountain. He can't even get the kill on the support, and they're taken out to the Magnetized now. First it's Ace, almost boxy as well. Mickey dies right in front of his own fountain, and he has no buyback here. Liquid, they don't have anything left in the tank. They may have survived against Extreme Gaming, but Team Spirit is just another beast. In a Game 3 on elimination, Team Spirit, they lock it down with their tri-core of just mass HP heroes. And they are gonna go to the playoffs. Team Liquid will be eliminated, and Team Spirit will move on.
That's one of those series that can definitely easily go either way in that Game 3, but Spirit, they showed up, they gave him the Beastmaster,
well,
they had a plan for it with this gyrocopter. And to me, that's really what determined this game. There was no tempo coming out from that Liquid off lane. He gets completely shut down, and then it's Gyro who gets to take that net worth, join some of the top fights, join the fights in the mid game, and just power through some of these objectives. Like, they parked Yatoro in the Roche pit, they parked him on a Tormentor. How are you contesting that? Yeah, Alch can go in there, start swinging and not die, but no one's dealing damage in this game. And I think this is part of the issue for Puck in this tournament, is why his win rate's so low. You end up in these situations where you can't get to his timing because his timing has been shifted later and later and later as the heroes nerf.
So
It's like, and you're just waiting, and at some point I need Divine Rapier, and he never gets to Divine Rapier because the game just ends. Sick gyrocopter pick, sick performance from a hero we don't get to see a lot, but was really set up for success this game with all the saves behind him. And you know Yatoro loves playing this hero because you can just get uber fat off the Black Cannon. So very cool draft from Spirit in this Game 3. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with in that playoffs.
Get fat, he did. A 36,000 net worth on the gyrocopter. 10K up on anybody else in the game.
He was ahead of the Alch the entire game.
Yep.
That is how fast he was farming. And that is a good position to be in. Sick support performance from Spirit, though. Like, to me, if I have to give MVP in this series, I'm giving it to the support duo. Not me and Rue.
Yeah.
I think they performed well all 3 games. Like, even in the Game 2 they lost, they were still making huge plays across the board there. They played a wide variety of heroes. The spellcasting is immaculate from this duo. The way they skirmish is pristine. They're constantly baiting people in, constantly surviving on that low HP. And honestly, this might be one of the scariest Ringmaster teams in the tournament. I put them and Falcons up there as the two. Like, you need to respect what this hero does because it changes the paradigm of the fights. You can't play these like, I have a roar and we're going to play off roar. It goes out the window. Yeah. And so I think some respect has to be put on this clown right now. You know, we're in the middle of Clownfall. It's a clown event. He's got the red nose honking. Like, you got to understand that Valve made this event about this hero for a reason because he's probably the most broken in the game and they know it. So you got to show some respect.
All right, well, you see the supports perform wonderfully for Team Spirit. Let's talk to one of them on the stage now.
Thank you so much, guys. Great cast. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Team Spirit's Not Me. Congratulations. How are you feeling winning on the big stage?
Fine.
And I'm sorry, we have a fantastic translator
Give me a
as
second.
well. So
We're
glad
getting
that
now.
you're feeling my
We're going back in the league.
I like
fans.
You like the he likes the fans. That's for you, my friend. There we go. There we go. Okay. So,
It's okay,
first question
it's okay.
for you. Absolutely incredible series. A lot of people did not have what it takes to beat Liquid. It seemed like you solved it. Instead of letting them get to the late game, very aggressive in that early game. A lot of pressure. Was that on purpose, or was that just what happened with the draft?
No, we have good drafts.
because
Yes, I
people
have
could
been
join.
streaming since 2 a.m.
Yes. Good drafts. And mid game, we're playing super good into this team. I think they play a bit passive, but they play too good. Anyway.
Yep. Great game. They did play good. You did play better, though, I have to say. In fact, I don't know if you know this. You have the record for the most assists at this event right now. 43 assists on Rubik. That's pretty good. Now, how are you always in this fight, in these fights? Because Team Spirit is an extremely aggressive team. You seem to just always be there.
I think I have a record with assist. It's all about crazy game versus mouse. We're playing like bots.
Oh, no, you can't say Mouse are playing like bots. That's not cool.
We are.
Oh, okay. You guys are playing like bots. That's very respectable then. What a nice man. All right, fantastic. I got to ask.